for our riders. Once again, first call to staging for our riders. It's going to be our junior women coming up. That's going to be our first group going off at 8:30 a.m. So head on over there for our UCI junior women as we're getting ready for our HC cross country event here with our Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger.
Check one.
It's been falling and it's falling for weeks. The stars are breathing and the sky falls.
Channel 16.
This is InsiderMTB production. Watch us on YouTube and follow us on Instagram.
All right, welcome back. We are live. The 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by our friends at Honey Stinger. Race day 3 of 4. Full day of UCI XCO Olympic-style mountain bike competition about to get underway here today in beautiful Fayetteville, Arkansas. We're at Centennial Park. My name's Brendan Pack. With me in the booth, Frankie Andreu. Frankie, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Another beautiful day here. Temperature is going to get up to about 90 degrees. It's got clear skies and the sun shining down here as we're celebrating the 6th year here at Centennial Park. And so first up is going to be our junior women as they're getting ready to be able to tackle this cross-country course, and they're going off at 8:30. We're going to have our call-ups starting in about 3 minutes. Again, 3 minutes out to the beginning of our call-ups.
Those tuning in live on InsiderMTB.com. Want to give a thank you to today's presenting partner for the live stream, Arkansas Tourism. Arkansas is one of the fastest growing mountain bike destinations in the country. The host city of Fayetteville sits in the Ozarks where hundreds of miles of purpose-built trails give riders incredible terrain to train and ride throughout the year. More at Arkansas.com. And we have a full schedule of racing today. Up first is going to be our UCI Junior Women. 10:15 going to be the UCI Junior Men. 12 noon, we're going to see our Elite Women and U23 Women back in competition. 2 o'clock going to be our Elite Men. Going to round out another day of racing at 4 p.m. with our UCI U23 Men's competition. We're just a few minutes away from starting call-ups for our first race of the day, 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger, our 6th year here in Fayetteville.
For our junior women and our junior men, it'll be the first time to be able to tackle that A-line on World Cup 5. And so that's going to be a decision they need to make. Highly recommend you take the B-line, as we've discovered that it's just as quick taking the B-line as it is taking the A-line over there at World Cup 5. That's that 6-foot drop-off, and they're going to be tackling, of course, Arvest Mountain, the experienced Fayetteville Power Climb, the Dell Computer Speed and Style section, and the famous Talladega Turn with the final moments of coming in across our finish line. Once again, live at Webstream, brought to you by Arkansas Tourism, as we're getting ready for our call-ups with our junior women. I'd like to be able to start off with Bear National Team, Scout Wellmeyer. Equipe de Quebec, Elizabeth Martin. Charge Racing, Lacey Dennis. Virginia High School, Lily Agnew. Equipe de Quebec, Sierra Jolicoeur. Donovan Racing, Katja Opfer. Roulaire Devo, Sammy Bradley. Wild Rockies, Payette Spangenberg. Elena Furness. Aspen Fonger. Elle Warren. Ruth Knox. Ada Linton. Ada Watson. Donovan Racing, Siri Kroom. Bear National, Eleanor Cruz. Isabella Cardoza. Ellie Moore. Anna Olson. Brooke Bates. Sheila Mertens. Hazel Lazar, Anna Keller, Haley Nelson, Segment 28, Malia Brock, Cadence Preston, Talia Hodgson, Riley Nelson, Donovan Racing, Eliana Kostadinov, Sophia Tripsevich, Molly Yunt, Sheridan Gable, Stella Lehman, Ella Voigt, Kate Elwell.
Gravity Collective's Anna Neal, Stella Swanson, Emma Daly, Eliza Price, Nora Clayton, Ansley Haas, Addison Hoge, Lauren Carlin, Galen Teller, Ellen Spruill, Jane English, Sydney Malott, Scout Harrington, Amy Boyle, Chloe Harrisberger, Emmeline Jernovich, Elizabeth Lindsay, Mara Williamson, Quincy Pepper, Daisy Pinto, Bryn Lloyd, Vesser Klausner, Haley Honmeyer, Samantha Braden, Hannah McRohr, Parker Haas, Gracie Gillespie, Riley Kuhlman, Elise Edison, Claire Talansi, Savannah Blitz, and Josie Schroeder, rounding out 67 athletes in our junior women's field. And we're about 2.5 minutes away from getting race day number 3 underway. This time we'll turn it over to our lead commissaire for pre-race announcements. All right, we're back to racing here at the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger, looking for a clean race start here as our junior women take to this 2.9-mile purpose-built Olympic-style cross-country race course here at Centennial Park. Today's race is scripted as a XCO part of the junior series. Junior UCI points up for grabs, 25 deep in this field, so a lot of points on the line early season here at the U.S. Cup.
Many of these riders racing on Wednesday, so they're going to be familiar with that start lap. 1.2 miles around the start lap. It's the same as the short track that many of them did yesterday. And then they're going to come back around and see 4 laps to go on the longer cross-country course. So riders right now got that lead front row trying to be able to string it out, making sure they're staying in a good position. That first Cross country, Scout Wellmeyer picked that win up on Wednesday. The 18-year-old riding for the Bear national team. Lily Agnew finishing up in second place, and it was Ada Linton in third. But the interesting part is that Ada Linton, she had the lead and actually had a pretty big gap for much of the race, only flatting during the last lap to get past, managed to be able to get that fixed, and ended up finishing in third. So Ada Linton obviously showing a lot of form in that cross country on Wednesday. Will she have that same kind of form here on the HC race?
Yeah, once again, the big difference in the course today from Wednesday is they have opened up the A-line for our UCI junior competitors, and we'll talk about that and be able to catch that action on the live stream, InsiderMTB.com.
And that is going to be a choice that many of these riders are going to have to be able to make, not only in all of our categories. Do you take the A-line or do you take the B-line? Elite men, it was Springer and Cole Patton testing that out the other day, finding that it's almost even time-wise between taking that A-line or B-line. So riders will have to make a decision. It just goes along with the rest of the tactics and strategy that take place during the bike race.
Up towards the front there, we got Payette Spangenberg, Aspen Fonger setting the pace.
Yeah, Aspen Fonger doing a good job coming from a little further back on the line. You can see how they're spread out across the road as Bear national team riders taking control of the front as they're getting ready to hit that long uphill, trying to be able to complete their starter lap of 1.2 miles.
Sammy Bradley with Roller Devo in the mix as well early on. See the long shadows there. Second day of spring. Beautiful day here in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Current race temp 66 degrees. We do have a slight 4-mile-per-hour wind out of the south-southwest. Humidity's about 65%. Couldn't ask for a prettier morning for a bike race. See a couple of our Bear National riders now setting the pace.
Yeah, Scott Wellmeyer is going to be one of those riders up there, and Lily Agnew with the Virginia High School. That's her on the inside with that light blue jersey.
Looks like we have 3 riders now in the top 5.
Donovan Racing doing a good job with Katja Opfer. Got to be able to watch out for her. She's a very strong rider as well. Sitting in that top 5, staying connected in that kind of brownish and white striped jersey. So the blue and pink of Bear National lead the way in 1 and 2 right now.
Again, race format's 4+1. Our junior women going to be doing this one start loop you're seeing now, and when they cross the line, they'll go out for four full laps on the XCO course here at Centennial Park.
It's going to be Ada Linton, who's been the rider leading him. Wellmeyer sitting in second. Lily Agnew. We talked about Sofia Tripcevic, along with Eleanor Cruz, Katja Opfer, Ellie Moore, and the rest of the riders all in contact. Riders' lap cards are showing 4 to go. 4 to go. Lap cards are showing 4 laps to go.
Yeah, Ada Linton finishing 3rd in Wednesday's UCI C1 junior competition.
They're going fast through here. Ada Linton has the pressure down. Definitely giving a good draft to her teammate, Scout Wellmeyer, but the 2 Bear National Team riders are definitely keeping the pressure on, not allowing many of the riders that are sitting in the back a chance to be able to catch back up. So difficult conditions out there. Speed is high.
There you see they've made their way on to the first proper section of single track. They deviate off of that start loop now. What we call the World Cup course. It's 5 sections of single track. Each one kind of bulb-like, allows race directors like Ty Katie, race director for the U.S. Pro Cup and the U.S. XC Open Series, to diversify the course at the venue year over year. This year, the first time we've put World Cup 5 back in competition, and that ominous 6-foot drop since 2021. We'll get our first look at that here in a little bit, and we'll talk you through the course, all the unique features that were purpose-built, a lot of intentionality in this venue, and the investment that's been made here in Fayetteville to host events like this weekend's Walmart Pro Cup. First real challenge or crux of the course is going to be the Experience Fayetteville Power Climb. It mirrors the climb that you saw in yesterday's short track action in that power line section, but it is a bottom to top technical ascent as it's just littered with rock and rubble. Saw it give several athletes issues on Wednesday. We talked a lot about it. You got to keep your cadence up high and carry your speed through it. A lot of opportunities to get pinched up in there if you don't. Looks like we have mechanical there early on by one of our athletes. Look at our leaders as they're single file off the north side of the mountain. They'll make their way down here, and then they'll start the first of 3 ascents. So it's again 2.9 miles around each and every time, but it is packed with elevation. Like almost 340 feet of elevation gained each and every lap.
Not a lot of gaps opening up as it's steady. And now on that uphill, we're starting to see a little bit of a gap opening up right at about that 5th position. Very technical on some of these rock garden uphills that these riders are trying to be able to tackle, to be able to make their way up. 2.9 miles around. Bear National still in control. Agnew sitting in 3rd as Ada Linton keeping that pace going up. Scout Wellmeyer sitting in 2nd position. Scout won, again, the first cross-country race. She won the short track yesterday as well, trying to be able to do what one of the great racers from the junior category did last year, which was Raphael Carriere, winning all 3 days and all 3 events. And Scout, depending on what happens today, could set that record as well.
You saw the athletes there jump back onto portions of that start loop and then right back off onto a next section of the World Cup course. Making their way back down into the woods. Catching a little bit of air on that little rock cinder right there.
That rider in 4th and 5th, they got to be, they got to make sure they can full momentum to be able to stay in contact. If they start to lose contact now, they're going to have a big problem keeping up a little bit later on, because those top 3, they've shown that they're one of the strongest in the race right now. So 4th and 5th place, very critical that they stay with the group.
Yeah, this initial selection looks like a group of 6 riders now making that initial selection off the front. A little separation back from 6th to 7th as they just now start to come in our screen. But the elevation is going to start to pick up right here, going to allow some of this race might come back together a little bit. You're going to look there at the first shot of the technicality of the climb. You can just see the rock and rubble there, Frankie, as they start to approach the experienced Fayetteville power climb.
You can see the 2 lines that they're taking as well. But this is one of the more difficult sections of the entire race course, is that rock garden climb going up. And so difficult. Many riders with different techniques and choosing a different gear to be able to handle that. But it looks like that group of 6 kind of staying together. So a little bit of a calm coming in the front from what we've seen on the first lap and a half, with Bear National really putting the pace down as they continue to be able to stay on the front. And look how technical. You can see a great shot there of how difficult this uphill section is.
Yeah, similar to Nove Mesto in the World Cup course there. You can see just how arduous this climb is. And again, I think it's a high cadence game here, Frankie, because if you're not keeping your speed up as you make your way through that, and it's relentless. It's got a false flat in it, and it kind of just the gift that keeps on giving. There's a couple splits there, not really an A-B, just rider's choice there as they make their way up the mountain.
Remember, it was a lead group of 6. Somebody tagged onto the back to make it a group of 7. They're barely hanging on that back of 7, but you got to give them a lot of credit. That 7th rider doing a fantastic job to get up there. So again, Scout Wellmeyer in 2nd and Ada Linton in 1st, Lily Agnew in 3rd. And then you got 4 or 5 riders right behind them tackling this hard section of the race course. So that's Katja Opfer in that kind of brown and white jersey. That's that 7th rider I was seeing right there. I think it was number 26, Payet Spangenberg. Just dangling, just gritting everything, trying to be able to stay with those leaders right now. So Spangenberg sitting in 7th doing a good ride.
Yeah, they're making their way towards the top here. Going to approach Arvest Mountain, another unique feature here at Centennial Park. One side of it is part of the XCO mountain bike course. The other side of it, that series of 38 stairs used in cyclocross competition here at the venue. There's a good shot of what we call Arvest Mountain. Mountain bike course comes up one side, cyclocross course comes up the other. There's a tunnel underneath for pedestrians to move about. A lot of these courses built with spectators in mind. The spectators are out here this morning in Fayetteville. Just a beautiful morning to be out. Second day of spring. You see there's the AB line there, as you see riders' options there as they come off of Arvest Mountain and drop into our Dell Computer Speed and Style section. A fan and rider favorite. You can see there's a couple gap jumps. They can carry speed through the woods. Once they get to the bottom of this Speed and Style section, it's the Wine Barrel. It's a series of big rock slabs and berms that lead into a fast, chunky descent. Really keeps riders on their toes. Potential to flat right there. You can kind of see more just the technicality of the course. You're right, Frankie. 1, 2, 3 seems to be pretty comfortable on this first of 4 full proper laps. As fourth place able to latch back on there. Fifth place trying to stay on terms.
And it's all because of the pace of Ada Linton, who just keeps riding down the front right there. She's a 15-16 national champion. Obviously aging out, moving up into the 17-18 group, but obviously as a national champ, she's got a ton of talent. She's 17 years old. She's a previous Pan American cyclocross champion. So a very good cyclocross rider, and a course like this, having those kind of cyclocross skills, definitely is going to translate over to her mountain biking. And so Ada Linton continues to be the one riding on the front.
Yeah, and they're going to come up out of the woods here shortly. They'll go across a short cobble section, back up into the plateau, the flat top portion of this mountain. Centennial Park sets on what is known as Millsap Mountain, the park's 228-acre public park. And when we're not hosting world caliber events, well, it's a public park for the community to enjoy. As they climb back towards the top here, we'll get really our first look at World Cup 5. As they do, they're going to come up and over here, and they'll come back into the sunlight. There's a flyover. They'll cross the road, and then that will be those riders going to have that option, that A or B line on World Cup 5. Again, the A line, 6-foot drop. The B line, pretty technical rock garden descent, but as you said, Frankie, you can't win the race there, but you can lose it. And we've seen that drop wad a few riders up this week. And so, again, not featured in our junior competition on Wednesday. This is the first opportunity for our junior competitors to have that option this week. And now it's a group of 3. Look at the pace as they go through feed number 2. And it is Bear 1-2. As Ada Linton and Scout Wellmeyer setting the pace. And here you go. We're going to see them take a right-hand turn, and they're going to have an option here, A or B. All right, our leaders look like they're taking that A line. You can see the technicality as they set up for that drop. All 3 of those riders clearing that. Now on to World Cup 5 on the south side of the venue. There's a tricky little line into a little step down into the drop. Great to see athletes make their way through there. That's Nora Cruz with Bear National, cleaning it with ease. You can see the fans hanging out there. There's a DJ over there in the woods today. Seems that's going to be the spectator spot for the day. A couple more athletes making that look easy, Frankie.
Yeah, making it look easy, like no problem, which is great. So that's what we want. Want to have a safe race, a good race, as our Bear National Team riders continue to be able to push the pace. Lily Agnew, and then the 4th place rider in no man's land, not being able to get the draft, not being able to stick with the leaders, and so a tough condition, but a ton of grit, a ton of determination. That rider in 4th continuing, trying to be able to catch back up to our 3 leaders. Coming into Stonehenge, as they're going to be seeing 3 laps to go when they come through our start-finish line.
All right, leaders making their way into Stonehenge. Again, it's Ada Litton, Scout Willmeyer, and Lily Agnew. A couple more riders trying to get back on terms here, Frankie. You know, these riders set up at all. This race can come back together a little bit, as leaders going to see 3 to go on the lap card. They make their way through the start-finish area. Shout out to our title sponsor, Walmart, here in Northwest Arkansas. We're in the heart of Walmart country with its newly opened headquarters just up the road. Walmart is a global omni-channel retail leader with nearly 11,000 stores and wholesale clubs in 19 countries and numerous e-commerce platforms, including Walmart.com. Get another good look at our leaders. They're about to drop back into section of the World Cup course. And there's the chase, Frankie. There's that Sophia Triptovich and Ellie Moore giving chase.
Ellie Moore and Triptovich sitting about 6 seconds back on that chase. A great ride. Ellie Moore is the one that's been like really doing a fantastic job. The Gravity Academy, Triptovich, that's the one that was sitting in 4th, just kind of gritting her teeth, trying to be able to get up to our leaders. All riders coming through right now, seeing 3 laps to go, 3 to go. Just behind them, 23 seconds back, is going to be Lacey Dennis and Nora Cruz. Nora with that Bear National Team, and Lacey Dennis with Charge Racing. Oh, my goodness, coming in hot in that corner right there, man, to be able to latch onto those riders, as our Bear National Teams are the 2, Lily Agnew in 3rd, and then you have Triptovich and Ellie Moore. So the group of 3 that had broken away last lap have been rejoined to be able to make a larger group to a group of 5, and that's all because of that grit and determination of Triptovich and Ellie Moore, not giving up, not allowing them to get too big of a lead. A lot of racing still to go. Again, 2.9 miles around, as this is the longest race of the weekend for all of our categories today. It's the HC race here at our Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. And one thing to keep in mind, right, we have our leaders that we're talking about, because that's what our web stream is kind of focused on. But the points, Brandon, you mentioned it, the points go way deep. So for a lot of these riders, you might not be in the top 5. You might not be in the top 10, but don't you have potential to gain some UCI points?
Yeah, this will be an XCO Junior Series. This round also kicks off round 1 of the US XC Open. Points awarded 25 deep. So you can see the allure of a competition like this is early season opportunity for a lot of these athletes to get some XCO Junior Series points in their pocket and start their season off in a positive way. We got a little, looks like they're picking up the pace there. They are. They're up and out of the saddle. It's going to be a war of attrition out here. We've seen this throughout the week. Frankie, I think you referred to short track racing yesterday as kind of games of cat and mouse out there. We're seeing that a little bit today as the riders going past feed number 1 on course. They'll go up and over this flyover. They're kind of back on that short section of the start loop, and they'll veer off here to the left shortly. back onto proper single track. And there's where they're starting. They're going to deviate right here from that start loop back onto the single track. And this drops down to the far north side of the mountain. And then they start that really arduous climb back to the top, including that experienced Fayetteville power climb. Shout out to our host city of Fayetteville. Experience Fayetteville is the official destination marketing organization for Fayetteville, Arkansas, a vibrant Ozark Mountain city known for its creative culture, outdoor recreation, and strong sense of place. The organization promotes the travel, meeting, and supporting event destination while supporting the local economy through tourism partnerships and community-focused initiatives. Frankie, we found downtown Fayetteville last night, had a great dinner at Cheers at the old post office. Making the most of our time here in Fayetteville. Got a couple riders there. Rider might have gone down there. Looks like they're having to maybe twist those bars back in place. And back to our leaders now. That separation on this climb starting to open up a little bit as our lead group of three, what I think is Scout Wilmeyer with Bear National, Ada Linton with Bear National, and it is Lily Agnew with BAHS holding on there in third.
Yeah, you'll be able to see the strength and the power from those lead three, and they seem a little bit evenly matched, and fourth and fifth struggling every time it gets a kind of be able to go on a little bit of the uphill. There's that very difficult section right now, that rock garden ascent heading up towards our plateau or the field right now as they continue to be able to push that pace. Ada Linton has not come off the front the entire time. She's led the entire race. Scott Wellmeyer sitting behind her. Again, Wellmeyer, Bear National, winning the cross country on Wednesday, also winning the short track. So Scout, we know, has some really good form. Lily Agnew, some good form as well, because Lily Agnew finished up second in the short track. And then Sophia Triptovich, who's sitting right now in fourth, she was third in our short track. Triptovich also finishing up fourth in the cross-country race. So riders that have been making a mark over the last couple of days, definitely making a mark today as well. Cooler conditions for our junior riders since they're the first ones off. They started off at 8:30. They're going to end up doing about 60 minutes of racing total. They did one starter lap and then 4 big laps. They came by and already, as they're going to be seeing they came by seeing 3 laps to go. So when they come by again, they're going to be seeing 2 laps to go. Wait for them. A lot of racing still to go as our 3 leaders. Last lap, they had about a 6-second lead on the 2 chasers of Ellie Moore with Collingwood Collective Racing and Sophia Triptovich with the Gravity Academy. What will be the time gap when they come around with 2 laps to go?
They start to approach Arvest Mountain now. Frankie, these young women making this look easy, but this step in right here, you can see the technicality of just right as Scout struggles to get up and into that rock garden that leads up and over Arvest Mountain. And there is a line choice here. They can go to the right. There's a little step down right here, or they can go to the left, and you'll see that rock garden descent to the left. Rider's choice there. They drop into the speed and style section. Series of doubles and really a fun section of the mountain to ride.
One thing to keep in mind up here at Centennial Park is the wind is a little bit breezy conditions, and once they come around and when they get ready for 2 laps to go, you'll have a better shot of being able to see the flags and how windy it is. Seems like about 15-mile-an-hour winds right now, a little constant breeze, so that's keeping things a little bit cooler for the riders, but that wind definitely affects race conditions for the riders that are out there. And once again, our live web stream brought to you by Arkansas Tourism. Glad to be able to have them on board. Arkansas, one of the fastest growing mountain bike areas in the country, with the host city of Fayetteville sitting right here in the Ozarks, where hundreds of riders get a chance to ride trails all around this great area.
You can see that experienced Fayetteville power climb giving some of our athletes trouble. As again, got to keep your cadence high in this section. Really want to be able to carry speed through that rock garden if you can.
That was Elizabeth Martin right there from Equipe Quebec.
As we get a look at our leaders dropping through the woods now.
That was Tripcevich trying to be able to get back up, I think, to our leaders. Sorry, that was Lacey Dennis and Nora Cruz. That was that shot that we just saw with the Bear National Team rider with the Charge Racing Lacey Dennis. Looking here with some of these riders, the legs starting to give out on many of these riders that are out there. As that's going to be Anna Olson from Dirt Camp Racing. And again, that high cadence critical in getting over this rock garden. Otherwise, you get bogged down and you're going to get stuck. Ton of spectators coming out here very early this morning to be able to cheer on these juniors, which is great to be able to see. Of course, they're spread out all throughout the course in different sections. That's what's great about coming up here is that you can move around and be able to check out the different sections of the race course. Very easy to be able to get from one spot to another to be able to see, you know, some of the difficult sections, the fun sections, and the harder sections.
As our leaders approaching that flyover there, they're going to cross the road, and head over to World Cup 5. So yeah, Frank, you mentioned the intentionality of the venue, purpose-built for Olympic-style cross-country mountain bike and cyclocross competitions. This venue hosted the 2022 Walmart UCI Cyclocross World Championship, 2 UCI Cyclocross World Cup, and it's been home to the Walmart Pro Cup now for 6 years in a row, one of the largest cross-country UCI cross-country competitions in North America each and every year. Blessed with some beautiful weather this weekend. What is the second day of spring here in Arkansas as they approach that drop there. All of our leaders making their way through there, making it look easy. Again, leaders going to see 2 to go on the race card, lap card next time through. But Sophia Tripcevich and Ellie Moore, they were able to latch back on early in this lap, Frankie, but really not seeing.
Yeah, once they hit the uphill, they got distanced off the back again. So they're fighting within themselves, those 2 riders. And again, podium up for grabs. We go top 5, and in the front we do have our lead 3. But behind that, we're going to have 4th and 5th with, and then behind them, they have to worry about Nora Cruz and Lacey Dennis, because again, it was only about 16 seconds difference between that chase group of 6th and 7th going after that group of 4th and 5th.
So leaders making their way around Team Tech. Let's see the number of development teams with us here in Fayetteville this weekend. It's a who's who of development teams from across the country joining us here in Fayetteville. There's a look at some of the infrastructure for pedestrians, that tunnel they're riding over for the fans to move around the course. Our athletes hitting that drop on World Cup 5, and it is Bear 1-2. Look at the crowd there hanging out at that drop.
Nice shot right there. That's Alina Furness from Donovan Racing going over World Cup 5 with that jump as Bear National decides to be able to keep control. So for Lily Agnew, I mean, I think as long as these Bear National riders want to ride on the front and continue to be able to push the pace, she's just fine sitting on in 3rd. She's just going to take advantage of sitting on and be able to follow the wheels. It's just a matter of having the legs a little bit later on. A lot of racing still to go, waiting for them to come around and see 2 laps to go. Last lap, time, 4 minutes and 2 seconds for their lap. Again, a 4-minute lap. Be interesting to see what kind of lap time they do right now. Remember, at one point, 4th and 5th had caught up to our top 3, but then they've been distanced once again, so there have been some accelerations that have been taking place out there, and there's that wind I was talking about with the flags. So a lot of wind here at Centennial Park as our leaders getting ready to come through. It's Wellmeyer, Linton, and Agnew.
Agnew finishing 2nd in Wednesday's competition. And
riders 2 laps to go, 2 to go, 2 to go.
like you said, Frankie, sitting back there. Currently 3rd wheel, but looks pretty comfortable to do so Really the only rider able to go with Bear National as they start to pick up the pace again. You can see Lily Agnew answering that call.
So that 4-minute lap I was talking about before, that was their starter lap, I guess, that showed up on here. Otherwise, this is a 13-minute lap. More importantly, the two chasers coming through with Triptovich, they lost a little bit of time because they are now down 29 seconds as Triptovich and Moore continue to be able to work together, down almost 30 seconds now.
So the battle for 4th and 5th, there's a good look at that battle going on as those two riders setting in together. That's, again, Ellie Moore and Sophia Triptovich with the Gravity Academy. 30 seconds at this point, though, Frankie. That's a pretty big gap in this competition.
It's a pretty good gap to be able to make up on three very strong riders in the front. 2 to go, riders, 2 to go. That's going to be Lacey Dennis. So Lacey has dropped her riding companion as we see Furness coming through and Cruz as well. So the question is, oh, there's Triptovich. Triptovich was just in front. She was in that group 30 seconds back. As now we have Dennis, Furness, and Cruz. They're going to be a minute 15 back.
Get a look at the first of 3 climbs on this course each and every time around. Once again, 2.9 miles, but almost 340 feet of elevation gained every time around. So favors those with some early season fitness. Hope you brought your climbing legs to Fayetteville, Frankie.
So Alina Furness from Donovan Racing did a good job to be able to get, she wasn't in that group last lap, and so she moved herself up into that kind of 6th, 7th position. So that's a great ride by her as Furness was able to get up there. Got a rider down in the woods right there, slipping out. That's that tricky sandy turn. And of course, we've had no rain. It's just been very dry, very windy. And as the riders come by, he continues to be able to chew it up, making certain portions of this race course a little bit dusty.
Good to see her setting up. We got more riders coming through here. The start-finish area, getting to see 2 to go. 2 to go, ladies, on the lap card.
That's Emma Daly coming through, riding number 100 right behind. This is going to be Ainsley Haas and Hazel Lazar. We got Ellie Warren, Nora Clayton, Aspen Fonger, Katja Alwell.
There's a great shot of that B-line over on World Cup 5 as those athletes opt in for that B-line. But you can see you really can't carry speed even if you opt for that B-line as you make your way through there. As long as you pick a clean line, you can carry some speed through there. But, man, the technicality there of that descent. Nice little catch berm at the bottom, though.
Yeah, you have to check your speed more going off of that A-line when you come off that jump to be able to make that hard right turn. Where B-line, you can get full momentum to be able to come off of that berm and be able to keep that momentum. So,
yeah, you said we had a couple athletes testing it. Cole Patton, some other.
They did. They found it to be negligible, the time difference. So it'll be interesting to see what the riders think about, if they took the A-line or the B-line and which one they thought might have been a little bit better.
Starting to see some separation with that lead group of 3. As we go back to our section of World Cup 5 as our athletes make their way through there. Again, leaders saw 2 to go on the lap count last time through. And now we do have some separation in the woods, Frankie, as I think we might be looking at a lone leader here. We'll see who makes it to that experienced Fayetteville power line climb first.
Going from a long ways out as well, right? I mean, they came through with 2 laps to go, so still got to be able to finish up this whole entire lap and come through with 1 lap to go. Not going to take a guess at who it is, but obviously it's the Bear National rider, so waiting to be able to see who's going to be in that front.
Might be Scout Wilmeyer making a move around her teammate, Ada Linton.
Well, Ada Linton rode on the front for the starter lap, rode on the front for the other 2 full laps, continuing. She was riding and setting the pace as that gap has definitely opened up. So now the question is Ada Linton, is she sitting on Lily Agnew? Is she making Lily Agnew do the work, or is
That is Scout Wellmeyer now first to that climb with about a lap and a half of racing left. Maybe a little team tactics. If you're setting second and your teammate's in first at this point, Frankie, are you maybe setting up a little bit? You
can make that other rider do some work and then be able to get around her a little bit later on. But Scout Wellmeyer, obviously with some great form, winning the cross country on Wednesday, winning the short track as well. So Scott Wellmeyer, the 18-year-old.
Looking for the hat trick.
Looking for the hat trick. That was done last year again by Rafael Carrier in this junior division. She won 2 of the days down at Puerto Rico. Last year taking up the win at Sea Otter Classic as well.
Looks over her shoulder there, and I don't know if she saw anybody when she did.
I was about to say, that is a massive gap.
Okay,
that's Lily Agnew right now, and then Ada Linton struggling a little bit behind her. So Lily Agnew now trying to be able to get up to the leaders. And again, Ada Linton did a ton of work very early on to be able to set up Scout, and Scout definitely launched off of that wheel. Again, riders coming through right now with 2 to go riders. You can see the tape blowing around with the wind. Scout Wellmeyer, well within her means, just kind of riding, turning the pedals over. Very good at the technical sections as she's bogged down almost to a complete stop right there trying to get over Arvest Mountain.
Yeah, there's definitely a technical entrance into this section. And then again, riders have a choice here. They can go right. There's a little step down here, really just a couple feet.
And as the riders come into Arvest Mountain, a big thank you to Arvest Bank, the most trusted bank in Northwest Arkansas and a longtime partner of the Pro Cup. Arvest believes in donating time and resources to help shape, support, and strengthen the communities it serves. You can always find out more information at Arvest Bank.
There was a shot of Ellie Moore, who was part of that chase group early on, trying to stay with the leaders. Ellie racing for Collingwood Collective Racing. Look at second and third there. They now make their way up and over Arvest Mountain. And back to Sophia Triptovich with the Gravity Academy now giving chase. She may be able to bridge back up to third, depending on if Ada Linton can keep the pace up. She too struggling with that entrance into that feature. Once again, just a beautiful day for racing here in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Currently 68 degrees, now up to 70. Winds have picked up a little bit since the start of the race, as Frankie said. Currently about 8 miles per hour out of the southwest off the mountain, but up here on this mountaintop, you can see the winds pick up a little bit. I would say they're probably maybe about double that. But pretty refreshing when you're just setting up here today. Temp's going to get up into the 90s, though. It's going to feel like summer and springtime here later today by the time our elite men and U23 men take to the mountain. Shot of Sophia Triptovich as she makes her way down from the bottom here. There's that wine barrel section. And then back over to the Experience Fayetteville Power Climb. Frankie, the technicality of this course, and really that's what athletes are looking for. We talk to them a lot in the off season, and they're looking for this technicality. You know, high caliber competition obviously is a big checklist for them, as is a technical race course in Centennial Park and the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. Well, giving them both of those is Big Fields joined us here in Fayetteville this weekend.
Nice shot at Emma Daly, trying to be able to get up into those early riders. Emma on that Bear Devo team. So you have Bear National Team and you have Bear Devo teams. Bear Devo team is riders that have a little bit of green in their jersey. Those are riders a little bit newer to racing, just kind of getting into it. Of course, the Bear National Team is inviting for all the riders to be able to come in, to be able to join their squad. You have some of the more experienced and elite riders like Scout, who's off the front by herself trying to be able to win this bike race. And there's other ones that are maybe coming off a NICA or maybe just getting into mountain biking. That's where the Bear Devo comes into play. And again, you can spot them because they have the green in their jersey. Lily Agnew struggling to get over that little rise right there, but a great race so far, sitting in second place, getting a little bit of a feed right now, little dose over the head and then tossing the bottle. And again, waiting for these riders to come around to be able to see 1 lap to go. So that's a shot to Scout Wellmeyer sitting in first place. Lily Agnew's currently sitting in second. I believe Ada Linton, that's her right there, coming through the feed zone. They're all separated by, Scout has a little bit of a bigger lead of maybe about 15 to 20 seconds, but only about 5 seconds between Agnew and Linton, as that's their second and third. And then right behind them was about 35 seconds back is going to be your chase group, I believe, with Ellie Moore and Sofia Tripcevich.
Look there at second place, coming off that 6-foot drop. Again, Lily Agnew racing for VAHS. I got a chance to catch up with the coaches yesterday here at the venue, and they VAHS been around, predates NICA actually, Frankie. It's a junior and youth development team that's been doing it, well, for a real long time. Great to see that coaching clearly working well for Lily Agnew.
Yeah, they got an exceptional athlete with Agnew. Virginia High School, Agnew sitting in second is nice shot right there. A Scout just kind of riding.
Again, looking over her shoulder, and I don't think she's seeing anybody. Maybe she's seeing Lily Agnew come out of the woods, but we'll get an idea of the time split here as our race leader. Going to see 1 to go bell lap, Frankie, on the race card.
Yeah, we're going to see what kind of time she does for the lap, and you're going to be getting 1 lap to go. Yeah, you go hard for a half lap, and then you can back it down and ride at about 80%. And so once you establish that gap, it's just about not making mistakes, and that's kind of the position that Scout has put herself in. The ability to be able to win 3 days here at our Walmart Pro Cup fueled by Honey Stinger on the horizon for Scout Wellmeyer. Coming around Talladega turn, getting ready to see 1 lap to go. One to go, 1 to go. We're ringing the bell. 1 to go, 1 to go. .12:28 for that lap. That's about 30 seconds faster. Actually, that's almost 1 minute faster than what she did last lap. So pretty impressive, going about a minute quicker as Wellmeyer makes her way through. Now waiting for Lily Agnew to be able to come through. She's going to be seeing 1 lap to go as well. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, Lily. 1 to go. Agnew coming through with a 13:07, so that's quicker than what they did last lap as well. And then Ada Linton, 13:21 was her lap time, but Agnew now 40 seconds back.
And Linton 13 seconds back from her, so almost a minute separating first to third, Frankie. As we are now on the...
So that was your top 3, waiting for our next riders to come through. Remember, podium goes 5 deep. Points, though, go 25 deep. So there's a lot on the line for riders that are even a little bit further back, trying to be able to tackle a very difficult HC course. Ty Katie, your course designer, decided, hey, we're going to change it up. We're going to make this much more difficult, much more technical. And that's exactly what they did for the 2026 edition of our Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. So Ellie Moore getting ready to be able to come down, and she's going to be the next one coming across the line. Tripcevich was with her, but Ellie Moore has dropped Tripcevich, coming through with 1 to go, 1 to go.
Once again, today's live stream being presented by our friends at Arkansas Tourism. Arkansas Tourism, one of the fastest growing mountain bike destinations in the country. the host city of Fayetteville. We sit right here in the Ozarks with hundreds of miles of purpose-built trails, what we call the Oz Trails Network. Really gives riders incredible terrain to train and ride throughout the year. Find your next mountain bike destination at arkansas.com. Again, look there at our leader. Scout making her way up the first of a series of 3 climbs on the course.
Triptovich is with Dennis now as they're making their chase. Not sure where Alina Furness went to because Furness was in there, and so she's been just distanced off a little bit. She's going to be coming through our line right now. 1 to go, 1 to go. That's Furness right now with 1 lap to go, just off the back of our Dennis and Triptovich. So Triptovich right now in 5th. That's a battle for that podium between Triptovich and Dennis. Furness right now currently coming through in 7th place. Going back up to our leader, Scout Wellmeyer, doing a fantastic ride. Sat on, had her teammate do much of the work for the first couple laps, and then launched a huge attack, and now being able to ride at a consistent and steady tempo that she's comfortable with. Again, the 18-year-old last year finishing up in with our U.S. Pro Cup Cross Country Open Series when it was in Temecula, finished up with a 4th place and an 8th place there in California.
Carrying good speed on this descent. Next climb up going to be that Experience Fayetteville power climb. Scout been the strongest on the day on the climbs. Look back at 2nd place there. Lily Agnew makes her way through the woods. Again, about 40 seconds separating 1st to 2nd last time through with the 1 to go. Shot through the woods there of Scout. And I think that's a shot of Nora Cruz there. It is, bib number 44, making her way through the woods here at Centennial Park. And you can see here that
Is that called the power line climb?
the power climb, yeah, you can see there. It was featured in yesterday's short track. That was on the right-hand side. The left-hand side, though, that is that technical power climb featured for
power climb with the power lines.
You see what we did there. And that's Scout there in that pink and navy kit of Bear National Team. She muscles up this climb for a final time, Frankie. Again, Scout winning Wednesday's UCI C1 Junior competition. Won the short track yesterday. Looking for a hat trick here today in Fayetteville.
Riders 1 to go, 1 to go. All riders 1 lap to go, 1 to go.
Setting in good shape to take the win in today's XCO Junior Series competition. Again, this weekend, round 1 of the US XC Open.
So, real quick, what's amazing is that riders that are coming through right now, almost 5 minutes back, are still in top 25. You guys are still going for points. That's 22, 23. So these riders right now coming through our start-finish line still eligible for points as we go 25 places deep. Scout Wellmeyer on the front right now, setting tempo for herself. Not sure what's going on with 2nd and 3rd because it was only about...
There was 40 seconds back from 1st to 2nd, and then about a 10 or...
That's what I was wondering about Lily Agnew to the other rider, which was Ada Linton. That was only about a 10-second gap between the two of them. So
our leader getting hung up there.
That's the beauty of having a gap and being able to just kind of not have to panic and worry about it, staying within herself. She's got a ton of experience, Scout Wellmeyer.
And Frankie, as you mentioned about points, more points and prize money on the line this weekend than most other competitions in North America this year. Again, today for our elites, the only HC or above category competition in the United States this year. So you can see the gravity of this event for our U23 elite and junior athletes. You almost have to be here. early season. If you want to start the season off right, is a good look there of Ada Linton. She's now on the climb.
Tackling the descents into some of those rock gardens very well. Scout Wellmeyer again on the move, riding at a great pace. Last lap, she went a minute quicker than what she did the lap before. That's how she was able to establish that gap and be able to get herself off the front. So a couple riders behind struggling to be able to keep up. Second and third, still all riders one to go, ringing that bell. All riders 1 lap to go. Arvest Mountain now for Scout.
I think it's Ada Linton. I think that's a look there, Frankie, at our third place rider.
You're right. Stand corrected. Thank you.
And a quick shout out to our official medical provider, UAMS. Huge thank you to the medical team taking care of racers if needed this weekend from the University of Arkansas for medical sciences. We have a full med team on site if needed. Again, we spoke a lot to the technicality of the course. I want to thank our medical team for being there when needed for our athletes. And back to the action here. Was this did this just happen? Is this second and third now? Were they able to come back together?
I think Ada might have been able to pass Lily Agnew. Gonna have to try to keep or that could be with Eleanor Cruz there, Nora Cruz, who's been out there fighting it out as well, along with Lacey Dennis and Sophia Triptovich. So gonna have to wait to get a little bit better view to be able to figure out exactly which riders there are, because there's about 18 groups out here.
Yeah, that's right. But speaking of a group all her own, current leader Scout Willmeyer with Bear National Team now coming up and over the flyover for the final time. She'll go past his feet. Last time she took a bottle and she took one and splashed it on her neck. So pace they're keeping, even though temp's nice and cool. When you're putting in this big of a dig, this big of an effort, she just takes a quick sip and says that's enough. She's going to bring this one home as she approaches that World Cup 5. See if we can't get a good shot of her coming off that drop. As she's taking that A-line each and every time.
Riders were ringing the bell. It's 1 to go, 1 to go. Moments away from that right-hand turn as she makes her way through World Cup 5. Oh, my goodness. That was dangling.
Yeah, a little off balance as she came in there. You saw she was weighted a little too far forward on that bike, able to keep it upright, though.
And again, a lot of that is, the fatigue that's starting to set in. And the thing is, too, that World Cup 5, it's not smooth coming in there to be able to keep your momentum. It's very rocky coming into that World Cup 5. Nope. So you got to be able to pick the right line to be able to get over that. So
saw second place there. Lily Agnew taking that beeline and carrying good speed when she did. So, Frankie, like you said, really not a big penalty to take that beeline on World Cup 5, but you can't win the race in that A-line, but you can lose it, and we almost saw that for Scout. Great recovery there by her as she was able to.
Well, she can laugh about it now, but glad that she was able to pull that off, let's say. Lily Agnew taking that beeline, keeping the momentum going. It's going to be a great result for Lily Agnew to be able to finish up second. Lily Agnew again finishing up second, also in the short track and in our cross country. So very successful campaign for UCI points.
As we get a look now at our leader, Scout Wellmeyer, bringing it in for a final time. See the wind blowing south to north across the venue. 80% rule is in effect. You saw those riders pull off. Don't worry, their positions still be counted. And now Scout's got nothing but clean air, Frankie, as she comes through the twists and turns of this double horseshoe design, what we call Fayetteville's own Stonehenge. And you can kind of see there exactly why we call it that. It's got a big final right-hand banking turn Talladega-like turn, NASCAR style out here. Allows riders to get 2, 3, 4, 5 wide on a final approach. But it's 1 of 1, ladies and gentlemen. Coming around the corner for the final time. Racing for the Bear National Team. Going to be a hat trick. She took the win on Wednesday. Took it again in the short track. And takes the win in today's UCI XCO Junior Women's Competition. Put your hands together. Scout Wellmeyer. Great ride by Scout. And we'll get a look now of who's going to be coming in and round out our top 5.
That was an under 13-minute lap as well for 12:55 as Scout collapsing on the ground. Happy to have this over with. Perhaps thinking of coming off a World Cup 5 and barely being able to stay up that jump. Very precipitously dangerous for her, but she kept that balance. And so now we're waiting for second and third. But again, an under 13-minute lap. That is flying around on this race course. Waiting for our riders now to be able to come in second and third. Could Ada Linton, has she been able to catch up to Lily Agnew, or has Lily Agnew been able to have the legs to be able to maintain her second position? Again, Agnew finishing up on second in the first cross-country day. Agnew finishing up second on the short track as well. What will be her position here on our HC day?
There we get a look at, that's a Bear kit, Frankie, so that is going to be Ada Linton now. So she was able to make that pass.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, we didn't see Lily Agnew in front of it, so Ada Linton, after leading for the first 3 laps, setting up their teammates, Scouts, for the attack, has recovered enough to be able to pass up Lily Agnew, and now we have Ada Linton making her way in.
Going to be happy with this finish. Ada Linton finishing third in Wednesday's C1 competitions. Going to find herself moving up a podium spot. Going to cross the line here in second.
Well, it's going to be a Bear National sweep with first and second here at our HC. Congratulations, Ada Linton, finishing up in second.
Few mechanicals out there during the competition. As we know, some athletes' days have ended due to mechanicals.
Next in the chute is Ellie Moore moving up. Ellie Moore with Collingwood Collective Racing. So Ellie Moore has moved up.
She was part of that chase group early on, was set in fourth. Going to come across the line in third now, Frankie, and still no sign of Lily Agnew.
Agnew must have had a problem out on course, and not sure what it is because she has not come across the line yet. Ellie Moore was in that second group chasing. Got to be looking for Sofia Tripcevic relatively soon as well.
Interesting. We'll see if we can't go take a peek at World Cup 5. See if we see any of the chase group making their way through there.
Lacey Dennis now getting ready to be able to come in from Charge Racing. She's going to be on that green bike.
Going to find herself in fourth place. One more rider is going to round out our top 5. Again, podium order is going to be 5 deep. Speaking of podiums, we'll be doing those podiums Again, reports of maybe a flat for Lily Agnew.
So Agnew with a horrible luck to be able to, she was going to finish up in second and had that flat tire, took her out of it. Tripcevic with a fantastic ride. Congratulations. That's going to be 5th place, putting you on the podium. So lots more riders making their way around, finishing up their HC race. We had 67 starters with our junior women. Scout Wellmeyer picking up the win with the Bear National Team as they take first and second, and more riders now making their way in. Current time is 9:30. Next up for our junior men, that'll be coming up at 10:15. You'll be your first call to staging at 10 a.m. So plenty of time to get yourself something to eat and drink as you prepare for that 10 a.m. call to staging. As we welcome back Lily Agnew, fixing her flat, hanging on to be able to get some points. A great ride, but I'm sure a frustrating ride for Agnew. She's going to finish up 6th. And then Furness, congratulations for your 7th place finish.
Again, a lot of points up for grabs, so even a 6th place finish, she's going to be happy with, probably not happy with that result, but happy to still roll away with some very meaningful early season points in the XCO Junior Series competition. As Nora Cruz now comes in across the line, she's going to find herself in the top 10, as is Emma Daly. Nora Cruz coming across the line in 8th, Emma in 9th. One more rider away will have our top 10. Speaking of podiums, we'll be doing our first podium ceremony at 11:30. That'll be for our UCI Junior Women and UCI Junior Men. Top 5 on that podium be recognized. Again, that first podium coming up at 11:30. Look here at our 10th place. Going to be Payette Spangenberg. Going to round out our top 10 on the day for our junior women's UCI competition here. And a quick shout out to our presenting partner today for today's live stream, Arkansas. Arkansas has quickly become one of the premier mountain bike destinations in the United States. The host city of Fayetteville sits in the Ozark Mountains and is surrounded by hundreds of miles of purpose-built single track and world-class cycling infrastructure like right here at Centennial Park. The region's varied terrain and mild climate make it possible to ride and train nearly year-round. I ride my bike 12 months a year here, attracting cyclists from across the country and around the world. Learn more at arkansas.com. As Ainsley Haas makes her way in.
I'm Scout Wellmeyer, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family-owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
Podium here, Brian Head,
More athletes making their way through. That is Vesper Klausner. Laya Brock coming across. Galen Teller, Taylor Allen, and Savannah Bitts now in the finish chute. Next up is going to be Elizabeth Lindsay and Ellen Sproul. A little break in the action. A quick shout out to some of our partners supporting the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. Speaking of fuel, Honey Stinger dedicated to helping individuals achieve their active goals. Based in Steamboat Springs, Colorado, Honey Stinger has been fueling athletes since 2001 with its range of great tasting sports fuel, from waffles and chews to gels and bars. Quick shout out to our event production partner. There you see some of them on course now. The Ozark Foundation, the production partner of the U.S. Pro Cup in Fayetteville, is the Ozark Foundation with a mission to position Arkansas as a premier outdoor recreation destination. Ozark Foundation produces signature events such as the U.S. Pro Cup, the upcoming Oz Stage Race, and the Arkansas Graveler. And thank you to Orange Seal. Just went over there and saw John myself. Got me a nice cup coffee. Orange Seal stops flats dead in their tracks with Orange Seal, trusted by more pro riders than any other sealant. Orange Seal is the official sealant of the 2026 US XC Open Series, presented by Violet Farms. If you're here in the venue this morning, maybe for a couple more minutes, you can swing over there and see John, and he will send you away with a really good cup of coffee.
I'm Scout Wellmeyer, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Scout Wellmeyer, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
Reminder to those here in the venue, we got race action coming right back up. Next up is going to be our UCI Junior Men. We'll do that call to staging here in about 15 minutes. That race action is scheduled to start at 10:15. Get a look there at the wind blowing through the venue. Look at some race temps here for you. Play weatherman, 72 degrees. It's a beautiful morning here. Second day of spring in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Winds gusting 16 miles an hour out of the southwest. You can see some of those gusts make their way through the venue. Feels good up here at the venue. Humidity really not an issue, 58%. Good visibility. Low UV risk right now. As the sun comes out later today, it warms up. We are expecting to be a high of in the 90s. Going to feel like summer later today. Reminder to maybe grab some sunscreen if you're out walking around.
Hey, for our juniors, just to be aware, we're going to be starting call-ups at about 10:04. And so our top riders, you definitely need to be in the staging area by 10 o'clock. Once again, juniors, first call to staging, it will be at 10 o'clock. And that first top 30 riders, if you were top 30 in call-ups, you need to be in the staging area by 10 o'clock because call-ups, because we have so many riders, 156 riders, need to be in that staging area. Once again, that's going to be coming up. First call up starting at 10:03. Again, first call up starting at 10:03.
I'm Scout Wellmeyer, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Scout Wellmeyer, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
Wilmeyer, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Scout Wilmeyer, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Scout Wilmeyer, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
Oh yeah, I'm here, Friday,
Scout Wellmeyer, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the US Pro Cup.
Once again, juniors head over to staging. Again, all juniors head to staging. Call-up starting at 10:03. Again, call-up starting at 10:03. That means we're coming up at about 5 minutes out. We are 5 minutes from starting our call-ups. Need our top 30 riders in that staging area to be able to get ready for our UCI, the C1 cross country for our junior men. Going to be our junior men 17-18 coming up. Scheduled start time 10:15.
This is Insider MTB production. Watch us on YouTube and follow us on Instagram.
Riders, we're coming up on 30 seconds out to start our call-ups. Again, 30 seconds out to start our call-ups. Welcome everyone back for our Junior Men Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. I'd like to be able to thank many of our sponsors. Walmart, our title sponsor, Honey Stinger. Experience Fayetteville, Ozark Foundation, Arkansas Tourism, Dell Computers, Arvest Bank, Violic Farms, Orange Steel, Athlos Sports, UAMS doing a fantastic job as our medical provider, and Lewis Automotive Group. With that, it is now time for our call-ups. 156 riders total. Bringing out first, Ethan Wood. Charge Cross Country Racing. Rowan Nestal with Bear National Team. What about another Bear rider? Kian Reed. Collingwood Collective Racing. Evan Moore. Rouleur Devo. Miles Perry. Carter Lemke. Michael Zyamek. Luis Carl Menard. Tristan Genier, Charles Thomas, Ashen Bogner, Stimulus Trek, Sagan Gortz, Tanner Beach, Vince Edwards, Grayson Franks, Thomas Agnew, Easton Day, Caden Yacht, Isaac Cole, Lucas Kirsch, Jude Marsden, Inyak McNeese, Bear National, Noah Slonick, B-17, Simon Hewitt, Eden Teague, Tommy Rowley, Dylan Reed, William McFarland, Emery Huzar, Achilles Montel Rivera, Maxime Merlin, Cyrus McLaughlin, Eric Owen, Noah Biggerstaff, Benjamin Randolph, Ivan Drevlo, Finn Cromwell, William Hewell, Dylan Hall, Quinn Dressen, Park Bishop, Freefly, Matthew Dickens, Soho, Isaiah Ward, Dylan Knopfstigger, Jack Billowitz, Maxim Carrier, Eric Warren, Odin Olson, Henry Stevens, Joaquin Salas, Flint Drummond, Leonardo Gutierrez, Gabrielle Perot, Leaf Hastings, Oliver Waldron, James Malame, Ben Garmay, Jackson Cope, Ethan Leonard, Quinn Ebner, Lucas Miller, Edward Full, Liam Kurlak, Johnny Peterson, Raphael Lavoie, Ben Tesh, Clayton Morrill, Ryland Zacharek, Cooper Puffett, Nick Welsh, David Koibian, Jackson Polea, Teague Halverson,
Hunter Doss, Jack Stockton, Evan Singer, Benjamin Sartain, Owen Hawks, Asher Kreider, Gert Fisher, Parker Caldwell, Rockwell Alexander, Porticoche, Jasper Armstrong, Clark Johnson, Jack Helvey, Will Ferguson, Jesse Bowen, Hayden Blake, Sam Anderson, Jack Kinnemond, Aiden Turtenbull, Ben Waters, Maverick Tiller, Tanner Dorschmeyer, Trenton Nilsson, Smith Hastings, Henry Long, Brendan Beer, Tucker Plate, Austin Cool, Dean Ammons, Matthew Dickens, Braden McNichols, Miles Pronte, Nolan Haar, Krypton O'Neill, Patrick Sinker, Pearson Vox, Ethan Bergman, Cooper Johnson, Tyler Pierce, Matthew Besmessian, Isaiah Colbreth, Cardin Bozeman, William Fay, Jack Brown, Landon Fells, Andrew Sheridan, Jack Milton, Owen Flugen, Owen Frazier, Kai Walker, Holden Allen, William Wallace, Oscar Zorn, Max Fronhofer, Alastair Marlowe, Andrew Crease, Tommy Kaufman, Rocco Lawrence, Easton Talbot, Chance Miller, Carson Westerbeck, Milo Hummin, Milo Peterson, Kohler Reich, Aiden Casey, Farrell Gallagher, Ethan Brown, Devin Mumford, Camden Zhang, Nate Courier, Cole Cashin, Brecken Reimer, Camden Stone, Brandon Parrish, Xander Lewis, Nathaniel Halverson, Nicholas Schmidt, Asa Pulley, Charlie Hinkson, Luke Beckman, David Keegi, Aiden Liston, and for Wild Rockies Racing, rounding out our field of 156 riders, Emmett Smith. Once again, huge field of our junior men XCO competition. Over 150 riders taken to this 2.9 mile purpose-built race course. Riders were just a few minutes away from hearing our instructions from our race officials, as we're about 5 minutes out.
Hey, I need everyone's attention for parking. If you parked on the downhill leading up to Centennial Park, you need to move your vehicle because the ambulance cannot get through. Some of you drove over the no parking signs. Once again, if you are parked on that downhill leading up to Centennial Park, you do need to go move your vehicle or it will be towed. There is a list of vehicles with license plates numbers in the registration tent. Once again, you can go and check if your vehicle is susceptible to being towed. We have a list. It's about 10 long that is in the registration tent. So if you parked on that downhill, please go move your vehicle. You can go into that registration tent and check to see if your vehicle is on that list. Junior men, 156 riders on the line as we continue to be able to count down as we're about 4 minutes out. 4 minutes out, riders.
I want to thank everybody for tuning in live on InsiderMTB.com for the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. If you're just now tuning in, you're tuning in for what will be an exciting race for our junior men's XCO competition here. Kickoff of the 2026 US XC Open Series here in the United States. Reminder to those tuning in, you can go back and watch any of the race action this week on InsiderMTB.com on their YouTube channel. All races archived there to go back for your viewing pleasure. Shout out to Slay. Going to be Slay Devo are bringing us our results ticker today. You'll see that ticker on your screen as the competition unfolds. Slay is the first complete athlete development pathway built to take riders from NICA to elite. Learn more at slaydevo.org.
10 seconds.
Do you know how many laps this is?
All right, there we go. Big field taken to the start here at Centennial Park. Over 150 UCI junior 17, 18-year-olds at the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. Looking for a clean start here. Frankie, that is a huge field of athletes.
Massive field and almost like a mini national championships, except with a national championships, it's only U.S. riders. This is a higher caliber than what you're going to find at a national champion, at least for the American or Canadian national championships, because it's a very international field. Riders coming from all around to be able to compete here. HC points up for grabs, 25 places deep. It's our junior men. Got to be able to look out. And two national champions you want to keep an eye on. Ethan Wood, Canadian national champion, wearing that jersey. And then Rowan Nestal, the American national champion as well. Ethan Wood took out the victory on our first cross-country day. The 18-year-old coming off a 7th place at Junior World Championships, as we got a lot of racing still to go. 1 starter lap followed by 5 big laps.
That's right. Evan Moore was second in Wednesday's competition. Rowan Nestal, current U.S. national champion, in third. Miles Perry crossed the line in fourth. And Michael Zymek with Bear National Team in fifth. Once again, it's a 5+1 format here. They are on.
Evan Singer getting a flat tire very early on, so that's a little bit of bad luck for him. As riders all strung out right now. 2 wide, 3 wide, 4 wide. It doesn't really matter. They all want to be able to stay connected, trying to be able to move up as well.
Look at the dust. This group is kicking up as dry conditions for sure out here this week as the winds push through all week long. Currently setting at 76 degrees for the second day of spring. High later today going to hit 90. Winds currently 16 miles an hour out of the south-southwest as their athletes are off on the north side of the mountain right here. Really out of the wind. When they come up and over the mountain, it'll be a bit of a headwind. I don't really see the wind playing too much of a factor in today's competition other than keeping things nice and cool this morning. As off the front, that is Michael Zymek with Bear National taking him up the climb. Again, it's a 5+1 format. First lap is what was featured, we call a start loop, and featured in the short track competition yesterday. Let them get sorted out before they dive onto the proper course here. 2.9 miles each and every time around once they take to the Olympic-style cross-country mountain bike course here at Centennial Park.
Zymek riding on the front, won the U.S. Pro Cup in California last year. 18 years old. As Zymek with that Bear National Team kind of controlling the pace. A little bit of a hiccup with about 15 riders back. You see them all trying to be able to swarm around as riders bunching up, getting ready to complete the starter lap. When they come through, it's going to be seeing 5 laps to go. Now, I guarantee it's going to be a long, long line of riders coming through as we're welcoming 156 riders to our cross-country event here, the HC event for our junior men.
And speaking of California, today's junior men competition being presented by Vail Lake Resort in Temecula, California, home to round 2 of the US XC Open. US XC Open has become the premier national cross-country series to chase in 2026. This 5-round national series starts this weekend here in Arkansas and moves throughout the country. We'll head to California next in April, then Virginia, Washington, and Utah. It is the premier national cross-country series. Over $80,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs, as well as 10 category titles on the season. As the group now leads through, I saw the Stars and Stripes of Rowan Nestal, current U.S. national champion, up there towards the front. Huge field makes their way through the start-finish line, but starting to see a little separation here. But Frankie, you want to make this first selection. I mean, it's so critical in a race like this, that with this many athletes, that whole shot's so critical. But then if you're able to move up, you want to do it early, as now they take to the single track for the first of 5 times. Look at Rowan Nestal and several
I didn't even notice
of those pink and navy kits of the Bear National Team up there in the top 10.
I figured we probably had some with that many riders.
And we'll tape this. You're just now tuning in. If this is your first time tuning in today on InsiderMTB.com. You can see the field there. Just
look at the backlog
backed
there.
up there. They're making their way around.
There's only so much space, and that's why that fighting for position is so important. And as many of these riders getting kind of caught up into a traffic jam as it.
Riders kind of going down there as they're shoulder to shoulder as they enter the single track. Just jockeying for position. And he's getting pinched up early here, but not towards the front of the race. It's starting to string out with there's probably a good dozen riders here making that initial selection. More riders drop into the single track.
There's a shot of our leaders right there. Again, about 12 riders all latching onto each other, following. That's going to give an opportunity also a little bit later on. Once the lap or the course spreads out a little bit, riders are going to have a chance to be able to start kind of putting in their power and starting to be able to move up. That first starter lap is a little bit more compact, so it's harder to be able to find your way to be able to get into that front group. Obviously, a big advantage if you're starting on the front two rows. Those mainly are going to be the riders that you see right now that have managed to be able to make that split. If they don't keep the pace going, a lot of riders are going to come up from behind, but a lot of racing still to go. It's a long cross-country race, as this is lap number 1 for many of our riders that are out there.
Yeah, the riders made their way up the first of what is 3 climbs each and every time around. Again, 2.9 miles, right at about 340 feet of elevation gain each and every time around. As they're up back on towards the top, and they're going to drop down. When they come back up, we're going to talk you through the course features, several purpose-built features out here at Centennial Park, and we'll talk you through the first lap as our athletes make their way around the course and call some of those features out. Right now they're dropping back to the bottom on the north side of the mountain in the woods here. Mountain here called Millsap Mountain. It's got a plateau. It's a flat top mountain here on the southwest side of beautiful Fayetteville, Arkansas, but canopy covered north and south slope. Just getting into spring though. A month from now you won't even be able to see through these trees, but great coverage being provided by InsiderMTB.com early season before that leaf out starts. You're starting to see some of the technicality of the course there as riders start this second climb on lap proper number 1. Look back here at some of the field as they make their way through the venue. A couple feed opportunities for riders out on course. There's 2 feed zones, one early on, one late in the lap. And then the start-finish line, actually a popular place, is you got about 300 meters tarmac. The riders are going to hit each and every time, and it seems to be a good, safe place to grab a bottle or grab a gel. As the riders have entered, this is the Experience Fayetteville Power Climb. You'll see why we call it that. It's a power line corridor that runs north-south on the mountain. You can see the technicality of this climb. Really got to keep your cadence up high. Try to carry speed through this technical rock ascent.
There's the 2 national champion jerseys you see there, the American and the Canadian, sitting in second and third. It's Evan Moore that's leading them through. Remember, Evan Moore second in that cross country earlier. Evan, a Canadian rider, finishing up. He had a third place at his national championship, 17 years old. And looking at last year with our HC race, Rowan Nestal ended up picking the win. It was Kevin Reed finishing up in second place. And going back to 2024, one of our junior riders, Nick Konechny, who's now have aged out, has moved up. And Luke Mosteller was in second, and then River Valdez in third.
These riders cleaning that Experience Fayetteville Power Climb. And Frankie, we've seen that be a place where this race can really be broken apart. gone back to that traditional uphill rock garden climb. We went down it last year in 2025. That climb similar to Nova Mesto World Cup. Definitely causing some pain for some of our athletes throughout the day. As our leaders now making their way up and over what is called Arvest Mountains, drawing inspiration from Le Beatrice Rock Garden in Mont Saint Anne in Canada, one of the most formidable rock drops in the World Cup circuit. Brought our own twist to that monster rock garden there. As you see riders get a choice there, to a couple different line choices there. No, we got a rider down on that rock garden as I speak, coming off his bike there. To see him be able to get up, but he did take a hard hit there.
Be nice if someone could move that bike out. I think there we go. We got a volunteer there. Thank you very much for doing that, making a clear shot for everybody else to be able to come through. I think at the top they started making everybody go to the outside. They realized what was happening down there. So hopefully that rider is going to be okay. As Evan Moore in that light green jersey, Collingwood Collective, continues to be able to push the pace. And that kind of cow print, kind of a purplish jersey, is Roulaire Devo. He was sitting in second. Miles Perry pushing the pace as well.
All riders here getting tangled up. Again, you can really see the technicality of the course. Hate to see that. Not much of a tire left on that bike. And that is a long walk to the second feed zone. So he can do a wheel swap and get back into the race. But hopefully a long walk to get there, Frankie. And again, that's called the wine barrel section, an old favorite from Stellenbosch in South Africa. Brought this back in 2026, just after riders blast that Dell Speed and Style section coming off of Arvest Mountain. There's a series of big rock slabs and berms leading into that fast, chunky descent. And riders got to stay on their toes because it truly puts their equipment to the test. And we saw that right there. We've seen a lot of flats throughout the week in that section. As our leaders now making their way back up the mountain for a third time. Down, up, down, up, down, and up again. They're going to go up and over the top of the mountain off the south side where they're going to see World Cup 5. We've been talking about this, and this next section, of course, the A-line was not open on Wednesday for the junior competition, but after discussion with the teams, they wanted it open. And so increasing the technicality of today's competition by opening up that A-line option for our junior men in this UCI XCO competition.
9 riders in that front group making their way around, coming through into Stonehenge and going to go through that feed zone.
Again, this is one of 2 places riders able to grab a bottle mechanical support from their team as they lead into what is called World Cup 5. World Cup course out here has 5 sections to it. Race directors like Ty Cady with the U.S. Pro Cup able to activate different sections year over year, and you really diversify the course, keep it fresh. And here we go, leading into that drop is our leaders now. It's a technical step down into the drop. It's a 6-foot drop. As you can see, that's where the fans are hanging out today. Here's that little technical step down. Little style points up for grabs as well. And then there's a beeline to your right. You'll see riders mid-pack and back opt for that beeline. Is really not that much penalty for taking the beeline, as you can carry speed. There is a pretty technical rock garden, but you can carry speed through it. And there's a nice catch berm at the bottom that allows you to carry that speed back onto course. As we look now at our leaders coming out of World Cup 5, we're going to go by our team tech area. Good look at all the development teams from across the country. It's a who's who of development teams in youth mountain biking with us this weekend. We're going to cross the road here and head back towards Stonehenge. A race card going to show 4 to go this time through for our leaders. Up and over that. It's a pedestrian tunnel underneath there. The venue really built with spectators in mind, allows spectators to move around the course with ease. Big race like this, you can move around and take in different points of the action before finding yourself back to the finish line in time for what can be some pretty exhilarating sprint finishes as they make their way through Stonehenge.
Riders on the front realizing they have a gap, so they're slowing down a little bit. Miles Perry was the one leading him through, the 17-year-old. He had 2 top 10s at Puerto Rico earlier this year. Last year, he picked up a win at Inglewood, and so Miles Perry right now sliding into second position behind that American champion, Rowan Nestal. Nestal picking up second place at the short track yesterday, getting ready to be able to come around.
Looks like about 10 riders making that initial selection, 11, 12, maybe 13 riders, a couple trying to get back on terms here as it is Rowan Nestal setting the pace as they make their way through here with 4 to go.
We got Nestal, Perry, Moore, Ethan Wood, Kean Reed, Thomas Agnew, Charles Thomas, Noah Schnolnick made it into there, Michael Zymek, Isaac Cole. That's going to be your leaders making their way through. Some of these riders moving up pretty good amount of spots. Vince Edwards moving up almost 11 spots last lap, so that's a great ride by him.
And again, we talked about this in XCO, part of the XCO Junior Series, and scripted with the UCI. Points awarded 25 deep, so lots of early season points up for grabs. Chance to start your season with a pocket full of points early here from Fayetteville. And you've seen the Walmart Pro Cup be a springboard for success to athletes throughout the years. Last year, Christopher Blevins, who we'll see later today in action, started his season here, went on to win the 2025 overall for the UCI Men's Short Track and XCO Series Championship, a feat not accomplished in over 30 years. Chris really spoke highly of this venue and the quality competition that's allowed him to get off to such a hot start the last couple seasons.
Riders coming through, 4 laps to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. Leaders right now starting to separate themselves on that uphill. Some of the stronger riders remember it was a group of 9, now it's looking at a group of 2, 2, 2, and a couple singles as riders starting to be able to realize they need to be able to make a move. Can't let some of the gaps start to open up because you're never going to be able to get back up there. Through our start-finish line, riders seeing 4 laps to go.
Reminder for those tuning in on Insider MTB, today's results ticker being presented by Slay Devo. Slay is the first complete athlete development pathway built to take riders from NICA to elite. Learn more at slaydevo.org. Good look at the ticker there on your screen.
And big thank you to Arkansas Tourism, partner for our live web stream today. Brought to you by Insider MTB. You're having our great coverage of this HC race as our juniors with 156 riders are spread out all over the course. The American national champion was the one that decided to be able to put in the first dig. He accelerated, trying to be able to break the race apart. That was Rowan Nestal.
As they make their way past that first feed zone, you see some riders opting for a bottle there. And a reminder, if you don't already, Insider MTB on your social channels. If you're tuned in live to the live stream but don't follow Insider MTB, give them a follow. We have lots of additional bonus content and footage on their social channels.
Steady stream of riders coming through our start-finish line. 4 to go, 4 to go, riders. 4 laps to go. Leaders now continue to be able to push the pace. This is a hot lap, absolutely for sure, compared to the last lap as they're trying to be able to separate themselves. They want to get into a little bit of a smaller group. They are not comfortable with having such a large group with 9 guys. And then they'll be able to, once they establish that gap, be able to back it down a little bit and ride some tempo. But the hard part is getting that gap because now 4 riders seem to all still be connected. Tried to see if that Canadian national champion of Ethan Wood is in this group right now. It might be him in second. Hard to be able to see from this overhead view. But again, 4 riders starting to be able to get themselves a little bit more comfortable in the lead.
Yeah, approaching the second of 3 climbs on this lap as they're about to hit that Experience Fayetteville power climb. Right now, you can see the technicality and the pitch of the mountain pick up at the same time, Frankie. Like a 1-2 punch there as Elevation and technicality picks up at the same time. And there is your current national champions, both Canadian and U.S. national champions, setting 1-2, Frankie. International competition here today at Centennial Park.
That's going to be Nestal and Ethan Wood.
Ethan Wood taking the win in Wednesday's competition.
Miles Perry right there as well, sitting in third with Roulaire Devo Giant. And then it's the fourth rider got to keep an eye on. There he is. Oh, that's going to be the green jersey of Collingwood Collected. That's going to be Evan Moore that is there. And then sitting on the back of that group, 163, Kean Reed. No surprise that Kean Reed has been able to get into there as well. So Kean Reed with Bear National. Reed won the short track yesterday, so he's got some good form. Rowan Nestal was second.
Evan Moore finishing second to Ethan Wood on Wednesday. He's no stranger to this venue and showing he's got some early season fitness as well, as it is your two national champions, U.S. and Canada, battling it out in front as they approach Arvest Mountain here.
Both of these riders 18 years old last year in this junior category as they make their way through. And then sitting in that second position again, Miles Perry doing a great job. Miles Perry, 17 years old.
Catching some air in that Dell Computer Speed and Style section. Seeing Ray carry speed down this side of the mountain. See the technicality of the descents there, though. We've seen that already cause some mechanicals early in this race. As our race leaders, though, getting through there clean. It's down off the mountain one more time before they climb back up and go back across. Towards that World Cup 5 section as we look back here at some of our other racers out here on that power climb. There in your screen, rider 250. Good look there at Benjamin Randolph with Free Fly Elite Development. So he makes his way up the mountain.
Turning the pedals pretty over. Turning the pedals over pretty well right there, keeping that high RPMs. That's the way you got to be able to do it to tackle that rock garden.
Yeah, see a shot there of some of our course officials out on course. We got folks stationed all over the course. Great shot. Eye in the sky from InsiderMTB.com just shows you the sprawling investment that's been made here at Centennial Park as we get a look there at our leaders. Looks like it is 3, but I saw 4th and 5th still there. So definitely picked up the pace here, but little gap back from 2nd to 3rd, 4th and 5th, and then a small gap back to 6th and 7th, but a lot of racing left to go. Again, 5+1 format. Our UCI junior men doing 5 full laps plus that starter lap. Now they're side by side, Canada versus U.S. as they make their way through a cobble section up and over this pretty steep flyover. You'll see them get up and out of the saddle. Yep. And then we got another mechanical again.
That tire coming right off the rim right there as we go back to our two national champions in the front.
That section called the wine barrel. Again, pretty technical descent. Continues to give. You don't pick a clean line in that section, well, you can just twist that back tire off, and we've seen that a couple times now, as it is Canadian leading them in. So they're going to head towards that drop here on World Cup 5. We see the fans hanging out over there. There's a DJ over there pumping some tunes. They get a little technical step into this, and then off that 6-foot drop. Making it look easy, though, as Ethan Wood and Rowan Nestal making their way through there. And here comes the chase group of about 4, 5, 6 riders now all together giving chase. All Riders trying to get back on terms here, Frankie. So we'll be able to shake it out, get a lap time here shortly as our leaders now coming out of the woods, going to cross the road here and approach Stonehenge.
And these two riders, I mean, I'm not sure how much they're going to want to be able to work together. 6 riders behind could have a chance if they do work together to be able to catch up to the leader. So the cat and mouse games could begin a little bit. Still a long ways to go. Riders getting ready to come through. They're going to be seeing 3 laps to go as for our leaders now coming into Stonehenge, making their way around towards Talladega Turn. Once again, Ethan Wood, Charge Cross Country Racing, and Rowan Nestal with the Bear National Team. Canadian national champion, the American national champion. Both of them 18 years old.
Still plenty of racing to go as the lap card is going to show 3 this time through for our leaders.
Rowan knows this course very well. He won here last year, 2025 champion of the 3rd day. So Rowan Nestal now putting himself in a position. There's that chase group. You can see how big that gap is. You can measure it out. That's got to be at least 30 to 35 seconds. Nice chase group of about 5 riders. Leaders, you're going to see 3 laps to go, 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 laps to go. As again, Nestal and Wood coming through, waiting to be able to see what kind of lap time they did. As our leaders are going to be coming in, and that's going to be Moore and Perry and Reed and Thomas and Agnew. Those are your chasers.
As the rest of the group starts to come through here.
Lap time, I think around 11:22 or 11:30. We're going to write that down at about 11:30 for that last lap time. And our chase groups are right behind. They're going to come in at about 10 seconds back, trying to be able to catch up to our leaders.
Currently set in top 5, though. It does look like it is Ethan Wood, Rowan Nestal, Evan Moore, Miles Perry, and Kean Reed. Top 5 here.
Another chase group coming through our start-finish line with 3 to go, 3 laps to go.
Good shot through the woods there. It does look like that is Rowan Nestal now setting the pace. A lot of racing left again. 3 to go as they make their way through start-finish area here at the venue. Can't get a look back at that chase that's happening. That group of 5 working together. If anyone's got what it takes today to bridge back up, Frankie, take a big effort. We're approaching the halfway point of this race.
It would take a big effort. And again, I think it's like a 30-second gap. Our timing was a little bit off here when they were coming through. So 2 riders continue to be able to work together very well. They just came through seeing 3 laps to go. So a lot of racing still to go, going through that feed zone. And some of our other races, every single lap, guys would take something. And here, again, they are taking something. It's just their feeders were a little bit later in that feed zone. As a reminder, feeding only allowed in the 2 feed zones out on course. They don't like to keep their bottles, though. They just take a sip and just throw the bottle down.
Riders able to self-feed along this start-finish stretch. It seems to be a popular place. Again, about 300 meters of tarmac from Stonehenge to where they dive back onto the grass. Just a nice place to set up and grab your bottle off your bike if you have one, or grab a gel out of your back pocket. I've seen a lot of athletes use that strategy. Good look at.
That's going to be Evan Moore, I believe, right there in that light green. And he's got Kean Reed with him with the Bear national team.
So that should be third and fourth there. Let's Miles Perry in between somewhere. But battles happening all over the course as that's coming back together a little bit. Looks like a group of 4 back there giving chase. And now back to our leaders here. It's Ethan Wood in that Canadian National Championship kit. Again, winning on Wednesday for our UCI C1 Junior Men's competition. Back here on Saturday, leading ahead of Rowan Nastal with their national team. So they make their way up that experienced Fayetteville power climb again. Gone back to that traditional uphill rock garden similar to Nova Mesto, what they see in the World Cup. Good cadence as they pick clean lines and make their way back up the mountain. We'll get back to the top and they'll drop back off one more time. Again, down and up 3 times each and every time around. 2.9 miles around each and every lap. Over 340 feet of elevation gained.
Rowan Nastal with a little glance over the shoulder, trying to be able to check the gap to the chasers behind him. He's going to have a teammate back there with the Bear Devo team. That's going to be Kean Reed. And Kean Reed mixed in there along with Evan Moore and Miles Perry as well. So very strong riders. All of them were up there in the short track. All of them were there on day number 1 in the cross country as well. So the elite riders continue to be able to show themselves as more riders through our start finish line as they're all seeing 3 laps to go.
And as our leaders approach Arvest Mountain, quick shout out to Arvest Bank, the most trusted bank in Northwest Arkansas and longtime partner of the U.S. Pro Cup. Arvest believes in donating time and resources to help shape, support, and strengthen the communities it serves. Arvest Bank serving the 4-state region of Arkansas, Missouri, Kansas, and Oklahoma. Riders coming off that mountain. You can see there a look at Arvest Mountain as it pans out of your screen. They're back to the speed and style section now. It's our Dell Computer speed and style section. See why we call that. Riders can carry speed as they drop off the north side of the mountain. And here's the chase now. It's come back together. You got a group of 4 here, Frankie, working together as they make their way up and over Arvest Mountain. Might be coming back together a little bit as Canadian National Champion leads them back down. Riders coming through, seeing 3 to go on the lap card, 3 to go. Next time around for our leaders, it's going to be 2 to go. And a quick thank you to today's presenting partner for the live stream on InsiderMTB.com, Arkansas Tourism. Arkansas, one of the fastest growing mountain bike destinations in the country. The host city of Fayetteville sits right here in the Ozarks, where hundreds of miles of purpose-built trails and what we call the Oz Trails Network gives riders incredible terrain to ride throughout the year. It is 12. It's year-round riding. We ride mountain bikes year-round here in Arkansas. Discover your next mountain bike destination at arkansas.com. Great battle happening here at the front. Battles happening all over the course at this point. Again, huge field here. All of them chasing what are quality competition and a lot of early season points on the line. Of points going to be awarded 25 deep in this XCO Junior Men's competition. Got a chance to talk with earlier this week. He was really excited about the level of competition, spoke highly of the Canadian contingent that had made their way down to Fayetteville. Those riders make their way through feed 2, grabbing a bottle. Going to approach that drop here, so if we can't get a good shot again of our leaders making their way over that 6-foot drop on World Cup 5. There's more of our team tech area they go by there. There's so many development teams here. You can see the team tech is laid out across the venue. They make their way over to World Cup 5, down that drop with ease, and pedal along the ridge line of the southern slope of the mountain. Before coming back towards Stonehenge, Frankie, going to see 2 to go this time through. Not seeing this chase group. Maybe we can get a look back here and see where that chase group is.
Last lap was about 35 seconds, so trying to be able to see if they've maybe been able to, get together and organize, be able to shrink that gap. But I think the 2 riders in the front are just so strong as they continue to be able to work together. Once again, Ethan Wood and Rowan Nistal working very well together, making their way around when they will see 2 laps to go. Last lap was 11 minutes and 30 seconds, and so we'll be able to figure out what's happening on this next lap. That 11-minute and 30-second lap, that is what caused the gaps. That's what broke apart. Remember, it was a group of 9, and that has shattered into a group of 2, and then a chase group of 4, and then everybody else a little bit further back.
Good look at the crowd that's out here this morning at Centennial Park. Again, that drop on 5, the place to be today. A little entertainment over there, pumping some tunes for the fans. Great shot of just really the size of the venue. It's a public park when it's not being used for high quality competition. Well, it's a public park where the community just likes to come and play. 228 acres. Decent sized public park here.
Put your hands together and cheer them on. Leaders coming through with 2 to go. 2 riders. It's 2 to go, 2 to go. Ethan Wood and Rowan Nistal. 2 laps to go. Taking advantage of being able to fuel up, relax the back a little bit, and stretch.
We'll be able to get an idea of the split here shortly. Looking over their shoulder there.
Now we got Kean Reed coming in with Miles Perry, Evan Moore, Charles Thomas getting in there. Charles Thomas wasn't there before, so Thomas having a good ride, moving up 3 positions to get himself into that group, as these guys are going to see 2 laps to go as well. Time gap's about 30 seconds to your leaders. There's 2 riders up the road. Time gap 30 seconds. So Wheat Development rider Charles Thomas getting himself into that group, along with, again, Evan Moore, Kean Reed, and Miles Perry. Kean Reed's not going to do anything because he's got a teammate up in the front. Charge Cross Country Racing, Ethan Wood, he's kind of no teammates in that second group. And as they're riding slower, that group of 4, this 5, 6, and 7 who just came by, they have a good chance of catching them, right? Because the group of 4 doesn't look like they're working very well together right now.
No, you set up at all, and they see them coming now. I saw them look over their shoulder there, and they see that chase gonna.
That'll be that'll be Agnew, Limke, and Zymek with a chance to be able to catch up to the chase group of 4. And again, the riders coming through right now. These are all top 10. All riders right now coming through with 2 to go are still in the top 10. So 11:37 was for the Miles Perry group. That was their lap time.
Great shot of the chase group there as they drop down into the woods. Again, you got 4 riders there with a couple more potentially able to bridge back up. Again, podium going to be 5 deep later this morning for our junior men and women competitions. And another mechanical Technicality of the course striking. Again, this rider looking like he's going to try to just run it out, Frankie. That is going to be one of our, that is Andrew Sheridan with DCR Dirt Camp Racing running it out. That's a long run to the feed.
Yeah, many times you can't control where you have a little bit of bad luck, and so stuck out there in the middle of the woods, got to be able to get out of there. There's another one with a little bit of difficulty.
Yeah, tires just getting, that's a front wheel, and there's not much of that wheel left. All right, we're seeing a little bit of movement towards the front here, Frankie, as some separation for the first time as Ethan Wood with Charge XC Racing now, your current Canadian national champion.
Yep, you're talking about
attack.
Sorry, you're talking about these mechanicals. Nistal maybe had a little bit of a problem right there because it's surprised Wood got such a big gap. Normally you'd see, maybe dangling and coming off gradually, so it'd be interesting to see what happened with Rowan Nistal. That's him in second position right there.
I think it was just a big dig put in by Ethan Wood out there. I think he just
maybe caught him by surprise and got that gap. And so now Ethan Wood, your Canadian national champion, going up he won the cross country on day number 1. Rowan Nistal was third on day number 1. So perhaps Ethan Wood with a little bit better form right now. He won Langford and in Puerto Rico, and that was just, within the last month. So obviously he's got some really good form. He's a former 7th place at the Junior World Championships as well. So he's one of the top riders in the entire world right now, leading here at our Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger.
Race action happening all over the venue. It's more riders making their way through, riders going off the drop, riders going down the technical descents. This huge field starting to spread out here. Lots of races within a race. Again, points awarded 25 deep, so every position going to matter in this competition. Right now it is Ethan Wood out of Canada, your current Canadian national champion, about to hit that Experience Fayetteville power climb 2 more times.
If you got good legs, this is where you can make a ton of time on some of the riders that are in the back. It takes so much power and technique to be able to get through this section.
Well, complimentary next to it, that's that power line climb we saw featured yesterday in the short track competition. And this side of the mountain, this climb specifically, whether it be XCO or short track, has proved to be a pivotal point to make a move all week long, really, Frankie. We saw a lot of the short track wins start from that climb yesterday.
And it's not short. I mean, it goes up for a pretty good ways.
Gift that just keeps on giving. And there's second place now. As you can get the idea on the screen of the separation, Frankie. That's probably a good 10 seconds back from first to second now. As Rowan Nistal seeing if he can get back on terms and reel the Canadian champion back in. Ethan Wood navigating a little bit of lap traffic there as he makes his way up and through that step into Arvest Mountain. He's going to come around this corner, though, and a little bit of traffic to navigate as he comes off the top here. He's going to head into that speed and style section. He can't make his way around those riders. And there's a look at second place now. Ethan Wood really able to open up a gap. It happened early in this lap.
Yeah, Rowan Nistal, I mean, he had a 30-second gap, but he's going to have to keep it going if that chase group of 4 behind him. See, coming down, he'll be able to look over and kind of see where those other chasers are coming after him. But he needs to hang on for at least another lap and a half to be able to hold on to that second position. So
there was Evan Moore right there on the climb, probably with him, Miles Perry.
Ooh, going through some back markers there. That can be a little bit dangerous, especially on these small trails there. So Ethan Woods not only has to be careful about picking his line, but he's also got to be able to make his way around. I'm sure, hopefully he's, yelling, on your left, being able to get around some of these guys. And last couple riders we've seen have been very generous to be able to move over and let our race leader make their way through. They do have the 80% rule. I think it's 9.5 minutes. If you're 9.5 minutes or more, then you're being pulled off from the course. So that 80% rule is in effect here. 2 feed zones, again, 2.9 miles around each lap, 350 feet of climbing. Riders coming through right now through our start-finish line are seeing 2 laps to go and waiting for our leader to come around. And when that happens, they will be getting bell lap. It'll be 1 lap to go. There's the Canadian rider, the 18-year-old, doing a fantastic ride. Ethan Wood winning day number 1 here with the cross-country in a dominating fashion and doing it again in a dominating fashion, putting himself in the lead.
All riders coming through right now, seeing 2 to go. 2 to go riders. As Ethan comes across this cobble section featured in the cyclocross competitions here at Centennial Park. Cyclocross will take national stage right back here in Fayetteville later this year, December. Going to be home to the 2026 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships, coming right back here to Centennial Park. Again, we spoke to the really intentionality of the development here. It's purpose-built cross-country mountain bike and cyclocross infrastructure. Look at the race leaders. He's going to have to navigate a little traffic here heading into that World Cup 5 section, and then starting to warm up out there. You see some of our athletes starting to unzip some jerseys there. Is looking at race temps now. It's up to 77. Wind still gusting about 9 miles per hour out of southwest. Just abundant sunshine. Going to keep heating up out here. It's going to feel like summer later today. High of 91 here in Fayetteville. If you're out here hanging out in the venue, grab some sunscreen at some point. Look back there at some of the chase happening here. That's going to be Benjamin Randolph with Free Flight Elite Development there with that group on that climb. And right there on your screen, Parker Caldwell with Roller Devo, presented by DNA Cycling. A group of about 5 riders working together, working their way around this course. Great shot of some of the rock gardens out here. But here comes our current leader, making his way into Stonehenge. As Ethan Wood with Charge XC Racing, current Canadian national champion, on the gas, on approach. Going to be bell lap for our leader. Going to get 1 to go this time through. He looks over his shoulder. We'll be looking for the national championship kit of Rowan Nastal with their national team. But Ethan Wood with 2 laps to go. Really blowing this field up, and now 1 to go as he's going to come through. He makes his way around.
How much of a gap is he going to have on Rowan Nastal? He attacked him about a half a lap ago as Ethan Wood coming through. Canadian national champion on his way right now with 1 to go. It's bell lap. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go.
He's just powering through there.
A little bit quicker lap as well. 10:54 for that lap. So that's about 30 seconds faster than what they've done on the previous lap. So Ethan Wood, yep, he put the hammer down, and that's how he's able to establish that gap as we're waiting for Rowan Nastal as he comes around Talladega turn, making his way in. We're going to measure out that time gap as he's going to see 1 lap to go as well for Rowan Nastal. 1 to go.
Rowan setting 35 seconds back. 35 seconds, the gap from first to second on the final lap. 1 to go. You know, anything can happen out here with 1 lap to go, though, Frankie. We've seen mechanicals happening all over this race course. It's pretty unforgiving terrain. See if Ethan Wood can keep it together for 1 more lap and take the win here. Once again, he took the win on Wednesday in our UCI Junior Men's competition, and now about 35 seconds up. Nice little gap. It's his race to lose at this point. Just keep this together.
It's going to be Moore and Perry. Right behind him, it's going to be Limke on the shot right there. So Limke just a little bit off.
They shot there. Miles Perry coming through the start line there. 1 to go, gentlemen. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go.
They're going to be at 45 seconds behind Rowan Nistal. And you can see in that purple and white is Miles Perry is in second position right there. Evan Moore in that Collingwood, that light green jersey, as Limke trying to latch back onto them. Limke riding for Dirt Camp Racing. So that's 3, 4, and 5. All riders 1 to go, 1 to go. Bell lap, 1 to go.
Yeah, but here comes the chase now. Again, podium going to be 5 deep. We'll see if like Charles Thomas or Thomas Agnew or Michael Zemecki or Nate Courier and Tristan Gainier are coming through. Going to round out our top 10. 1 to go. Look back at our leader now. He makes his way up first of 3 climbs on the north side of the mountain. Come through that feed zone number 1. See if he takes a bottle. Not this time, Frankie. His head down, and he is just putting in a dig here. Time for fueling and feeding is over. Last lap right here. Hoping for a little last lap magic for Rowan Nistal, though. Again, setting 35 seconds back when they cross the tape here at the start-finish. Wind starting to die down here a little bit at the venue as the temperature starts to pick up a little bit.
That was Tommy Rowley coming through along with Asher Bogner and Lucas Kirsch. 1 to go for Dylan Reed, Easton Day, and Noah Schnolnick.
Reminder, we got race action coming at you all day long right here in Fayetteville, Arkansas. 12 noon, high noon, going to be our UCI Elite Women's and U23 XCO 8C competition. 2 p.m. going to be that Elite Men's competition, and we'll tie a bow on day 3 of 4 of racing here at the venue at 4 o'clock with our UCI U23 Men's XCO competition. Good shot there, rider 263. That's Hunter Doss with Miller School. Makes his way up that experienced Fayetteville power climb. And here's the chase. I think that's current U.S. national champion there, Rowan Nistal. Oh, let's take that back. Sorry, hard to pick out. I think that's actually our race leader there. Great coverage here being brought to us by InsiderMTB.
Hey, as this race continues, going to give another shout out. If you're parked on that downhill coming up to Centennial Park, specifically a white Toyota Corolla, Arizona plates, or Arkansas plates, my bad, or a silver Honda Odyssey with Texas plates. Now, I know you got these parents spread out all over this race course, but once again, 2 more vehicles need to move, a white Toyota Corolla and a silver Honda Odyssey.
Thanks for that, Frankie. As we look back at the action for the final time now, it is your race leader, Ethan Wood, on that experienced Fayetteville power climb for a final time.
Can you imagine finishing your race and then you go back to your vehicle and it's not there?
Well, that's where you have to follow the rules sometimes, Frankie.
It would not be a good finish to a great weekend. Huge group right now coming through our start-finish line. Big group all bunched up together, making their way through our start-finish line. They're all receiving bell lap with 1 lap to go. Meantime, it's going to be the red and white jersey, very distinctive of the Canadian national champion, leading his way through. He's got a couple back markers that are staying on his wheel as well. He's got about a half a lap to go, 2.9 miles around for 1 lap. He won earlier in the cross-country, a dominating performance, and he's at it again.
Yeah, he's going to make his way up and over Arvest Mountain for a final time. Somebody tells me he'll stay to the rider's right here. Seems to be the preferred line for Ethan throughout the competition. You see the option there, though. The lap traffic opting to take that B line there.
And not much difference, right? I mean, you saw both of those guys. They came out right next to each other. So not a whole lot of difference on that one for the A and B line. And reports are that at World Cup 5, there's not much of a difference, too, with A line and B line over at World Cup 5. Most of these top riders in the front have all taken the A-line over at World Cup 5, handling that jump successfully as Ethan Wood continues to be able to make his way down.
Yeah, this is his third descent off the mountain. You can see he just came up that other side there as riders have start to approach that power climb, but Ethan on his way down for a third and final time. Really got one more big effort to put in. And if he can just make his way through that World Cup 5 clean, make it off that drop.
Good job, riders. One to go. Excellent job out there.
There's the kind of the bottom of that north side now. He starts to pitch back up here and punch back up towards the top. You can see he's up and out of the saddle. Make his way around some traffic out there on course.
You can see the difference in the fitness level. That one rider in the black jersey that was sticking on the back wheel of Ethan Wood for a little bit part of that was on the flatter sections of the course. But once it starts to pitches uphill where you really need that power and your fitness comes through, that's where Ethan's been able to get away from everyone. Again, he's got a bunch of early season races, and so winning in Langford just last month, winning in Puerto Rico as well, and then following it up already with a cross-country win on day number 1 here, and looking to be able to polish that off with a final win as he continues to be able to make his way around. All riders will finish on the same lap as that Canadian national champion just flying through this race course. It's going to be a great win by Ethan Wood.
Nice shot through the trees there. Some more of our athletes. And back to your race leaders. He's coming across the mountain for a final time here. One more up and over this flyover here. Going to drop down here, go by feed number 2. He didn't really take a feed in 1. He just said, nah, I'm going to keep my head down here and just get this one done. It looks like a similar tactic here as he just cruises through the feed zone. Let's see if we can't get a good shot over here on World Cup 5 as our leader. Likely taking that A line here. As other riders opt up. Got a couple riders now. Both these riders taking the A line here. Great shot there. So they're going to, you see it's kind of a little step down into that drop. And these athletes just making it look easy here as they make their way through.
Yeah, that shot right there really doesn't give it a perspective of how deep that drop is. It's over 6 feet tall. And when you're tackling, you got a rider taking a beeline, being able to whip his way around there as well. You can see all the padding set up for in case you wash out on a certain portion of this course with that A line. But that's part of one of the technical aspects that they brought back into this course to be able to make it harder and more challenging, trying to be able to mimic everything that these riders experience in Europe. Like if they go to a World Cup or even a World Championships, they want to be able to have that kind of experience right here in Fayetteville. And Ty Katie doing a fantastic job making this race course to be able to fit those standards.
Look here at our lead, at some of the riders making their way through here, getting the bell lap, 1 to go, and here pretty quick. I think we're going to be seeing our race leader.
I'm going to do one last call out as I got some parents coming back here to our finish line. If you have a white Toyota Corolla parked on that downhill or a silver Honda Odyssey, you need to go on over there and move it before it gets towed.
We'll see if we can't pick out our race leader here, as he should have some clean air at some point, as he should be on approach to Stonehenge here shortly. And there he is. There's Ethan Wood now on approach to Stonehenge.
Couple more turns battling the wind, the sunshine, the dirt, the rocks, the jumps, and the other competitors. 156 starters, and only one is going to cross the line as your champion. Please welcome your Canadian national champion, your winner on day number 1, and your winner here at the HC Junior race, Ethan Wood. What a great ride, a dominating performance from Ethan Wood right there. Charged cross-country racing. Now we're waiting for the American national champion with that Stars and Stripes jersey. If he's able to hold on to second, is going to be Rowan Nestal.
A reminder to friends, family, fans, frenemies, 11:30 going to be that podiums for our UCI junior women and junior men competition. 11:30 here in about 15 minutes. We're going to get our first podium underway on the day. Maybe we can get a chance have a conversation with Ethan Wood. So, Ethan, don't go far. We might ask you to come over here to the announcer booth and have a conversation with us. Once again, we're about 15 minutes away from that first podium on the day as we are waiting for Rowan Stahl. Now on approach, though. Put your hands together. Current U.S. national champion for our junior men 17-18. Getting it done. Going to be happy with that second place. Put a lot of points in his pocket. Representing Bear National. Now we got
Rowan Stahl, your winner here at this race in 2025, picking up a second place here in 2026. More riders coming in. They're going to have a little bit of a battle with the sprint right now coming in. As I think it's going to be Evan Moore and then Miles Perry right behind. That'll put a top 5 and bring you to the podium as well. Congratulations. Carter Limke right there as well with a great ride.
Carter Limke going to be happy with that top 5 finish out here. You'll see him on the podium here in about 15 minutes. And just on the outside looking in, but strong effort on the day, Kean Reed going to find himself in the top 10 in 6th, officially unofficial. And Michael Ziomek now coming across the line.
I wonder where Charles Thomas went, because Charles Thomas from Wheat Development had made it into that chase group. And there he is. There's Charles Thomas. Thomas struggling on that last lap, losing a couple positions, still keeping himself in the top 10. As we got Charles Thomas coming in. Congratulations. And right behind him, coming around Talladega turn, is going to be Thomas Agnew. Nice job, Wheat Development, Charles Thomas. As more riders are going to continue to be able to stream through. 156 riders total. And congratulations once again to Ethan Wood.
And Tanner Beege going to come across the line, going to round out our top 10. As we're going to let this race wrap up now. We got our top 10 in. You're going to see some sprints here, though. Races happening all over the course. We got a 2-up sprint right here. These two young men taking it all the way to the line. It's Vince Edwards and Joaquin Salas. And now Tommy Rowley finishing strong as well. Once again, UCI points 25 deep in our XCO junior competition here. So all these finishes matter as now Lucas Kirsch and then Asher Bogner now on approach. Going to find themselves within that top 25 and roll home with some points in their pocket. Asher coming across the line now, and then this is going to be Easton Day, followed by Dylan Reed, still finding themselves within that top 20. Again, points awarded 25 deep in this junior men's XCO competition. And a reminder, we're going to get podiums underway for our junior competitions from this morning, including our junior men's competition that's wrapping up right now, and the junior women's competition that happened earlier today, as these two athletes going to take it to the line here. And can we see Ethan Wood? Ethan, why don't you come over here and have a conversation with us? If you're still hanging out up here by the start-finish, we'd love to put you in the booth for a minute and have a conversation. Looks like Ethan's going to roll over here and have a conversation with us. We'll get our Insider MTB crew to go to the booths over here. Once again, if we can get our Insider MTB crew to go to the announcer booth. Here in just a second. A couple more athletes sprinting it out for the win there. And here we go. Thanks for everybody tuning in for InsiderMTB.com. Sitting here with Ethan Wood, just wrapped up his race representing Charge XC and your current Canadian national champion for our junior men 7 to 18. First of all, congratulations. You found the win on Wednesday. We're here back on a beautiful Saturday. You find the win again. Welcome to Fayetteville. No stranger to this venue. You've been here before, Ethan?
This is my first time in a few years. I was here as a first-year under-17. So that's the first time I was doing school stuff here last year and the year before, so couldn't make it, but glad to make it down this year.
Yeah, seemed like the year for you to come down because definitely had a great showing this week. So we know you took the win on Wednesday, and today it was a 1-2 battle between you and really Rowan Nastal battling it out. National champion versus national champion. Rowan spoke highly of you earlier in the week, said he was excited that we had such a strong Canadian contingent down here competing this weekend. What about this course really favors your race style?
I'm not sure. I think I come from from near Whistler, BC, used to the technical terrain and that kind of stuff. But to be honest, I usually like a climbier course. This one felt just kind of flat for me. But happy I could. I was a little nervous coming in with the lack of for me climbing, and so I was really happy to be able to find the climbs and put it together.
Yeah, there's kind of a series of 3 punchy climbs on this course on the north side each and every lap around. But again, someone like you, seems like you brought your climbing legs with you to Fayetteville, and you were able to, is that early on with I think it was about 2 to go, you made a move out there somewhere. We didn't catch it on camera, but you had been riding 1-2 with Rowan for about the first half of the race. When did you decide to make that move and create that separation?
Yeah, I think we were taking turns on the front for a bit, and at some point I was dropping into some single track first and put a bit of a dig up the rock climbs, I guess our second climb on course, and was able to just get that little bit of separation and keep building it throughout the last lap and a half or 2
Yeah,
laps.
and you kept the motor up. We were following you and calling you throughout the race, as it did seem those climbs seemed to be where you're able to find separation out there on course. I know World Cup 5 and that drop wasn't part of the competition on a Wednesday, but we opened it up for competition for juniors today. Did that give you any trouble? Or that pretty I know there's a little technical step into the drop, but the drop itself, you seem to be able to tackle that with ease?
Yeah, to be honest, I think the drop's a lot better. That beeline corner is just one more spot where you're biting your tongue to not get a flat tire. So it's nice to almost take out one of those potential flat tire sections.
Well, there you go. You heard it from Ethan. He likes the drop, and we do too. It was a lot of great watching you race. Fun to call. Great job this week. Obviously taking a couple first place here. You're going to go home back to Canada with a pocket full of UCI points. Hopefully this serves as a good springboard and catalyst to your season. Where are you off to next?
Probably quite a bit of time at home before hopefully heading out to Europe to race a World Cup is the plan.
Well, best of luck on the season. Thanks for being here. We're going to let you go get yourself sorted because we got Podiums coming up here in about 5 minutes, and we're going to celebrate your efforts with all the fans here in attendance at Centennial Park. Ethan, once again, congratulations on the win, and best of luck this season.
Thank you so much.
All right, you heard it there. Ethan Wood finding this course working in his favor. Those 3 climbs each and every time be a place he could make a move and create some separation. Coming from BC, used to some pretty big technical climbs out there, and so all that early season training paying off for Ethan is these short little punchy climbs here in the Ozarks proven to be a pivotal point for him to make his move and create that separation in the race. All right, we're about 4 minutes away from doing our first podiums on the day. Going to be our junior men and junior women from this morning's competition as we wrap up our junior men's competition right here. All these athletes finishing on the lead lap, finishing strong too. Again, podium's going to be 5 deep today, 5 deep for our UCI junior and XCO HC competitions. And we got race action coming right back up. So for those tuning in live on InsiderMTB.com, if you're not following us on socials, do so. We got a lot of great behind the scenes and additional content available on InsiderMTB on the socials. And of course, shout out to today's presenting live stream partner, Arkansas Tourism. Arkansas, one of the fastest growing mountain bike destinations in the country. Host of City Fayetteville, sits in the Ozarks where hundreds of miles of purpose-built trails, what we call the Oz Trails Network, gives riders incredible terrain to ride year-round. We mountain bike here 12 months a year. Discover your next mountain bike destination at arkansas.com. More riders wrapping up their race here. Again, just about 3 minutes away from going to podium, so we need a top 5. If you finish top 5 in our UCI juniors men or women competition this morning, hanging out over there by the podiums. And we'll get those podiums underway right at about 11:30. Again, 12 o'clock, we're going to go right back to racing with our UCI Elite Women and U23 XCO HC competition. More points and prize money on the line at this race than most races here in the States this year.
I'm Rowan Istel, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
They should go to it here in a second. I just asked them to. They're set up.
We're coming up as we're 1 minute from podium. 1 minute from podium. We're looking for our junior women and junior men. Once again, 1 minute to podium. It is now time for our podium with our HC race for our junior women. Like to be able to start off with an incredible ride. She races for the Gravity Academy. 5th place on the day, Sofia Tripsevich. Fifth place for the Gravity Academy, Sofia Tripsevich. 4th place, racing for Charge Racing, Lacey Dennis. Third place will be a bronze medal ride. She races for Collingwood Collective Racing, Ellie Moore. Riding for the blue and pink, a Bear National team. It's a silver medal ride, Ada Linton. And a teammate with Bear National team as well. Going away from everyone, winning solo. Please welcome your champion on the day, Scout Wellmeyer. Congratulations all around. These are your champions on our HC Cross Country Day. Day number 3 of our Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger, Wellmeyer, Linton, Moore, Dennis, and Tripsevich. Congratulations. Just finishing up only moments ago was our junior men. 156 riders on the start line. Your top 5 putting an incredible ride. Dirt Camp Racing for 5th place, Carter Lemke. Fourth place on the day, he races for Ruler Devo Giant Cycling Team. This is Miles Perry. Wearing the distinctive light green jerseys of Collingwood Collective Racing, it's a bronze medal ride, Evan Moore. The silver medal ride, racing for the Bear National team, Rowan Nistal. And your winner on the day, riding away from everyone, your HC champion, Canadian national champion as well. He races for Charge XC Racing, Ethan Wood. A dominating performance by all 5 of our athletes on the podium. Wood on the top step, followed by Nistal, Moore, Perry, and Lemke. Congratulations to our juniors. Coming up next at 12 o'clock is going to be our Elite Women and Under 23. Once again, staging will be coming up in about 5 minutes. 5 minutes for first call to staging. 5 minutes first call to staging for Elite Women and Under 23. For your 12 o'clock start.
I'm Rowan Istel, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Rowan Istel, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Rowan Istel, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Rowan Istel, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Rowan Istel, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
Podium here, Brian
I'm Rowan Istel, and you're watching me live on Insider MTB at the US Pro Cup.
Riders, we're coming up on 5 minutes to our call-ups. Once again, 5 minutes to our call-ups. Final call. All riders to our staging for our women under 23 and elite women. We're 5 minutes out to the beginning of our call-ups, getting ready for their HC race here at our Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger.
right, welcome back. 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. Here at beautiful Centennial Park. We're just a few seconds away from getting call-ups underway for our elite women's and U23 women's competition. Quick look at the weather before we do. Currently 80 degrees with slight 7-mile-per-hour wind out of the southwest. Just a beautiful day for a bike race here in Fayetteville, Arkansas. And we're going to get started with our call-ups. For our Victoria Mountain Bike Factory race team, it's Ella McPhee. Racing for Trek Unbroken XC, it's Gwendolyn Gibson. For Live Factory Racing, Madigan Monroe. Start over. All right, here we go. Start again for Weiler Victoria Mountain Bike Factory race team. It is Ella McPhee. For Trek Unbroken XC, it's Gwendolyn Gibson. Live Factory Racing's Madigan Monroe. Racing for Live Factory Racing, Marin Lowe. For Specialized Factory Racing, Haley Batten. McKenna Kellerman. Gravity Collective's Ella Myers. Bailey Siopa. For Bear National Team, Alice Hoskins. Maria Carolina Flores Garcia. For Bicycle Express Racing, Greta Kilburn. For Bear Professional Team, it is Bailey McSpadden. Fatima Anyaha Hajar Marin. Katrina Marcotte. Maria Faye Seonge. Emma Schwab. Ina Ganj. Erica Rodriguez Soraz. Ellie Clark. Yaslin Morales de la Cruz. Lily Rose Moras, Sydney Nilsson, Lauren Aguilar, Raphael Carrier, Isabella Robles, Ingrid McElroy, Maya Blanchard, Maud Ruland, Hale Britton, Bridget Smith, Landry McLean, Hannah Ray, Eleanor Winchell, Elizabeth Knight, Nico Knoll, Sam Paternoster, Aslan Hallahan,
Lily Lingard, Dirt Camp Racing, Tatum Dalton, Lacey Munns, Emma Clark, Estelle Slingsby, Emma Wilcox, Catherine Dross, Grace Wilson, Donovan Racing, Avery Roberts, Sydney Lally, Kaya Candlin, Team Booger Francis Amin, Northworks, Madeline Dornfeld, Reese Davis, Olivia Nelson, Josie Bozeman, Elsa Harrison, as riders all come up to the line. Once again, 54 riders as you are 2 minutes out. 2 minutes.
Ladies, this is your 2-minute warning. We will give you a 1 minute, 30 seconds. Anytime after 15, the start will come on the whistle. As this is the combined U23 and elite women, there will be one start. The lap counter will show the elite laps with 6. U23 women will be doing 5. 80% will be in effect. Team staff out of the grid, please. Start.
Seconds to start.
All right, back to racing here at the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger, looking for a clean start and a combined start for our elite women and U23 women athletes here in 2026. Today is HC Day. We got a UCI HC competition above category, more points and prize money on the line than most races here in North America this season. Getting a clean start here.
54 riders on the start line as they're making their way around. Again, a combination of the two categories. Brandon Pack and I'm Frankie Andreu, bringing you action with our elite women. Coming up after this will be the elite men. And we got our Haley Batten here, your Olympic silver medalist, winning the cross country on day number 1. She also won the short track the other day, so she has a chance to be able to sweep all 3 days. U23 going to keep an eye on Ellie Clark, the young 21-year-old. Races collegiate with Brevard, the Canadian rider, very talented, as she's going to be looking to be able to make a good mark here on this HC course. They're going to be doing one starter lap, and then 6 full laps. And our U23s will be doing that same starter lap, but only then completing 5 laps after that. So we're going to try to keep track of the 2 different groups that are out there. They're racing together, but scored separately, separate podiums, separate points. Once again, it's the elite women and the under 23.
That is Bailey Siopa setting the pace early in this competition. Looking back at Wednesday, it was Haley Batten winning the elite women's race. Maddie Monroe taking second. Gwen Gibson coming across the line in third after a mechanical. Marin Lowe in fourth and Ellie McPhee in fifth. For our U23 athletes, it was Ellie Clark taking the win. Raphael Carrier coming in second. In third was Ingrid McElroy. Fourth was Alice Hoskins and Landry McLean from right here in Northwest Arkansas, but racing for Bear National coming across the line in fifth for our U23 competition. Moves started to shake out in the woods there as Bailey Siopa getting passed up by another rider. If you're just now tuning in on InsiderMTB.com, thanks for tuning in for free. Today's broadcast being presented by Arkansas Tourism. I want to thank Arkansas Tourism for providing today's live stream coverage. Arkansas, one of the fastest growing mountain bike destinations in the country. The host city of Fayetteville sits in the Ozarks where hundreds of miles of purpose-built trails, what we call the Oz Trails Network. There's incredible terrain to ride throughout the year. We ride here 12 months a year. Find your next mountain bike destination at arkansas.com. Get a look there at the start loop here, featured in yesterday's short track competition. Again, it was Haley Batten winning the short track on Friday for our elite women. What do we mean by HC? Well, above classification, it means when we're talking about more points and prize money, points on the line, 25 deep, Frankie. So a lot of early season points. These women can put those in their pockets and get off to a strong start here for their 2026 season.
1.2 miles around for that starter lap. Looks like a lead group, maybe 12. Got a few danglers hanging on to the back of that group. Very important to be able to stay in contact, as once they come through our start line, they're going to be seeing either 6 laps to go or 5 laps to go. And then heading out on the bigger loop, the 2.9-mile loop. Haley Batten was your winner here on day number 3 in 2024. And obviously she won on Wednesday with our cross country, and she took the win in the short track. So obviously one of the favorites here, 27 years old, as written for our riders to make their way down the hill. Ella Myers making her way on the front right there. Look at them spread out across the road. A big attack on the outside.
Haley Batten on the attack here, kept bringing them through.
That's going to be Maddie Monroe trying to be able to go after her right away. So that light green jersey, they don't want to give her too big of a gap, but very surprised with so much racing to go that Haley Batten is attacking so aggressively to try to be able to get off the front. That's definitely going to create some alarm bells. At least the alarm bells should be going off as your Olympic silver medalist right now off the front in that red jersey riding for Specialized Factory Racing.
Yeah, for those tuning in, we've got a brand new XCO layout this year, mixing things up. Most notably, we brought back in the 6-foot drop on World Cup 5, making its appearance in the course design for the first time since 2021. We'll talk you through the course and all the unique purpose-built features here at Centennial Park on this first lap of action as Haley Batten drops off the north side of the mountain. Really 3 climbs each and every lap. They go down, up, down, up, down, up again before coming over across this plateau. We're here at Centennial Park, what's called Millsap Mountain on the southwest corner of Fayetteville, Arkansas. It's got a flat mountain top where a lot of the purpose-built cyclocross infrastructure sets here on the venue. The riders starting to string out, but you're right, Frankie. Alarm bells going off as you see that silver medalist come around the outside here through the start-finish chute, even just coming off that start loop and just breaking the field up quickly. Not comfortable setting in. Haley Batten clearly wanting to set the pace early in this competition. A couple riders able to start bridging back up as we see the first of 3 climbs here. You can see the elevation start to pick up. Allow some of these riders to latch back on.
I'm assuming Haley's strategy is try to be able to make the race as hard as possible to try to be able to tire and wear out some legs. So attacking very early on. Hey, the live images you're watching, well, your live web stream brought to you today by Arkansas Tourism. And a big thank you to InsiderMTB for providing this great live web stream for all 3 days of our Walmart Pro Cup.
Good shot there of our leaders. Now we got about 2 with about a few seconds gap between second back to third. What looks to be like a chase pack of about 5. Again, we'll sort it out. Our elite women doing 6 full laps. Our U23 athletes doing 5. Do our best to keep it sorted out for you tuning in live on InsiderMTB.com as they're going to pass their first feed. There's 2 feed zones out on course. A couple opportunities for some team support out here. Grab a bottle.
Bailey Chapa led through that first lap. Maybe it's her going a little bit backwards right there in that black jersey. You got 2 of those riders, Bailey Chapa and Kellerman, wearing those solid black jerseys. As got to watch out for Ella McAfee with Willier Victoria. She's kind of in a purple and white kit as different riders now making their way up. Going back up to the front, that's Haley Batten pushing the pace in the red jersey right behind
Gwendolyn Gibson with
trying to see if that's Gwendolyn Gibson still there or if it's swapped out.
Yeah, it's that light blue kit of Gwendolyn Gibson racing for Trek Unbroken XC. I think it is.
That's one of our live riders coming right there with that green bike. I think that
both of them. That's both teammates there.
That's Maddie Monroe coming through. So Gwendolyn Gibson sitting in second, and the 2 live riders with Maddie Monroe and Maroon Lowe. Gwendolyn riding for Trek Unbroken.
Gwendolyn's finishing 3rd during Wednesday's UCI C1 competition, but only after a last lap mechanical took her out of a second place position. Start to look at the technicality of the course here as these women start to approach what is known as the Experience Fayetteville Power Climb. Get a good shot at the technicality of this course, and we saw this course really wreak havoc on our UCI Junior Men's race just a few hours ago. Lots of broken wheels, rims. So you got to make sure you're picking clean lines. There's a good shot at that power climb. You know, really where we've seen this race broken apart. Gone back to this traditional uphill rock garden climb similar to Nova Mesto World Cup. Last year, course design, racers went down this. As it is Haley Batten with that specialized factory ride on the S-Works, making it up the climb first.
Yeah, leaning over the front of that bike, pretty much absorbing much of that shock with her legs as much as she's pedaling right there. She did a big attack to be able to get that gap. I'm not sure how hard she's going on this uphill right now. She knows Gwendolyn Gibson is right behind her, and so she might be content to be able to just have the separation of the 2 of them and be able to see what the chasers can do a little bit later on. Pay attention, though. Will the red jersey ever pull off? Is Gwendolyn Gibson going to be forced to be able to come up to the front to be able to ride as well? But right now, Batten not concerned with that, establishing about a 10-second gap to the chasers right behind as the 2 live factory racers trying to not lose too much ground as Maddie Monroe and Marin Lowe currently sitting back there in 3rd and 4th position.
From here, athletes going to make their way up what's called Arvest Mountain, drawing in inspiration from Le Beatrice Rock Garden in Mont Saint Anne in Canada. And we've seen this rock garden on the left wad a few athletes up this week. To the right, it's a little step down. For 2026, we're bringing back the wine barrel. For 2026, we're bringing back the wine barrel section just after riders blast the Dell Speed and Style sections. It's a series of big rock slab berms leading to a fast, chunky descent, and it's right here where we saw if you got off your line and weren't picking clean lines, there was a lot of mechanicals in this section earlier this morning in some of those junior UCI competitions. As Haley and Gwendolyn make their way through there.
Once these riders complete this lap, first full lap, we'll be able to give you a better idea where our top under 23 rider is as well. One of our Bear Devo riders making their way up the hill right now.
That's Emma Clark. So Batten and Gibson now dropped off the mountain for a third time. They got one more climb starting right about here. They're going to start that climb back up for a third time on the north side of the mountain. They'll come up to that flat top plateau here at Centennial Park. They'll actually go across the venue, across the road, and connect up with what's known as World Cup 5. Our World Cup course here has got 5 different sections, allows race directors like Ty Cady with the US XC Open Series to diversify the course year over year. And once again, since the first time since 2021, bringing back that World Cup 5 section with that pretty ominous 6-foot drop over there. Fan favorite, you'll see once we get over there with the coverage. There's a DJ over there. It's where the fans are definitely hanging out today. It's what is a beautiful day in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Rip across a little bit of cobbles here used in the cyclocross competition. Don't feel that much on a full suspension mountain bike. They'll go up and over a little flyover. And then you'll see these athletes go past feed number 2. One of 2 opportunities to work with their team to stay hydrated and fueled, and then head back into the woods off the south side of the mountain.
Both riders taking a feed, taking a little sip. Actually, Haley Batten just taking a sip and throwing the bottle, where Gwendolyn Gibson actually exchanging the water bottle that's on her bike. Getting ready to go into, as you were just talking about, World Cup number 5, as they're going to take that left-hand turn. They're going to have a right-hand turn. The A line is going to stay to the right. B line will go over to the left. That's the split that they have the choice right there. Both of them going off that 6-foot drop. Very technical leading in towards that drop right there as they both come off. Got to scrub a little bit of the speed to be able to make that turn at the bottom as Batten continues to be able to lead them through. Remember, Batten won on day number 1 here, the 27-year-old picking up the win. Gwendolyn Gibson had a little bit of a mechanical. She would have been second, so these two were together, and then Gwendolyn Gibson had a flat tire, which allowed Batten to be able to get away. So Gibson wants to be able to make up. It wasn't a mistake. It was just a little bit of bad luck, possibly to be able to stick with Haley Batten for much of this ride, and maybe even possibly take victory at the end of the day. We know she's got good form because she did finish up second in the short track, as Gwendolyn Gibson at 26 years old sitting in second position. It's her 4th year with Trek, so she's a long-time rider with that Trek Factory Racing.
And if you're looking for more mountain bike action, if you want to race yourself this Memorial Day weekend, May 21st through 24th, premiere the Oz Stage Race, a 4-day, multi-day mountain bike stage race right here in Northwest Arkansas. Kicks off with a prologue before being followed with 3 full days of marathon-style mountain bike race action. Is Gwendolyn Gibson now coming around the outside? Going to take a turn?
Yeah, Batten stopped pedaling completely. So Haley Batten got to that little bump and completely stopped pedaling, practically hit the brakes to force Gwendolyn Gibson to come up to the front, be able to do a little bit of a turn, to be able to check out a little bit of pacing. You learn a lot by riding behind someone. You can kind of see about their strength, their pacing, how they are in some of the turns. You know, a good idea by Haley Batten, kind of be able to assess, although both of these riders know each other very well because they race against each other all the time, but different fitness, different levels of form, all, you know, take place throughout a different year, depending on its very early season race right now. Talked about Gibson doing some early races. She started racing way back in February, taking a trip to Spain to be able to get some of the early season races, where Haley Batten starting a little bit later on. This is one of her first races, so very different beginning of the season races for both of these riders coming through. They're going to be seeing 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go. Once again, Batten and Gibson, 5 to go. Getting a lap time of about 11:38 for that. In the meantime, waiting for our chasers to come through. Oh, nice. Maybe going to have a chance to be able to get up there. That's Maddie Monroe. It's only about a 12-second gap, and only about 3 seconds back is Marin Lowe.
Yeah, Live Factory, 2 teammates there in the top 5.
I'm surprised they're splitting up, not staying together to be able to help each other, but I think maybe, now's the time. They realize the 2 strong riders are in the front, so somebody's got to try to be able to get across that gap.
Yeah, it looks like Maddie Monroe going to put in a dig here and see if she can't bridge back up to the leaders, as you wonder if Gwen Gibson now setting the pace doesn't provide an opportunity for Maddie Monroe to bridge back up and get back on and pull this race back together as they dive back into the woods. Again, leaders got 5 to go, and here comes the chase, Frankie, as they make their way through the venue.
Yeah, 4 riders in that group.
About 55 seconds between first and the group that just came through here. About 38 seconds back to those Live Factory teams. So a good group of 4 here, giving up.
That's Rafael Carrier's in that group, along with Ella McAfee and Kellerman and the Mexican rider with Flores Garcia and Ellie Clark.
Yeah, and Rafael Carrier is currently setting first now. She's finding herself in a good grouping there and setting first in our U23 competition. Again, Rafael finishing second in Wednesday in our U23 women's competition.
Remember last year as a junior, Rafael Carrier swept all 3 days, winning all 3 days. So super talented individual. Definitely can race with the top of the juniors. And as she moved up a category, she's racing with the top of the elite women.
And Ellie Clark there in second, your winner from Wednesday's U23 competition. And now we've got a pass out here in the woods, as it does look like these riders were able to bridge back up. I'm seeing 4 riders now together as that Live Factory team duo of Madeline Monroe and Marin Lowe might have been able to bridge back up to Gwen Gibson. But I think when that happened, Haley might have not been just excited about that. I think she took a turn, and I think she's back to setting the pace. We'll see here in a second. Might have spoke too soon there, just as all those riders were in the frame together. But we see the separation here between first, second, and back to those Live Factory athletes. As now it is back to Gwen Gibson. Looks like she's back to setting the pace here as they're going to come up by feed number 1.
Talked about Haley Batten winning here in 2024 on day number 3 of the HC race. Both of them taking a drink of water when they're on the top part of the race course. Gwendolyn Gibson last year was 3rd here on day number 3. So she's already in a better position than she was. Had some very talented riders last year with Jennifer Jackson picking up the win. It was Katie Courtney finishing in 2nd here. And then I mentioned Gwendolyn Gibson in 3rd. If you go back to 2024, that's when Haley Batten won, and it was Jennifer Jackson in 2nd, and then Gwendolyn Gibson in 3rd. So Gibson actually has been 3rd the last 2 years on this HC course. Right now battling it out with Haley Batten sitting in that red jersey in the front as our Live racers now trying to be able to get up there. That's that light green bike. That's going to be Maddie Monroe, former Trek racer, leaving Trek, moving on to Live.
And her teammate right there, Marin Lowe, setting 4th.
Maddie Monroe, only 23 years old, so she's about 3 years younger than the 2 leaders. Coming out of Boulder, Colorado, sitting right now currently in 3rd.
Shot there, some other of our athletes out there.
Looks like they're moving at a pretty good clip, I gotta say. I think that's that's Rafael Carrier's group with the 4 riders that are in there. So that's an elite group right there. 2 of our top U23 riders are in that group as they're battling it out and their own, you could say, race within a race. One of those black jerseys at Bailey Chopper or Kellerman. Not sure which one had made it into that group right now. As we go back to our leaders, as Gwendolyn Gibson continues to be able to keep that pace going. Man, it is so technical on that rock section. Takes a lot out of your legs. It is the second time going up on this section of the course.
Yeah, this is the Experience Fayetteville Power Climb. Shout out to our host city sponsor, Experience Fayetteville. Fayetteville, Arkansas, home of the U.S. Pro Cup, invites riders to explore over 120 miles of trail within city limits and over 1 million acres of national forest just out of town. At the end of the day, settle in at a craft brewery, bookstore, or one of more than 350 restaurants. Come see why Fayetteville is our favoritville.
Look at Haley Batten's number. It's like folded down to the most minimal it can be, pinned onto the back of that jersey.
And there's a shot there as we saw coming into frame. That was Madigan Monroe with Live Factory. As 1 and 2 ride out of the frame, kind of gives you an idea of the separation there. And then there is her teammate, Marin Lowe. Marin also finished setting in 4th and finished 4th in Wednesday's competition. They're going to punch up and over Arvest Mountain here.
Yeah, Marin Lowe in the top 4. She's the youngest out of them all at only 20 years old. It's her second year with Team Live as well for Marin Lowe. Here you don't know, right? Really? Yeah. How's it going? Oh, I got you. All right. Pleasure. Nice to meet you. Pretty good. Weather's great, man. It's super nice. Well, they got that breeze, so that keeps the riders, kind of cool. It's not too bad. So. They do. I know. I walked over there and looked at it. I'm like, hell no. Crazy. Yep. I'll come find you. Thanks, man.
All right, back to the race action here, and you see it is still Gwendolyn Gibson leading them up. Haley Batten in that red Specialized Factory Racing jersey. Gwen Gibson in that multicolored light blue Trek Unbroken XC kit. They're going to make their way up, I think, for the third climb out here on the north side of the mountain. So, again, a series of 3 different climbs. They go down, up, down, up, down, up again before they come back up to the flat top portion of Millsap Mountain. Cross over and head over to that World Cup 5. See if we can't bring you a close-up shot of that drop this time as our leaders make their way up and over and across the mountain. Again, a couple line options over there. We've been talking about it. There's an A and B line. There's those cobblestones. We know when they cross those, they've got that one grass flyover to go up and over before crossing the road. Let's see if we can't get a look at our leaders when they make their way over that drop this time. And once they make it over that drop, we'll see if we can't peek back at our U23 competition, see how it's unfolding. And we know that our Live Factory racers are back there too. Madam Monroe setting in 3rd. Marin Lowe was setting in 4th. Podiums 5 deep. A lot of points up for grabs, though. Again, this is a UCI HC level competition. A lot of UCI points up for grabs here. Early season competition at Centennial Park in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Points going to be awarded 25 deep for our elite women. And here we go. They're going to drop into this A line here. Step down there and Both those riders looking like they made it through there clean. We'll get a close-up of that for you at some point during the race action. See if we can't give you an idea of that drop from the ground level. And there goes third place Maddie Monroe, and you can see the air she carries there, a couple seconds in the air. And a good look back here in the field. Good look. There's another one of our athletes making that climb up. That's Lacey Moons. Trying to muscle up that power climb. Okay, a little switch in position here is now Haley Batten moving to the front in front of Gwen Gibson. Leaders, I think, are going to see 4 to go on the lap card this time through.
They should be seeing, I believe it's going to be 5. 4 to go will be for our, or maybe it is 4 to go.
4 to go for our leaders. And then our UCI U23 would have 3 to go next time through. See the wind picking up just a little bit. Been nice and breezy out here. Second day of spring here in Fayetteville in Northwest Arkansas. Couldn't ask for better race day conditions. Course dry and dusty. Had some decent wind throughout the week. Really dried out the race course. And dry and dusty. You can see the dust kicking up there. As our 2 leaders now coming through. Going to see 4 to go on the race card as they make their way through. It is Haley Batten with that Specialized Factory Racing leading them through with Gwen Gibson right there with Trek Unbroken.
Pretty even lap time, 11:39 for those riders coming through.
So now they've traded position here. Gwen led the last lap. Haley let her ride around, and Gwendolyn set off the front that entire last lap.
I think she's getting Marin Lowe, actually, I think is doing a little bit better coming through. Sorry, that was Maddie Monroe coming through right there. 16 seconds back. I think that gap was a little bit bigger last time. So Maddie Monroe right now is 16 seconds back, and Marin Lowe now making her way through as well.
Well, Haley Batten just looked over her shoulder and saw those dark pink kits of Live Factory Racing. Not sure she doesn't pick up the pace at this point.
So the next group we should see should contain our leader in the under 23. That should be our next group coming through. It was about a group of like 4 to 5 riders all working together. I think 2 of the riders in that group contained our leaders in the U23 division. Remember, 2 different groups out here racing together, being scored separately, the Elite Women and the U23.
That's Sydney Lowley there on the climb, and now we'll get a shot of those dark pink kits of the Live Factory race team. Dropping back into the woods. The chase is on here at Centennial Park, and I think Haley Batten might be picking up the pace a little bit this lap as we're starting to see some other riders. Again, some mechanicals continue to just a rough way to end the day, we know. Is
here's your leader in the under 23 coming across our line, Raphael Carrier, Makina Kellerman, along with Maria Carolina Flores Garcia, the Mexican national champion, and Ella McPhee.
So Raphael Carrier, the only U23 athlete in that field, currently sitting in really good position in that U23 competition. As you look back here on the screen, as once again mechanicals taking their toll here today. More racers here.
Their second place getting ready to be able to come down. It's going to be Ellie Clark along with Kilburn and Bailey Chiappa.
Once again, rider 244. That's Tatum Dalton with Molly Maid Byron Health and Healing not having the best day out there on course. Look there at our race leader for our U23 competition as she drops back into the woods. Again, Elite women doing 6 full laps. Our U23 women doing 5.
Raphael Carrier leading the women down those 4 riders that you just saw on that downhill in that white jersey, keeping that pace high, making sure she doesn't want to get caught by the chasers right behind, only about 10 seconds back. Second place in the U23, which is Ellie Clark. Again, Rafael Carrier in a position to win on day number 1. A mechanical gave her a big problem. Ellie Clark ended up picking up the win. So Carrier out for a little bit of revenge right now, currently sitting in about 5th overall, battling it out 5th, 6th, and 7th overall right now as our 2 leaders come back up to the front with Haley Batten and Gwendolyn Gibson.
Yeah, Haley Batten leading them back down into the woods. Little technical section there. You can see just how technical it is. They're going to drop off the north slope of the mountain one more time. And at the bottom, when they start climbing, it's going to be that experienced Fayetteville power climb. A few more little twists and turns to find the bottom here. And really pick up some speed through this section. Just flying down the mountainside, Frankie. And here you go. They found the bottom here. Now here's where it starts to pitch back up.
I think she's trying to put some pressure on Gwendolyn Gibson right now, not only on the uphills but also on the downhills. Haley Batten coming out of Park City, Utah, trying to be able to see what kind of skills Gwendolyn Gibson can do on that downhill.
Man, the speed they carried on that descent, just to be right on the gas and start to carry that speed on that ascent. Pretty impressive riding out here. Some of the best in the world. A reminder, Haley Batten, your 2024 silver medalist at the Paris Olympics.
That was Ayana Gagne we just saw coming through. That's going to be, right now, I believe, like 11th. So that's a great ride.
Here they are approaching that power climb.
By Gagne as she's come through.
You can just see the technicality of you really just kind of have to let that bike do the work underneath you. All that rock and rubble here. What race director Ty Cady says is similar to the Nova Mesto World Cup course. I've been there.
A little bit different pedaling technique. Haley Batten with a little bit higher RPMs than what we see with Gwendolyn Gibson. Gibson, a little bit more of a powering it, turning the gears over, as Batten leaning way forward, trying to be able to keep as much momentum as possible getting to the top of this climb.
Yeah, definitely different cadence there. As it looks like Gwendolyn Gibson definitely putting down a little bit more power to keep up with Haley Batten. She's just able to spin those cranks a little faster.
It's just a different technique, right? The different riding styles, and same thing with even the position on the bike. Some riders will have the saddle a little bit higher, a little bit lower. Same with the reach, with what they have with their handlebars. It's all individual on, what is going to make you be the better rider that you're capable of. And so that positioning, super important, bike fit, super important, and the pedaling style is all individual as well. As they're going into Arvest Mountain right now, as Haley Batten continues to be able to lead with Gibson following the wheel behind. Now, remember last lap, Batten was willing to be able to ride for almost an entire lap. But once they got to a certain point, she's like, I'm not riding on the front anymore. And she forced Gwendolyn Gibson to come up to the front. I wonder if that's going to be similar once we get into that later part of the course.
Yeah, we're going to see them drop back down. They'll go through the speed and style section. Carry some speed once again. They descend off the north side of the mountain for a third and final time. You got to navigate that wine barrel section, though. We've seen that be the place on course where a lot of folks have found an unfortunate end to their race. There's a lot of flat tires today. Again, conditions dry and dusty. Line choice so critical, and you can just see the technicality there of the course as our leaders make their way through it. Pretty unforgiving terrain. And I think that there might be a look at might have been a quick glimpse of our U23 leader. More athletes now here. Start to get spread out a little bit on the course. Again, it's a big race. 6 full laps for our elite women. 5 full laps for our U23 athletes. There's a shot of, I believe that's Maddie Monroe in that dark pink kit, or her teammate Marinlo.
That's Maddie Monroe, that one right there in that purple kit.
That's Alice Hoskins with Bear National there on your screen. She finished 4th in Wednesday's U23 competition, so having a good week here in Fayetteville.
Yeah, I have to pay attention next lap. I mean, Raphael Carrier, we've talked about her being in first. I know Ellie Clark is currently sitting in second, but yeah, where's Ingrid McElroy? You talked about Alice Hoskins sitting in was fourth on day number 1. And then Landry McLean. Has that changed at all out here on this second kind of cross-country day? Many of these riders doing some of the short track, some of them choosing to skip the short track to have the fresh and rested legs for today because it's so valuable on points, going 25 places deep with our U23 and our elite women.
I believe that was Bailey Siopa leading them up that climb, but it looked like Greta Kilburn with Bicycle Express Racing coming around on the outside, going to lead them up that power climb. And I look back here at our leaders for our elite women's competition is Haley Batten leading Gwen Gibson up and over that flyover. You know, right after that start loop, we saw Haley Batten pick up the pace. And, Haley Batten's pulling off. She's going to have to do a wheel swap here, Frankie. She might have been riding on a flat as she has to pull off. Quick wheel swap. And the race is going up the road.
Wow, this is going to be
unfortunate
interesting.
turn of event here as her team there, seeing how quick they can get that wheel swapped out and get her back on course. Again, those two riders riding 1-2, but we talked about it. Mechanicals, it's not if, but when potentially out here at Centennial Park with the technicality of the course. She's back on, going to see if the chase is going to begin now. I was wondering if Madigan Monroe was going to be able to bridge up to her while that happened. Doesn't look like that to be the case, but here she goes. See if she can't get back on terms with Gwendolyn Gibson. So now Gwendolyn Gibson finds herself off the front. You talked about it. She's had 2 third-place finishes here before. Never found the podium in this race, or never found the top spot in this race. And now Gwendolyn Gibson off the front for that Trek Unbroken factory team. And Haley Batten now seeing if she can't reel her back in.
Yeah, 2 riders riding together, and now they got a separation. It's going to be time trial mode. They are going to be motoring. They're going to be seeing 3 laps to go for our elite women. But unbelievable, Haley Batten with a flat tire having to get that wheel change. Now we have Gwendolyn Gibson all by herself in the front.
Pretty quick wheel swap, though, for Haley Batten. Again, this is where Haley set up last time and let Gwen take a turn in the front, but now it's all Gwen Gibson with Trek Unbroken.
She's going to have a little bit more motivation now. You're going to have a little bit of spark and ride a little bit better tempo, right? There's not as much pacing because she knows she has a gap on Haley Batten. She wants to take full advantage of that.
Looks over
coming
her
into
shoulder.
Stonehenge, making their way around, and they're going to be seeing 3 laps to go.
Gwen Gibson having a strong ride out here already, and now taking full advantage of the mechanical by Haley Batten. We'll be able to get you some time splits coming up shortly. Is on approach now. Going to see 3 to go is Gwendolyn Gibson in our UCI HC Elite Women's Competition here at Centennial Park.
I think there's going to be almost a 45-second gap, waiting to be able to see where that red jersey is as our drone pans back, and there it is right now. So I'm thinking about a 45-second gap. We'll get the official time when they come through. In the meantime, cheer on. Gwendolyn Gibson now going solo. It's going to be 3 laps to go. 3 to go. Trek Unbroken now going solo. Let's see what that lap time was. It's going to be 11:53 for that lap time. A little bit, about 20 seconds slower than what they have done before. And then Haley Batten now in the chute, getting ready to be able to make her way down.
Yeah, she's making her way around that Ford Bronco. Shout out to Lewis Auto Group, the official dealership of the Walmart Pro Cup here in Fayetteville, Arkansas.
Having that flat tire, now finding herself in time trial mode as Haley Batten comes through. 30 seconds is the gap, Haley. 30 seconds is the gap. I was guessing 45. I was off by a little bit. Maybe she might have made some of that ground back up. So 30 seconds. If she wanted a challenge, right, she wanted to test her fitness, this is going to do it.
Oh, and there comes Madden Monroe,
She's-
not far off the pace, just 14 seconds back off of Haley Batten.
She
now.
must see Haley in front of her. She must see Haley and know that she's just in front of her, only 14 seconds back.
So 30 seconds from first to second, another 15 seconds back to Madden Monroe in third, and here comes her teammate, Marin Lowe, about 18 seconds back from her teammate.
And that has been standard. Monroe and Lowe, the two Liv teammates, have been just stuck right at about 10 seconds apart from each other for the last 2 laps. They haven't gained on each other, and they haven't lost any time on each other. They're just riding apart from each other, making their way around. But currently right now, their position has not changed. First and second has changed, but third and fourth has not. As we're keeping an eye on our race leader with Gibson and Haley Batten. And next up will be our leader in the under-23 division coming through our start-finish line.
Yeah, Raphael Carrier's been leading that race. You can see the pace starting to pick up. I think Haley Batten's on a flyer here. Something tells me she does everything she can to bridge up with what will be 2 laps to go next time through for our leaders. Get a shot there of our Liv Factory team making their way through the woods.
Maria Carolina Flores Garcia, the Mexican cross-country and short-track national champion, coming in. These are the 2 riders that rode with each other the first day, and Carrier coming through as well. 2 to go for Rafael Carrier. That's your leader in the under-23, but very similar to day number 1 where the Rafael Carrier and that Mexican national champion, they rode much of the race together, and that's what's happening right now as Makina Kellerman is the next one to be able to come through our start line. Kellerman's going to be in that all-black kit, and she's going to be about 20 seconds down on the other riders as well. But more importantly, Kellerman is going to find herself in 6th place overall. So that's a good haul of points right now if Kellerman can hold on to that position.
And again, Rafael Carrier riding with those elite women, able to create some real separation as we've not seen 2nd place for our U23 make her way through yet. So Rafael Carrier in a really good position in our U23 women's competition here today at the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger.
Nice shot of Kellerman making her way down and getting ready to drop down into the descent towards the woods.
We'll see if we can't pick out our race leader here for our elite women's competition. Again, there was about a 30-second gap she was able to create with that mechanical over Haley Batten. Gwen Gibson last time through had 31 seconds on Haley Batten. There's a shot of Haley on InsiderMTB.com. Once again, want to thank, while we're looking at the live stream, let's give a quick thank you to Slay Development, bringing you the results ticker today. Slay Devo. Slay is the first complete athlete development pathway built to take riders from NICA to elite. Learn more at slaydevo.org. And the chase is on, Frankie, as you get a shot there of Haley Batten in the woods. See if we can't pick out the separation here. And I'm not sure. We're now looking at Gwendolyn Gibson here. That's a shot now of one of our Liv Factory, Madigan Monroe. But she was only about 15 seconds back from Haley Batten last time through. And there's her teammate, Marin Lowe, also on that Liv Factory ride. So those dark pink kits, easy to pick out in the woods. And I think that is a shot now of our race leader, Gwendolyn Gibson, as she's on the climb all alone. Just powering up that. Racing for Trek Unbroken XC and up and out of the saddle on that climb. She's almost to the top here, Frankie, and then able to take a breath before she punches up and over Arvest Mountain and starts that third descent off the north side of Millsap Mountain here. As now Haley Batten is on that climb as well, working through some lap traffic.
As a reminder, when they came through, it was a 30-second gap between first and second. So Haley Batten tried to be able to make that back up. Haley Batten suffering a flat tire half a lap ago. So that would have been on lap number 3 as these riders right now, as Batten's trying to be able to bring back Gwendolyn Gibson. They were together. Now Gibson finds herself in the front because of that flat tire.
So you're going to hop right up on this little approach, little technical step-in approach to Arvest Mountain. Pretty easy setup, though, for the right-hand side. That left-hand side, more technical. I think it might be a little faster. You can see the line pushes them off. It pushes them outside of that berm, and then they got to turn back into the course right there. But all of our elite women opted for that right-hand line. And there's a look at second place now, as she's now made it to the top of that climb. So that's the difference. Arvest Mountain is the difference between first and second. As our specialized factory racer, Haley Batten, she won on Wednesday in the UCI C1 XCO competition. She won the short track yesterday. She started that sprint from halfway up the final climb, created some media separation, was able to win home on our UCI XCC short track day. Now finds herself sitting in second after a mechanical early in this race. And there's Madeline Monroe now. There's about a 15-second gap last time through between second and third.
Maddie Monroe putting in a good ride, again, coming out of Colorado. Very good cyclocross rider as well. She actually did the World Championships at cyclocross, only 23 years old. Races collegiately for Colorado Mesa University. Now, Haley Batten, as we're seeing her on that downhill with the red jersey, I mean, we talked about her winning on day number 1, and we talked about her winning the short track, but the main reason she came here is for today. Maximum points. That's what she really wants. And she came here to Fayetteville to be able to dominate or be able to try to be able to win here on the HC day. And so that flat tire put a little bit of hook into her plans, but she's going to want to be able to make that back up as Haley Batten's trying to be able to catch up to Gwendolyn Gibson. Different riders here that we're showing spread out all around the race course. And again, the two live racing, Marin Lowe and Gwendolyn Gibson, Marin Lowe and Madigan Monroe, both on Live Factory Racing, sitting right now currently in third and fourth, about 10.
Good look at Gwendolyn Gibson as she makes her way across the cobbles here, back up on the flat top, getting squeezed out a little bit, but able to.
Gonna have to start yelling, using that voice, saying on your left or on your right, because you got to be able to make a little space. And the riders actually been really good with getting out of the way for the leaders. Obviously, we want them to be able to have a great race as well, but it's worked out pretty good where at certain times. Going to make sure to get a feed, get a drink of water, and then start putting her head down, start going again.
Yeah, Gwen about to approach that World Cup 5 section of the race course.
Gwendolyn Gibson, second place last year, just missing out on a Stars and Stripes jersey at the National Championships. Picked up a silver medal at the National Championships in 2025.
Taking the A line here. Good look at that. You really got to gap that slab, Frankie. If you look at that drop there, there's a slab that sticks out from the drop, and you're gapping that slab down to that, what is about a 6-foot drop. And now Haley Batten going up and over that flyover. She's going to grab a bottle. It looks like the bike's holding together, though, this time through, not needing any mechanical support.
So 382 is the back marker, is that correct?
As Haley approaches what will be the A line in this World Cup 5 section of the race course. It's on the south side of the mountain. Here comes Madigan Monroe making her way through the feed zone.
I think Maddie Monroe's lost a little bit of time on Haley Batten as they're making their way through that feed. It was 14 seconds was the difference. I think Maddie Monroe's a little bit further back right now as Haley Batten comes off that World Cup 5, does the drop.
You can just see the technicality out there on that section as well. Just really unforgiving course. Lots of technical terrain out here. Whole course littered with rock and rubble. Pretty characteristic of mountain biking here in the Ozarks.
So once they come out of the woods, they're going to start making their way up towards our finish line. They're going to be seeing 2 laps to go for our elite women. The U23, they'll be seeing 1 lap to go. That'll be Raphael Carrier. She'll be the first one to be able to come through. Haley Batten trying to be able to eliminate that time loss to be able to catch up to our current leader, Gwendolyn Gibson. Batten, racing for a long time, won her very first national championships when she was 14 years old. So if you want to talk about a lot of experience in mountain biking, Haley Batten has it. Paid off with a silver medal at the Olympics, and right now trying to be able to catch up to 1 leader, which is Gwendolyn Gibson. And, of course, Gwendolyn Gibson would love to be able to put herself on the top step of the podium. She's been 3rd twice here. Now it's a chance to be able to come in first.
And here's Gwendolyn making her way through right now, seeing 2 to go for our elite women. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. It's 31-second gap last time through between first and second place. We'll get an idea of that time split here.
Matching time, though, 11:53 from what she did the lap before. So very consistent on lap times. 11:53 the lap before, and this last lap was 11:53 as well, as Gwendolyn Gibson trying to be able to hold on. Remember last lap, it was a 30-second time gap between first and second. Riders coming through, seeing 2 laps to go.
And now Haley Batten on approach through the start-finish. Get a look here on our screen of Gwendolyn Gibson about to drop back into the woods, and there is Haley Batten. Let's see. She's going to see 2 to go this time through. It was 31-second gap last time through. Let's see if she's been able to carve any of that back. 49 seconds, Frankie, losing time. Haley Batten now 49 seconds back from Gwendolyn Gibson with 2 to go. And Frankie, I'm not sure her race isn't going the wrong way for her at this point.
Well, I think one thing for sure, when Gwendolyn Gibson realized that there was a gap, she put the hammer down to try to be able to get away. Maddie Monroe now starting to come back, 20 seconds back.
Maddie Monroe, 20 seconds back from second place, Haley Batten.
So Monroe actually has lost time. She was 14 seconds back. Now she's 20 seconds back. So that's a loss of about 6 seconds for Maddie Monroe to Haley Batten. But more important, Haley Batten, I don't know how her legs are. She's got to be able to last as these riders are coming through with 2 laps to go.
Marin Lowe now 23 seconds back from teammate Maddie Monroe with 2 to go. 23 seconds back with 2 to go. Marin Lowe behind teammate Madigan Monroe. But yeah, all these racers going the opposite direction than Gwendolyn Gibson setting the pace. And we'll see if that didn't fire up the engines of Haley Batten out here. As under 2 laps of competition left. A shot of Maddie Monroe dropping back into the woods here on that Live Factory ride.
Big gap right now as we're waiting for the next riders to be able to come through. Waiting for our leader in the U23. It's going to be Stephen Bellap. It's going to be 1 to go for the U23 riders. So the elite women, they have stickers on their bike, little tags to be able to indicate that they're the elite women. And the ones that don't have the little stickers, colored stickers on their bikes, those are going to be the U23 riders. As now Raphael Carrier is starting to be able to make her way down and coming out of the Talladega turn and coming across the line.
Still hanging tight with Flores Garcia.
1 to go, Raphael. 1 to go.
Raphael Carrier here leading our U23 women's competition. Reminder, she finished second on Wednesday behind Ellie Clark, racing for Caledon Hills Armada.
Last lap with the under 23, it was Carrier, followed by Ellie Clark, and then it was McElroy, Morois, and Myers. Those were your top 5 in the U23 last lap. Looking to be able to see if that's going to remain the same when they come by again.
That's Lacey Munns on your screen at home, tuning in live on InsiderMTB.com. Reminder, if you're not following on socials on InsiderMTB, a lot of behind the scenes and bonus content available on the socials, as well as race highlights and recaps. With a shot of that, easy to pick out that red kit with that bright white S, that Specialized Factory racer Haley Batten. Now dropping back into the woods. Under 2 laps to go in our elite women's competition. U23 athletes going to be on their final lap. Ella McPhee coming through there, currently set in 7th place. And here comes Ellie Clark. Ellie Clark on a part of our U23 competition. Ellie going to get the 1 to go for Ellie Clark. Elite women got 2 to go. 1 to go for Ellie Clark as she comes through. Ellie currently sitting in 2nd.
Nice shot, kind of flying around the turns right there. Live Factory Racing, Maddie Monroe. Maddie Monroe currently sitting in 3rd, was trying to be able to bring back Haley Batten, who's sitting in 2nd. All of these riders are pretty much in no man's land. Gwendolyn Gibson off by herself. Haley Batten by herself. Maddie Monroe by herself. Marin Lowe by herself. So everybody's just riding at their own tempo and at their own pace, hoping that they don't get caught and hoping that they catch someone.
Yeah, about 3.5 laps in, it was Haley Batten who suffered a mechanical out there, had to do a wheel swap. There's about a 30. Gwendolyn Gibson able to open up a 31-second gap with that mechanical, and then we thought Haley Batten might try to reel her back in, but actually going the other way last time through, that gap had opened up to 49 seconds. With under 2 laps to go, we got about a lap and a half left of our elite women's race. Leaders of our U23 race on their final lap.
Yeah, U23, that's McElroy with 1 to go. Then we got Marois with 1 to go as well, and Myers. Those are the ones I was just talking about in the top 5, so they're going to be battling it out. We're going to have a sprint for that 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Ellie Clark's got a pretty good gap on them, but definitely they'll be on the podium, but what position will they be on the podium for 3rd, 4th, and 5th between McElroy, Marois, and Myers, as they're going to be on their final lap here for our under 23 women.
Gwen Gibson now making her way up and over Arvest Mountain. Arvest, the most trusted bank in Northwest Arkansas and longtime partner of the U.S. Pro Cup. Arvest believes in donating time and resources to help shape, support, and strengthen the communities it serves. Arvest Bank serving the 4-state region of Arkansas, Missouri, Kansas, and Oklahoma.
Bottom of the climb is Maddie Monroe. Top of the climb is Haley Batten. Batten goes over the top. That's Monroe in that purple jersey. Just scanning down that very difficult rock garden. Going over to the other side. This is the descent with your race leader, with Gwendolyn Gibson making her way through.
Yeah, and I wonder if Haley Batten didn't suffer that mechanical right here in this section, as we've seen this just chew up tires today. She's able to ride that flat out up and over into feed 2. And she was able to stay right on terms after that. When she rolled into that feed, Frankie, I didn't know she was even having a problem, and she just peeled right off for that wheel change.
I couldn't tell she had a flat tire. I had no idea.
It might have been going low on her at that point. As there's the difference now. Look at Madigan Monroe now starting to bridge back up, as Haley Batten just dropping off of Arvest Mountain, and now Madigan Monroe right there as well. It was a big effort by these athletes. Big race. Again, our elite women doing 6 full laps. It's 2.9 miles around each and every time. Almost 350 feet of elevation gain found with every lap. Those at home can do the math. Pretty punchy race course out here, characteristic of the Ozark Mountain Range here in the northwest corner of Arkansas.
Yeah, right now we're at 1 hour of racing. It's 80 degrees out, so we got a little bit of a breeze, so it's warm, but it got the breeze cooling things off. But 1 hour of racing, so it's going to end up being about an hour and 15 of racing. That's a long day on the bike of putting out a lot of power. This is a course where it's not easy to sit in, be able to take advantage of following someone. You're always having to be able to put pressure on the pedals, and that makes it a very challenging course here in Fayetteville. All part of the Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger.
Well, you're right, Frankie, with the way the elevation topography of the race course, you're either going up or down most of the time. Not a lot of time to recover, as you're either spinning high with that cadence or you're preparing for another technical descent. So we get a look at our race leader coming out of the woods, up and over. Having to muscle up that flyover.
Once again, U23 riders, one to go, waiting for our leaders to come around with our elite. They're going to be seeing 1 lap to go as well. Quick drink, throwing the bottle down as Gwendolyn Gibson decides all I need is something to be able to quench my thirst, and getting ready to head in to World Cup 5. World Cup 5, that 6-foot drop. It seems like all the riders have been able to handle this pretty well. Some taking the B line, decide not to be able to go off that 6-foot drop, but other riders, you're going over it. We saw earlier it was with one of our junior girls. It was our race leader in the junior women that had about a minute lead on everybody else and almost biffed it right at the end, and that was Scout Wellmeyer, who managed to be able to keep it under control, but it was hit or miss for about a half a second right there. As we have a nice job right there. Willier Vittoria, that's going to be Ella McAfee making her way up the climb. McAfee, a young 21-year-old out of Canada. Her second year with Team Willier. Previous Pan American champion as well. And McAfee actually comes from a former competitive dance background.
That was a look there at Raphael Carrier, current leader for our U23 competition, now out on her own as Haley Batten approaches that drop on World Cup 5. And now look back at our race leader. She's already out of the woods, coming up and over the flyover here. You see that tunnel infrastructure she rode over. Again, this purpose-built park, built with spectators in mind. A lot of the infrastructure out here just allows spectators to move around with ease and take in the race action from several vantage points. As race leader Gwendolyn Gibson and that Trek Unbroken XC team having a good showing today. Last time through, Frankie, was 49-second gap. 49-second gap was the first to second. And this is going to be the bell lap. So leader here, Gwendolyn Gibson, weaving a tapestry of pain out here today. About to be on approach. Making her way in and what is going to be the bell lap.
Coming up right now, you know her name. Her name is Gwen. Cheer her on. Come on, give Gwen a chance. It's 1 to go, 1 to go. Gwendolyn Gibson, bell lap, final lap. The HC course here with 1 to go. Last lap, 30 seconds. The lap before, 2 laps to go, 30 seconds. The last lap, 49 seconds. What will be the time gap this time?
Yeah, last time through, Gwen Gibson had opened up a 49-second gap over second place Haley Batten. And I've just not seen a real aggressive move out of Haley yet. Sitting comfortably in second. She's got about a 20-second lead over third place. And Madigan Monroe with that Live Factory team.
Lap time 12:18, so a little bit slower at about 30 seconds slower with that 12:18 lap time. Haley Batten coming into our twists and turns, getting ready to be able to come around that Talladega turn and make her way down. That's going to be second place on the day right now. Points still up for grabs. Cheer on, Olympic silver medalist Batten making her way through with 1 to go. It's bell lap, 1 to go, 1 to go.
She time trials her way through here with a split of a minute 2. So Gwendolyn Gibson continues to open up that time gap. Now up to a minute 2 from first to second. But Haley Batten is on the gas right now, Frankie, as she's going out for her final lap of the week. Again, she won Wednesday's UCI C1 competition. Here comes Madigan Monroe now coming through. She's setting 24 seconds back, separating third to second place, with Haley Batten just under half a minute up the road. Once again, Haley Batten winning on Wednesday and then winning yesterday with a last lap effort. About halfway up that climb on the short track, putting in a big dig, creating some immediate separation, and able to cross the finish line uncontested. As you get a look now of Madigan Monroe. Again, currently setting in third. Her teammate, Marinlo, just coming through the start finish now, getting the bell lap with 1 to go, setting in fourth. And Frankie, we're just not, I don't think we're too far away from, should be able to pick up the leader of our U23 competition, as that has been Raphael Carrier all day with Ellie Clark trying to give chase. Raphael Carrier, dominant ride for our U23 competition.
Yeah, we got to pay attention to that winner with Raphael Carrier. She's been riding with that Mexican national champion, and behind them is going to be very interesting because you're going to have a good sprint between third, fourth, and fifth for that U23 position, unless somebody was able to attack back in the woods or on the uphill to be able to get a gap. And so third, fourth, and fifth is definitely going to be up for grabs as we're waiting for Carrier to come into the picture and cross the line to see if she can hang on to the win. She had a mechanical on day number 1 here, ended up finishing up in second place, but came back with full revenge to try to be able to win here on the HC race. So waiting right now for Raphael Carrier. First year in the under-23 division. She was a junior last year. Here in Fayetteville, she won all 3 races coming out of Canada. An 18-year-old riding for a brand-new team, which is a brand-new team. Again, we're waiting for Carrier to be able to make her way through.
And here she is on approach now, so we could catch that here at the finish line possibly. But if not, put your hands together. Raphael Carrier coming across the line. Going to take the win for our U23 competition today. Congratulations. Strong effort. There's a good shot.
Trinity Racing, Carrier picking up the victory. Congratulations. Maximum points.
Working with Flores Garcia that entire race, and gave a quick thumbs up as Flores Garcia pedals by because she's got 1 more to go for the elite women's race. But those 2 young ladies hooking up and having a strong showing today. Again, Raphael Carrier really riding away from the rest of the competition for that Trinity team.
Yeah, Flores Garcia, 5th place that we're seeing there. We just saw that rider from Trinity Racing. So congratulations once again. Fantastic ride for Raphael Carrier. Former junior national champion, again winning all 3 days here last year. First year in that U23 division and picking up a victory once again.
Well, all eyes turn to our elite women's competition now as we get a look here of Gwendolyn Gibson with that Trek Unbroken squad, and then back to Haley Batten for racing for Specialized Factory. Gwen Gibson on her final lap. She's about to approach that Experience Fayetteville power climb for a final time of the day. You see why we call it that. It's in that power line corridor, one of the most technical climbs out here on course. She's muscling up and out of the saddle, making her way through the technicality of that climb.
Last 3 laps, she's been able to take 10 seconds out of any of her chasers. So keeping up a very good rhythm on these hard sections of the course. You can see that technique a little bit further forward over the bike and just keeping it going. Excellent ride right now coming from Gwendolyn Gibson.
A reminder, today's live stream on InsiderMTB.com being provided by our friends at Arkansas Tourism. Arkansas Tourism, one of the fastest growing mountain bike destinations in the country. The host city of Fayetteville sits right here in the Ozark Mountains, where hundreds of miles of purpose-built trails give riders incredible terrain to ride throughout the year. It is year-round riding here in Northwest Arkansas. Find your next mountain bike destination at arkansas.com.
Hey, congratulations, Ellie Clark, 2nd place in that under-23 division. That's a nice ride by Ellie Clark. Ellie Clark won the cross country, the 21-year-old, picking up on day number 1. Now we're paying attention again for the U23, 3rd, 4th, and 5th on what's going to be able to happen when they come through.
Great to see the fans out here in attendance today at Centennial Park. Quick announcement. Prize money for our junior riders now available for pickup in the registration tent as we tune back into the race action here.
Just a moment ago, we saw Greta Kilburn coming through. That was going to be 8th for here. Now we got Ella Myers getting ready to, maybe she has a little bit of a gap. She might have attacked. Remember, she was with 2 other riders in that U23 division. So Ella Myers coming around Talladega turn, getting ready to be able to make her way in. And that is going to be a 3rd place unofficially for Myers. Nice job, Ella. 3rd place. 4th place getting ready to be able to come in. Ingrid McElroy picking up a 4th. And then rounding out the podium, congratulations to Lily Rose Murwa.
All right, back to the race action here on InsiderMTB.com. It is Gwendolyn Gibson, some of our U23 athletes congratulating one another on a great ride here today at Centennial Park. Gwendolyn Gibson's been up and over Arvest Mountain. I think this is the final climb of her race, the 3rd and final climb off that northern slope of Millsap Mountain. She starts to punch her way up. Again, a minute gap between 1st and 2nd place. There's a look back at 2nd place, and Haley Batten, she is definitely carrying good speed through the woods. I don't know if she has enough to close down what is a minute gap on this final lap, Frankie, but doesn't look like she's giving up by any means. As Gwen Gibson now navigates the twists and turns here. Is about to start that. Here's that final climb. It's going to turn and pitch up right here.
Haley, I was going to say, Haley might not be able to catch the leader, but she definitely has to worry about getting caught because, right, 2nd and 3rd, they're charging after her, trying to be able to get up to there. More of our under-23 riders coming in and finishing up as we're waiting for our leaders to be able to finish up on their final lap.
Once again, don't go far. Right after this competition at 2 o'clock is going to be the start of our elite men's race. That race scheduled for 2 p.m. And here comes your current race leader, Gwendolyn Gibson. Trek Unbroken XC now, making her way up and over that flyover for a final time. Going past that Dell Computers banner. Dell Computers, the official technology partner of the Walmart Pro Cup, presented by Honey Stinger here in Fayetteville. Say thank you to Dell. And now Gwendolyn Gibson making her way through that feed zone, not taking anything there, Frankie. All eyes on the prize as she's just got to navigate World Cup 5 here. Be a right-hand turn here.
I'm sure she's getting time checked somewhere along the way to know that she's been gradually increasing her gap. Started off as a 30-second gap, went up to 49, then over a minute gap as Gwendolyn Gibson leading right now. Remember, 54 riders took the start line, and coming off a World Cup 5, Gibson.
There's a shot of her making her way over that drop. Gives you a good idea of just how ominous that drop is. But these athletes making it look easy as Gwendolyn Gibson now cutting through the woods here on the last few sections of technicality. She can make it through here clean. Pick a good line through here. She's going to come up and out of trail back into the flat top portion, go around the Team Tech area, maybe about a quarter mile of racing left for her. And there's Haley Batten now going off the drop, using all the compression on that short travel bike.
Women's elite race, we just took rider 167 off the course. Everybody else has got the bell.
And she's making her way around Team Tech here. You see again the collection of the who's who of development teams here in Northwest Arkansas this weekend. As we'll see our 15, 16-year-old development as well as our 11 to 14-year-olds back in action tomorrow morning here at the park. But right now, all eyes on Trek Unbroken rider Gwendolyn Gibson. She's on approach to Stonehenge here.
Coming up here with a few final turns. Remember, she's been on the podium, but never on the top step. Every year she's come here. She was third on day 3 last year. She's been third a couple of years before that as well. She was second in the short track, third here on day number 1. But what an opportunity now. Moving up to the top step, very first place, 26 years old. Her 4th year with Trek Unbroken. Started racing back in February, and it's all paid off with one of her biggest victories of the year. She's been looking forward to this with the HC victory, and now it's all going to come true. Coming around the final turn.
And here she comes on approach now. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Racing for Trek Unbroken XC as she high-fives the fans. Taking the top step in today's UCI HC Elite Women, it is Gwendolyn Gibson. All smiles there as she crosses the line, as she should be. Gets ready to celebrate what was a great win. Great start to her 2026 campaign. And here comes Haley Batten, your 2024 silver medalist, coming across the line in second. Strong showing. And look at the gap there, Frankie. Haley putting in a huge dig on that last lap, closing the gap by about 45 seconds, but just ran out of runway. Not able to catch back up with Gwen Gibson. And at the end of the day, it was Gwen Gibson taking the win. Haley Batten in second. And I think here in a minute, we should see third place rider joining us.
Haley Batten with one of the fastest laps of the entire race on that final lap, 11 minutes and 33 seconds, bringing it down to a 17-second gap. But Gwendolyn Gibson unmatched because she put in big digs before that to be able to extend that lead out to almost a minute as we're waiting for third to be able to make their way in. I believe that's going to be Maddie Monroe, who's been sitting out there at the Live Factory Racing. We should have 2 of the purple jerseys coming in next for third and fourth. Waiting to see if anything's happened to them out on course right now.
Yeah, it was Madigan Monroe and Marin Lowe teammates in third and fourth throughout this competition. But yeah, impressive lap by Haley Batten for sure, closing that gap by right at about 45 seconds. And here is that dark pink kit of Madigan Monroe racing for Live Factory Racing. Finds herself third place on the day. Got to be happy with those results. Again, HC competition, more points and prize money on the line than most races in North America this year. So great opportunity for these women to roll out of here with a pocket full of points and head over to Europe, as most of these athletes you're seeing racing in today's elite competition going over to race the 2026 UCI World Cup calendar, as Marin Lowe now makes her way across the line. Going to come across the line in fourth place, racing for Live Factory Racing.
As a reminder, remember, points go 25 places deep. So these riders are going to be spread out all over the place, but once we get to like 10th and 15th, it's still valuable to be able to get these points. And so these riders very gung-ho. They're going to be motivated to make sure that they finish in a good position to get maximum points on a very tough, hard day. Welcome to Fayetteville, one of the toughest courses around. This is the HC for the Elite Women as we're welcoming back Hannah Ray.
Hannah Ray finishing top 15 in our U23 women's competition.
Correct. That's the last rider from the elite field out of course.
And grabbing her a UCI point is points awarded 15 deep in our U23 competition for our HC category race. Still looking to round out our top 5 for our Elite Women competition. This podium award's going to be 5 deep. Let's see if we can't get Gwen Gibson over here in the studio. I think she heard us here. She can come over and have a conversation with Frankie for a minute and tell us about how that race unfolded. Excited to hear this conversation. We'll get over here in a minute. So thanks for tuning in. Stay tuned. We'll be bringing an interview with Gwendolyn Gibson here in just a moment as she makes her way under the tape and starts to head this way.
it on my face.
Riders still out on course making their way in as we had 56 riders in that start. Coming up with about an hour and 15 minutes of racing time. And joining me in the booth is our winner, Gwendolyn Gibson. Congratulations. Got to feel good. What does this mean for you to be able to win here on this HC race?
Yeah, I mean, I'm stoked. Obviously, it's like good points and just fun racing, but also that's my first elite U.S. Cup win. So I'm super stoked because I think I've been close so many times. Like I've been second and third a lot of times. And so I'm really excited.
Yeah,
to
you should be. I mean, you're second on the
that.
short track, and I've seen that you've been third like last year, the year before. Like you have been on the podium so many times, but never on the top step. So obviously, you started off racing earlier this year. You're feeling good. Again, tell me a little bit about what you thought about the technical aspects of this race course. And was there a section that stood out that was harder than the other sections?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just a course that you have to be super aware on. There's a lot of square edges. It's super easy to flat. Like, I flatted the first day, and I think Haley flatted in a similar spot the second day. And it's just like you have to be, even when you're tired, be like light on the bike and really like focused on what lines you're picking. So, yeah, I think it is just a super rough course. A lot of people, I always hear people being, oh, my back after this track.
Not only that, there were a lot of punctures with tires coming off and all sorts of stuff like that. When Haley pulled off, she had to get that wheel changed. Did you know she was having a problem before? Because for us, we couldn't tell. And all of a sudden, she swung left and got the wheel changed. Did you know something was up?
I honestly wasn't totally sure either. Like, I could tell that we eased up on that descent. And I was like, oh, maybe we're just like we're covering a bit and then we're going to push it. Because it looked a little bit soft, but I couldn't totally tell till we were coming up on the grass, and then she was like pointing to the back, and I was like, oh yeah, that's a flat.
And then what she had to get. So I don't even know if you realized. Originally, she did all this. She had to do the wheel change and all that. You had a 30-second gap. Next lap, you had a 49-second gap. Lap after that, you built it up to a minute.
Oh, wow.
So you were flying out there, and so that was great to be able to see. Yeah. Haley Batten from Gun, like pretty much attacked. Were you surprised that it went so hard so quickly right on lap number 1?
Honestly, no, I expected that. Haley's a tough racer, and I thought it might be hard from the go, and I was like, okay, I just need to survive those early attacks and stay there, and then we can kind of battle each other from there, and I just needed to make it through those early punches and then try to take control of the race myself too. So I was really like kind of exactly how I hoped it would go. It did. So, I mean, aside from I never want to win because someone flat.
Obviously, for a lot of the young riders that are out here, I mean, there's the physical part of the bike racing part, but it's also a lot mental, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Explain a little bit about that. Like, I mean, do you do like visualization and how do you overcome having a bad day or, because it's part of bike racing. And me as a former bike racer, I lost all the time, right? You have to be able to overcome that and be able to like stay focused on what's coming up. How do you handle that personally yourself?
I think like what I always say is you got to have like short-term memory for some things. You have to, I mean, obviously you really want to celebrate the good stuff, but when stuff goes bad, you can't dwell on it. I think you get like maybe a 24-hour window to dwell, and then you've got to shut it off, move on, because every day is new. And because so much of it is mental, you really never know what's going to happen.
Yep.
Even in one weekend of racing, one day to the next could go completely different. And so much of that is just like what sort of headspace you're in. It makes a huge difference.
Everything is new. It's a new opportunity each and every race. What's next?
Yeah, after this, now I'm headed to Colorado for a bit of training, and then I'll go over to Vail Lake. And Vail is, I grew up racing there. I grew up racing in the SoCal NICA League, so I've been racing there since I was 15.
So it's almost like a homecoming for you.
Absolutely, yeah. Like my whole family will be there. I'll get to like sleep at home. That's probably like that's most definitely the only race I do where I sleep in at home, like with my family.
So, I mean, obviously you're going to take Vail seriously, but in a way, it's also going to be a very fun race for you compared to what you have to go through throughout the rest of the year, I'm assuming?
Definitely, yeah. I think like so much, I go and I'm always going there to compete and race for the win, but also Vail Lake for me is always just such a fun weekend because so much of I just feel the community there really supports me and has known me since the beginning of my journey. So really it's just such a good time, and I just enjoy being there and being with all of like my friends and family. And
Well, congratulations on today, because we're going to find you on the top step with your first World Cup win, I guess I could say. Not World Cup, HC
US
win.
Cup, yeah.
So congratulations, Gwendolyn Gibson. Fantastic job out there. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks so much.
I'm Gwendolyn Gibson, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the US Pro Cup.
Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
Once again, we're going to do podiums here in about 5 minutes. So we're giving a couple of athletes just a chance to quick recovery from the elite women's race and U23 women's race that just wrapped up. And we'll get podiums underway here about 1:35. If you're hanging out in the venue, it is at lunchtime hour. Plenty of opportunity to grab some post-race fuel. Lots of food vendors here at the park with us. Some great food options as well. Cold beer. Fayetteville Beer Works in the house. Served up cold beer for us. Shout out to all of our expo partners joining us here today. Special thanks to UAMS, our official medical provider. Huge thanks to the medical team taking care of racers if needed from the University of Arkansas for Medical Sciences. And thank you to our event production partner, the Ozark Foundation. The production partner to the U.S. Pro Cup in Fayetteville is the Ozark Foundation, with a mission to position Arkansas as a premier outdoor recreation destination. Ozark Foundation produces signature events such as the U.S. Pro Cup, the upcoming Oz Stage Race, and the Arkansas Grappler. Stick around, we got podiums coming up here in about 4 minutes. And Grant Bennett, if you're hanging around, you know Grant Bennett. Come up to the start-finish area. We found something you're likely missing. So Grant W. Bennett, if you're here at the venue, come see me.
been falling, I've been stalling for weeks. The stars are pretty when the sky falls.
Ty Katie, Ty Katie. Going to be doing podiums here in just a couple minutes.
This is InsiderMTB production. Watch us on YouTube and follow us on Instagram.
right. Thanks for joining us back here at the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. Going to do our next round of podium awards. Appreciate your patience there as we gave a few athletes time to recover after those competitions. We're going to start with our UCI HCXCO U23 Women's Competition. In 5th place, racing for Pivot Cycle, Lily Rose Morose. In 4th place, for Bear National Team, Ingrid McElroy. In 3rd place, racing for Gravity Collective, Ella Myers. In 2nd place for our HCXCO U23 Women's Competition for Caledon Hills Armada, Ellie Clark. And taking the win here today in the top step, representing Trinity Racing, put your hands together, Raphael Carrier. High fives all around. Great job, ladies. And moving on to our UCI HCXCO Elite Women's Podium. Top 5, starting with number 5, Maria Carolina Flores Garcia. In 4th place, racing for Live Factory, Marin Lowe. In 3rd place, also racing for Live Factory Racing, Madigan Monroe. In 2nd place for Specialized Factory Racing, Haley Batten. And taking the win, her first HC win, your 2026 champion for the Walmart Pro Cup. Put your hands together for Trek Unbroken XC, Gwendolyn Gibson. And that is your top 5 for your UCI HCXCO Elite Women's Competition. Congratulations. We'll get back to race action here in about 20 minutes. We'll be doing that call to staging in about 5 minutes for our Elite Men's Competition. A little break in the action now. Thank everyone for tuning in on InsiderMTB.com. Excited to full afternoon of racing. 2 p.m. going to be that UCI Elite Men's XCO race. 4 p.m. going to be our U23 Men's XCO competition here at the park. All part of the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger.
I'm Gwendolyn Gibson, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the US Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Gwendolyn Gibson, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Gwendolyn Gibson, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
All right, at this time, we're going to do our call to staging for our UCI Elite Men. Once again, call to staging. Race time is about 1:46. Race schedule will start at 2 p.m. Going to be our first call to staging for our UCI Elite Men. Time to start making your way to that staging area.
We're 5 minutes from call-ups. We're getting ready for the UCI Men Elite Race. We're going to have 39 riders. Nope. Temperature is 80 degrees. We're here at the US Pro Cup. Brought to you by Walmart. Fueled by Honey Stinger.
We're getting ready for our Elite Men coming up on about 30 seconds out to the start of our call-ups. Once again, 30 seconds to the start of our call-ups.
This is InsiderMTB production. Watch us on YouTube and follow us on Instagram.
39 riders on our start line. Like to be able to start off wearing the red jersey of Specialized Racing, Christopher Blevins. KMC Nuke Proof, Tyler Orschel. Track Unbroken, Riley Amos. Giant Factory, Carter Woods. Pivot Cycles, Owen Clark. Logan Sadesky. Gunnar Holmgren. Devin Feehan. Trinity Racing, Dan English. Robbie Day. Ivan Sippy. Adar Gutierrez Prieto. Austin Beard. Ivan Aguilar Villegas. Jack Spranger. Dane Gray. Braden Johnson. Carter Hall. Jerry Dufour. Lassie Konechny. Cole Patton. Dylan Kerr. Carson Beckett. Toby Hassett. Samuel Elson. Henry Coote. Jeremy Norris. Justin Peck. Eli Cranfus. Cade Pummel. Sind Racing, Jack White. Ruler Devo, Bryson Perry. Durango, Carson Beard. Griffin Hopkin. Troy Chipka. Greg Gaeta. Oliver Smith. Jacob Fernandez. Philippe Timoteo Nystrom Spencer. Riders, we are 2.5 minutes out. 2.5 minutes out.
Seconds to start.
We're underway with our 39 riders and our elite men as they are taking off right there. So the elite men, Blevins winning our first cross-country race. He won the short track yesterday as well. It was Riley Amos in second. Guess what? Riley Amos was second in the short track. Zorek Paye, the young 21-year-old, finishing up third in the cross-country. And it was Owen Clark finishing up in 4th. Today's race is going to be about an hour and 15 minutes as we're waiting for the riders to come around. They're going to do a starter lap, and then they're going to start counting down 7 laps to go, as right now starting to be able to string things out. Joining me in the booth, a little bit of a treat, something a little bit different, is Todd Wells, a 17-year professional, 12-time national champion, a 3-time Pan American champion as well. Very experienced with the mountain biking, and right now kind of watching what these guys are doing, trying to be able to string it out. Todd, having the call-ups, obviously super important, being on those first 2 rows. But what is it like in the beginning? Like how much risk versus reward do you do during the first couple laps and trying to be able to move yourself up to a good position?
Sure, it depends. All of these riders, they're a little different. A guy like Chris Blevins or Riley Amos, they might be able to take it a little bit easier at the start. If they don't get the best start. We saw Riley had a little trouble on Wednesday, I believe, was able to make his way back up through the group. But if you start a little further back and you can get a good start, then it's really beneficial to get in there early.
Out of the saddle right now in that white jersey, that's going to be Devin Feehan with Dirt Camp Racing. So he's deciding he wants to string it out. That's Blevins on the far left-hand side in that red jersey. He's got number plate number 1. Blevins practically undefeated here in Fayetteville year after year going over the last 5 years. Short track he lost in 2024 to Ben Oliver, and that's one of the few losses that Blevins has ever had here. Last year in 2025, actually, yeah, he took the victory even after training, putting a lot of training in, riding about 3 hours before he came out and did this hard cross-country race. But Blevins right now, he admitted that he's changed his training program in order to be able to be a little bit better a little bit later on, because the World Cup start later on and everything kind of is elongated. When you were racing, Todd, how much did you usually stick with the same kind of training program year after year, or did you kind of mix it up depending on what your goals, and how often did your goals change?
Yeah, I would mix it up some, but for the most part, I would do a full mountain bike season and then go into cyclocross. So our World Cup also, it would start April usually. And so by the time you finish cyclocross, take a little break, get going with some of these earlier season races. We would always have Sea Otter early on. It'd be pretty similar. There isn't a ton of time for different training, but this track you're talking about, Chris, he, this is a perfect track for him. Fast, punchy, tactical. We can see the group coming through the start-finish here, and he's so good at just floating to the front of the group, getting to the front, using as little energy as possible, and then he's obviously a very explosive rider.
Yeah, yesterday we saw that in the short track, probably one of the most explosive riders they have out there, as looks like slotting into second position with that red jersey. Blevins still following Devin Feehan, as Feehan remains on the front right now as they're starting to head into the woods. They're going to hit some technical issues with the rocks and the bumpy. In general, Todd, did you enjoy like super technical issues, or were you more a power rider, liked it to be a little bit flatter, or maybe bigger, longer climbs or shorter climbs? What was usually your preference when you were racing?
Yeah, it's funny. I raced for quite a while. I started in 96 and finished in 2015 or 17. So we had all sorts of courses. When I started, the courses were much longer, big laps, winning time 2.5 hours. When I finished, the races were more like they are now, shorter Olympic-style distance, about 1.5 hours. So, I kind of evolved as the race courses did, but I always liked I'm a bigger guy, so a course with less climbing is something I always enjoyed.
Riders here with a little bit of some short, steep climbs. Nothing obviously very long. Don't gain a lot of altitude. Only gain about 350 feet of elevation gain each lap. 2.9 miles around for the big laps, as they just came through, seeing 7 laps to go.
Yeah, I think that's a pivot rider's come to the front. I can't get a number on that rider, but this course, it's hot out here today, Frankie. It's probably mid-80s, would you say?
It's mid-80s right now. Yeah, definitely. That sun's shining down. And you talk about that pivot rider, and he ended up having a flat tire on the day number 1 was Gunnar Holmgren. He attacked from the gun and was stringing it out, and he just stayed on the front lap after lap, just tossing guys out the back, punching tickets from the front as guys were getting dropped. And Gunnar Holmgren, but then he suffered a mechanical, had a flat tire, ended up getting nothing, but 100% on day number 1 in that cross country, Gunnar Holmgren was one of the strongest riders in the race.
Yeah, this course, it's rough out there. I don't know if you can tell from TV, but I did a couple of laps yesterday, and, I'm not surprised with the flat tires we see, and it's just when you come down off that high point of the course, the rock garden that they'll get to here in a little bit, you hit a couple of jumps, and then you go through these just really high speed rock gardens that you're going too fast to avoid the rocks, and you try to shoot for the smooth line, but it's shaded in the trees and it's bright sun when you're not in the trees, so it's hard to get your eyes to adjust quick enough, and it's very rough out there.
Yeah, and obviously not level, so you got those sharp edges of the sides of the rocks coming out that have cut some tires. We saw that evident in some of our earlier races as well. Looks like a lead group of maybe 6 starting to separate themselves, getting a little bit of a gap. And so if you have a group of 6 like this starting to be able to separate themselves, let's say you got 3 or 4 seconds and you're in like 7th, 8th, and 9th, do you got to try to close that gap all at once, or can you take your time to try to close that gap? How does that work when you're playing out, especially in a 7-lap race?
Yeah, I think these guys will take their time to close any gaps. There's quite a bit of drafting out here on the flatter sections, but if the gaps open on these kind of steeper, rocky, either climbs or descents, you don't have to panic. Early on, 7-lap race, the heat is going to be a big factor today. I think you can kind of take your time, and you don't want to give them 20 seconds, but a few seconds here and there, I think it's okay. And I also think not risking it on these descents. Like I said, there's so many places to flat. This climb right here, this rocky climb, this is one of the most painful parts of the course, I think.
So that's Gunnar Holmgren that we were just talking about, right? Because you lose a lot more time if you flat, obviously, than just maybe backing it off a little bit. So Holmgren in first, and you can see the A line and the B line. Blevins taking it off to the right-hand side. Riley Amos is going to probably be up there as well. He's had 2 good rides, showing a ton of endurance and strength, and that's Riley Amos right now, currently sitting in 3rd in that Stars and Stripes jersey. He's wearing that because he's the current cross-country national champion. He's a previous under-23 world champion as well, as Holmgren continues to be able to bomb the descents and the uphills. I thought earlier in that cross-country race, Gunnar Holmgren was actually bombing some of the descents, I think, trying to be able to test Christopher Blevins on what he can do on the downhills. But we all know Blevins very talented no matter what the course conditions are. Right now it's a matter of strength and fitness as Holmgren continues to be able to ride on the front.
Yeah, Holmgren, last year he had a little bit of a rougher year, so it's great to see him come out firing this year, and he's part of that pivot team out of Canada. A lot of the top Canadian guys are riding for that pivot team, and we've seen them all have some good results this early season, so I imagine they're feeding off one another. But yeah, tough job to drop Chris Blevins on a descent, that's for sure.
Keeping an eye on each other, not letting anybody get too far away. Holmgren continues to be able to open up that gap. Riley Amos is able to just latch onto the back with Blevins. That's a good combo to be able to ride with, the 2 of them. We've seen in some of the other races, the rider goes away solo. You got 2 riders maybe from the same team. And that's the question. How much working together is there on a course like this? If Blevins and Riley Amos find themselves 6 seconds, 10 seconds off the back of Gunnar Holmgren very early on in this race, is it still a game of tactics and strategy, or will those 2 actually work together to be able to bring back a leader to see what they can do a little bit later on?
Yeah, for mountain biking, for this course in particular, there is some drafting. Yesterday and today are some of the calmest days I think I've ever seen up here at Centennial Park. Usually, we sit a couple 100 feet above town here, and the wind is usually howling up here. But today, I think any wind they have out there will be welcome with it being so hot. The start-finish straight is a good area to draft. There's some sections in the grass on the backside of the course where you can get some drafting. But in this single track, the climbs, the descents, it's more a mental thing of being part of the group and not letting that group go. more than it is a physical benefit to be sitting on the wheel. So where there are some sections it can help, most of the course it's more mental. That said, if one of these riders were to get a gap, I would imagine if the other two were evenly matched and didn't think they could jump across to him, they would probably be willing to work together, help bring him back. We are pretty early in this lap, just getting ready to complete lap 1 here pretty soon. So I don't know, they might look at each other a little bit. This tech zone that they're going through here, there's 2 tech feeds on the course, and this tech zone, I guess you would call that tech zone 2. That is, I think they see the most action as far as mechanical changes in that tech zone. You go through a lot of the rougher, rockier parts just before that tech zone. And here they're getting ready to go and hit this new section of the course for this year. It's the drop. I think they're calling this World Cup.
World Cup 5 is that 6-foot drop. I think they just went off of that, taking that right-hand turn. Some might be taking the B line, but obviously guys who are experienced and comfortable are going to take that A line with that World Cup 5 drop. The 6th one, again, the 3 riders all together as Holmgren continues to be able to push on the pace. Gunnar Holmgren, 26 years old, a brand new team, moving over to Pivot this year for the very first year. So he's looking forward to putting in a good impression. He started off racing earlier this year, 3 times second place in Puerto Rico. So he's off to a good start right now as Blevins is on the wheel and Riley Amos sitting in 3rd. Question will be when they come through our start-finish line, how big of a gap to the chasers is going to be out there. Remember, we had Blevins, Riley Amos, Zorek Paye, Owen Clark, and Tyler Orschel. Those were your top 5 in day number 1 for the cross-country.
Yeah, the Canadians are having a good start to this early season.
Pivot Cycling specifically, they've been all over the podium with all of these guys. So, yeah, very well put. Once again, my name is Frankie Andreu, joined in the booth for our complete men's race with Todd Wells, former multi-time national champion, pro mountain biker, and cyclocross rider, coming in to be able to help kind of call the action and explain a lot of what's going on there. There's that chase group coming in right behind them. That's going to be probably at least about a 20-second gap, trying to be able to wait to see what's going to happen there. Tyler Orschel, one of the riders in there in that light kind of greenish jersey. And guys coming now into Stonehenge, coming up to Talladega Turn. And when they make that turn, they're going to be coming in to be able to see 6 laps to go.
Yeah, I bet these guys sit up here down this start-finish straight. This is one of the sections you can get a little draft, a little bit of recovery. So they have a gap. No big hurry right now. Just recover, get something to drink, cool off a little, get ready to go out on lap number 2.
Clark, Orschel, and Sprenger making their way through. They're just going to be followed by Beard and Carter Woods.
Yeah, Beard and Carter Woods, they're close behind there. I would imagine that group will come back together. Jack Sprenger, he's a U23. He's racing up in the elite field today. Last year, U23, part of our U.S. national mountain bike team. So we got another big group coming through here. I see Cole Patton in there, a gravel racer. He was a XC racer, raced the World Cup for a little bit, took a couple years off, raced gravel. It's nice to see him back out here on the cross-country circuit.
Yeah, I was just looking at my notes here, and I'm not sure what happened. I'm going to look through here again. Zorek Paye, who's on that Pivot team, he was super strong, young 21-year-old. Again, instead of racing in the U23 division, he raced up in the elite division, at least in the first cross-country race, but don't see him on my start list today as Jack Sprenger coming out of that U23. I think, is Sprenger still in the U23 or is he out of its U23?
Yep, this is his last year U23.
So Sprenger decided to be able to ride up as well in the elite, trying to be able to go for maximum points, and he's in a good position right now, battling it out right now for 4th, 5th, and 6th, along with Orschel, Owen Clark, and Sprenger is in there as well. Owen Clark, one of those riders on Pivot Cycles as well. Owen Clark, a young first-year elite, so he just aged out of that under 23. Owen Clark finds himself up there. He was 5th in the short track, and right now currently sitting 5th in very early on in this cross-country race.
Yeah, Owen, I believe he had a bad training crash this winter.
He did in November. He got hit by a car and definitely had to recover. Had to have a for Owen Clark, he's 23 years old, had to have a 4-level spinal fusion after getting hit by a car. So I can only imagine how hard and long that recovery would be. And obviously wintertime for all these high-end athletes, that's a critical time in base and foundation building, isn't it?
Yep, that's one of the only times you have an uninterrupted block to really put in whatever it is you're working on. Typically, they do a bigger volume, but if you're working on specific type of intensity efforts, it's really the only time you're not either recovering from a race or getting ready for a race. So wintertime is probably the biggest training time for all of these athletes.
And Owen Clark would have missed a lot of that. So he actually did some proper work to be able to get himself up to, because he went to Rock Creek and was second on 2 of the days over there at Rock Creek. And again, the level difference from going from under 23 to elite, this is a first-year elite for Owen Clark as well. And that's got to be a pretty big jump. I mean, you're having a camp and coaching with USA Cycling with some of these juniors and U23s. And you know the elite. So Riley Amos, kind of the exception, right? I mean, to be so good as a U23, he can just blend into that elite category pretty easily. But for most of the others, that's a big gap, a big jump, isn't it?
It's a really big jump. And even Riley, 2 years ago, he won the World Cup for the short track and cross country, won the short track world championships, had this incredible season. And last year he had some good results, but I don't think he had the season he was hoping to. And so even for the best U23s, it's hard to make the jump to the elite. And the same thing with the juniors coming up to the U23s. You know, it's a tough jump. Sometimes we get jaded because we only see the top U23s transition to elite or the top juniors transition to U23. But it's a really big jump, especially when you're a good U23 rider or a good junior and you're used to being able to control your effort. You go hard on the first lap. There's a couple guys or girls left with you, and you really are within yourself, and you bump up a category, and all of a sudden you go hard on the first lap and you're in 30th place, and it's a different kettle of fish.
What is the biggest difference, though? Is it because of the power or the speed or being able to, the anaerobic, the intensity part? Like what is the biggest difference when you're going from a U23 to elite?
I think it's all of those things. I think the elites, obviously, everyone develops at a different rate. So there are some juniors or U23s that come into elite and they may be almost fully developed. But then there are other U23s that improve a lot as they become elite. But one thing that is the same for everybody, it's just being surrounded by a lot more riders that are all the similar level to you. So instead of having to worry about a few people, everybody in that field is good. So I think that's a big transition, and some of the riders are able to make that transition easier than others. So I'd say it's more of a mental transition.
Gunnar Holmgren around the front, he's been out of that U23 for a while, 26 years old. That blue jersey riding on the front, brand new team I mentioned, riding for Pivot Cycles. Last year here at these races, he was 19th and 14th. So a big difference right now. As long as he stays in that group, he's going to be a top 3 right there. Top 3 podium. The order is still to be decided, as Blevins looking very comfortable riding behind him. And sometimes, would you have a strategy of just sitting back and letting somebody just kind of ride on the front and kind of hopefully maybe they burn themselves out? Like if you're comfortable sitting in second position, is that something you would do, or is it more comfortable to ride at the front the way Gunnar is doing?
Yeah, I think, Chris, he obviously, if you watch his typical race, this is kind of how he does it. He sits back, he lets the other guys go off the front or pull or lead or whatever you want to say. But then, I feel like he can pull it back when he wants to. So for him, he prefers to ride like this, whereas someone like Gunnar, maybe he wants to have a clear line, pick his lines. I think he maybe had some issues earlier in the week with some mechanicals, so maybe he just wants a clear track. But Gunnar used to be a figure skater before he was a cyclist.
Did not know that.
Yeah, exactly. Little fun fact about Gunnar.
That'll develop some legs, absolutely. You might be missing the aerobic component of it, but you're going to have that strength and weightlifting part. I mean, if you got to do those jumps, you're going to have some pretty strong legs. And so coming from figure skating to one of the elite top mountain bikers in the entire world is Gunnar Holmgren, leading him through our HC race right now. Once again, it's the Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stingers. We're watching our pro men, 3 riders, Gunnar Holmgren. Blevins in the red jersey, and then the national champion Stars and Stripes jersey is that of Riley Amos. Riley finished up second in the short track. I don't want to say would have won the HC on day number 1, but he definitely would have been there with Blevins on day number 1. He got kind of tussled up into a little bit of a crash and had to be able to make back a ton of time, passed a bunch of people to end up second. Coming off a 7th place at the Olympics, that was a great result for Riley Amos there, as these 3 guys are going to be able to pay attention to what kind of gap they have in the 4 chasers that are behind him, including Tyler Orschel, Owen Clark, and Jack Springer.
Yeah, Riley, I think this year, like I said, last year was his first year in Elite. He had a little tougher transition, but this year he's been riding, done a little bit of riding with him so far, and it seems like, to me, he's stronger this year than he was last year. It's almost like he's back to his 2024 level.
So in a way, you kind of learn a lesson. Like, you move up to the Elite, it's a tough transition for you, and then you realize, like, hey, I mean, sometimes you get to the top of the game, you tend to relax a little bit because you're the best. And so now you realize, hey, there's a lot of guys that are better than me, and you got to put in a little bit extra work. And perhaps that's what Riley realized, that you need to be able to put in a little bit of that extra work, and it's paid off. I mean, he's wearing that Stars and Stripes jersey, had a great ride at the Olympics, and right now finds himself in the top 3. Nice shot right there of our chasers making their way through. I got 3 of those names that were together last lap. Obviously, they've been joined by 2 others, so that group of 3 expanding to a group of 5 as they're getting ready to head towards World Cup 5, the 6-foot drop.
Yep, I saw Austin Beard join that chase group. I couldn't see the other rider in there, but that's a strong group, and they're having those guys together. It's hot out there. Everybody's suffering. It's nice to have some company out there and be able to be into that chase group. So I think Austin getting into that group, that'll give him a big boost of confidence. He also had a little bit of a rougher year last year. So it's great to see some riders who maybe last year didn't go as they had hoped come out here, start the early season strong. You know this, Frankie, but it's funny. 1 year, everything seems to go right. You can't do anything wrong. And then the next year, you feel like you do the same thing and nothing works. So it's great to see these guys stick with it, and it's nice to see them having a good start to the season.
That's Troy Chipka we're watching right now. Spin Bike Shop, trying to be able to figure out that technique to get over those bricks on that uphill. Leaning way over the handlebars, turning the pedals over. We've seen a lot of riders, when you're on that brick kind of uphill, a lot of riders with a very small gear spinning it. Other riders have used like kind of a bigger power gear. Is one better than the other?
That's a preference thing, but that rock climb there, it looks flat on TV. No, that climb is not flat.
I look at it, and for me, it almost looks like it's the hardest part of the entire course.
I would say that is true. And those rocks, it's not like those rocks are placed there and they made that uphill rock garden. So sometimes on a normal trail that just kind of flows through the woods, you'll get a smoother line between some of the rock obstacles. But with those, it is rough the whole way up them.
Yeah, challenging conditions here. Ty Katie changing out that course. Being Riley Amos coming through now on the attack. Going over the top, taking a sip of water. Now's the time to be able to drink and fuel yourselves through that smoother section through our start-finish line. They just came through seeing 5 laps to go. So your leaders now, Riley Amos on the attack. Is Holmgren going to go after him, or is Blevins going to go after him? And there's your answer. I saw the red jersey in second position, now trying to be able to attack. Now Holmgren has been leading for the last 2 laps. Is he going to be able to stay on the front as our chasers come through? As that is going to be, again, Owen Clark, Tyler Orschel, Jack Springer, Carter Woods, and Justin Beard. And that time gap getting up to the leaders is going to be 25 seconds. So these guys 25 seconds back.
Yeah, Riley, he had been sick a little bit earlier in the week, had a little stomach thing, some allergy stuff. And so I was talking to him. He was pretty happy with how the week's gone so far. Didn't know how good he would be coming into this one. So that said, it's nice to see him being up there in the front group, and it looks like he's putting in a little dig right now. Probably wanted to get into this downhill section first, maybe see if he gets a little separation, how much those guys will chase, and if they're going to let him go, he'll probably take whatever time they'll give him. Here we see Austin Beard coming to the front of that chase group. Austin Beard and his brother, both from Vermont. They both live out in Colorado now. And they've also, like I said, last year they had some problems, broken wrist. They got one of them got a weird lung thing when they were staying over in Czech for the World Cup 2 years ago, and so they've had a rough go. We see Ivan Sippy coming through here segment as well, so nice to see those guys up there.
Yeah, Austin's brother is Austin and Carson Beard. Austin last year was 7th here at the cross country race. He picked up the win in the under-23 division. Last year he was U23. That was in Canmore. So talking about moving up a division, he's one of those riders moving up a division as well, but he finds himself fighting it out there with Tyler Orschel, Carter Woods, Owen Clark, Austin Beard, and Jack Springer. Carter Woods has been around for a while, a very experienced rider as well.
Yep, another top Canadian rider. Canada, they've always produced some amazing mountain bike racers, both men and women. Some of our courses up there in Canada for the World Cup, Mount St. Anne has been a staple on the circuit for a long time. We had one in Vancouver quite a while ago, one in, I'm spacing the third one kind of in the middle of the country. But, the tracks in Canada, looks like Riley and Chris have dropped Gunner.
Big effort from Gunner, paying the price right now as Riley and Chris have now accelerated off the front. It's kind of similar to what happened with the short track. But Gunnar Holmgren, again, he ended up not being able to be with the leaders because of a flat tire. So there's Gunnar right there. I was like, hopefully he didn't have a problem and, experience the same kind of mechanical as he did on day number 1. But he's just a little bit off the back. So it's going to come up to the first 2. How much are they willing to press on and put the pressure on to keep a gap? Or is Gunnar going to be able to gradually make this back as they're flying on this downhill section as Riley Amos trying to be able to see? Gunnar, I've noticed that he's a very good downhill rider. He can definitely gain a little bit of time on the downhill, but again, you got to be able to have the legs to be able to keep on the uphill. Carter Woods, 5-time national champion, sitting there with Tyler Orschel and Austin Beard and Jack Springer. Springer last year picking up a win here also in, I think it was our U23 or the junior division, because I think U23. He's new coming up.
No, Jack was U23 last year. So this is actually his last year in U23. So he's having a good ride.
But a fantastic ride, absolutely.
Yeah, it looks like Riley and Chris, they're separating a little bit. Gunnar, I don't know, maybe he was pushing harder on the downhills. These guys were taking it easy, trying to conserve energy. Hard to tell, but here we are back on this climb.
He's kind of right there. It's not, he didn't blow up. He didn't get shelled. I think the attack surprised him. And the biggest difference is Gunnar he can pace himself back, but Blevins is so explosive, he could just go across the gap. He's like one of the most explosive riders in the world. He's got that fast twitch muscles that not many riders can be able to challenge. So for Blevins to go across a gap is it's easier for him than maybe somebody for Gunnar. So Gunnar's got to pace himself out a little bit, but the question is, Riley Amos, with the way he's going, can Gunnar pace himself back up to the leaders?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. This climb here that they're coming up, this is one of the longer climbs on the course. You kind of come from the bottom of the course, you do that rock section, then you're still climbing up here to the top of this. I believe they're going to go up the rock staircase area there. Yep. And so this would be the high point, and you almost come from the low point. So this is one of the longest climbs on the course. And again, it's hot out there. Sun's beating down on you when it opens up out of the woods here. And you don't want to overdo it and overheat out here today. Yeah,
riders coming down Arvest Mountain as they're making their way around, and you get a little bit of shade from the trees, but it's very different than summertime. There's no canopy. There's not all the leaves are not on the trees, and that's why we're able to have these great drone shots here, brought to you by InsiderMTB, bringing all of our live web stream today, brought to you by Arkansas Tourism. 4 days of our live web stream, being able to bring some of the top athletes in the entire mountain bike world to your screen to be able to watch and keep track of your loved ones and how they're doing here. Right now, Gunnar Holmgren, the Canadian rider, sitting in second. The two Americans, Blevins and Riley Amos, just about, I'm going to call it about a 3-second gap as Riley really continues to be able to push the pace right there.
Yeah, see, that is a rough rock area where it's easy to flat. So I don't know if Riley was pushing it through there. Chris maybe let off a little bit, try to make sure he made it through there, keeping all the air in his tires. But
so in a race like this, how much focus is there on preventing your equipment from malfunctioning. You know, from a flat tire to rattling your chain off. I mean, because obviously it's super bumpy and everything that's going on. How cognizant do you have to be of that, or can you just pedal flat out all the time?
No, these guys are very cognizant of it, especially on a course like this where you can see it's very hard packed, so it's fast. And these trails, most of them are pretty graded. We do have some steep climbs, but the speed is relatively high on this track. And there are probably 4 or 5 rocky sections that you have to be careful on per lap of this elite course. So, you know, you might give up 5-10 seconds to make it through all of those rock sections safe each lap. Just, you know, 1 second, 2 seconds slower per section, knowing you're going to preserve your equipment, and then roll back up to the rider. If you're feeling pretty well, if you're on your limit and it's everything you have to do to stay on the wheel,
then you just risk it.
You risk it.
Especially on the last lap, then you just risk it.
Definitely.
You traveled around the world doing a ton of different mountain bike courses. Did you have a favorite, or a favorite race, I guess I should say?
Yeah, I always liked the World Cup. We had one in Houffalize in Belgium. It's the little town that there's the famous picture from Liège, Bastogne-Liège, of everybody riding up between the houses. And it was right in that area, and it was just, you know, it was a picturesque little European town with big old buildings, little river running through it, and the fans in Europe, as you know, are so passionate and crazy, and in Belgium especially. So to have a track that's a couple kilometers long and all those fans packed in, it was just always a pleasure to race there.
Got some big energy, and that's the same thing that's happening here. Right here at our start-finish line, there's not a whole lot of people around because they are all down at the key sections on the course. So a ton of fans have come up here to Centennial Park, spread out along the course, cheering on these riders as they're making their way around. Of course, there's some favorite sections on the Experience Fayetteville Power Climb, Arvest Mountain, and the World Cup 5, watching them go off that 6-foot drop as our 3 leaders have dwindled down to 2, but he's right there. He is right there. He's not giving up, and of course he's not going to give up. I mean, there's a lot of racing still to go, and you never know what's going to happen right there, but Gunner leading for the first 2 laps, still right on the heels of our lead 2 riders, which is Riley Amos and Christopher Blevins.
Yeah, it looks like Riley's still on the front. It's hard to say if Gunner is bringing them back or they're easing up, but it definitely looks like they're coming back together. They'll be coming through the start-finish here, you know, in the next minute or so. So it'll be interesting to see if Riley and Chris push on the pavement here, or if they sit up and Gunner's able to get back on the wheel.
An indication of how hard these 2 are going will be the chase group behind as well. Besides Gunner, the 4 riders, as last lap, they were 25 seconds down. So maybe they'll still be 25 seconds down. Maybe it'll be a little bit more because, remember, Riley Amos attacked and put down the pressure. So it could be one of their faster laps. Last lap, they did 10 minutes and 29 seconds as they're coming into Stonehenge, getting ready for a few final turns to be able to make their way around. And then how frustrating is it for Gunner? It's like you're so close and you're almost there, but you're not there.
Definitely. And yeah, like I said, this is one of the areas on the track where you can get a little draft. And so him obviously chasing this whole time, he would love to be able to get on the wheel here. But yeah, it looks like Chris and Riley are holding that same gap. Oh, here goes Riley with an attack down the start-finish straight. He must not want to let Gunner back on. You know, for Chris, he's probably pretty confident in his sprint. He's one of the best sprinters in the world on the mountain bike. And so if he comes to the group with these guys, he's probably pretty confident that he's got a good shot of winning. But Riley, it looks like he doesn't want this group to come back together. And he'd obviously – it's always nicer to finish on your own than with somebody.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's less risky, right? You don't want to chance it. So Gunnar Holmgren only 3 seconds off the pace of the leaders, and that last lap was 15 seconds than what they did before. That was 10 minutes and 14 seconds. The lap before, they did 10 minutes and 30 seconds, and that's because Riley Amos has been attacking the same way he just did through the start-finish line. Now, excuse me, now we got Austin Beard, Owen Clark, Jack Springer, Carter Woods, and Tyler Orschel making their way through, and
yeah, Austin's still on the front, dragging this group around. Again, great descender. That is Austin, right? Not Carson?
Well, I don't know. I'm going by what you told me. No. It is. It's Austin. 100%. That is Austin. And they're going to be 40 seconds back. So Austin Beard, 40 seconds back. So, again, that group was 25 seconds back. Now they are over 40 seconds back. So that's an indication that those lead three are actually going pretty hard, getting a little bit bigger gap. At some point, these guys are going to realize that they're, top three are up the road, and they're going to be racing for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, trying to be able to get those maximum HC points. More riders making their way in. Gentlemen, it's 4 laps to go. 4 to go, 4 to go.
Yep, look like Devin Feehan and Cole Patton just came through together. I don't know if you saw earlier in the week, Jerry DeFore from that Dirt Camp Racing, he had a pretty big crash on the drop, that new 6-foot drop. He got a little kick sideways, slid out coming into it, and ended up, he was I talked to him a little bit earlier, he was trying to stop, realized he wasn't going to stop as he was going off of it, and he has the crash posted on his Instagram, and it looks bad, but he was fine.
He's okay?
Little banged up, but again, everything on TV, it looks flatter, looks smaller. You go stand by that drop and think about falling off of it. It's not what you want to do.
I wasn't riding my bike, but I was very curious to go look at it, and so I walked over there. And yeah, the 6-foot drop, it's a pretty good drop. But also, what was surprising to me is how challenging and technical it is leading into the 6-foot drop with those. It's not smooth pavement where you're going to have your momentum to launch off it. There's all these rocks, and it's all in the different positions, and you got to change your line to be able to make sure you keep your momentum. So very easy. If you were to hit something wrong, you would lose that momentum and then just fall off. And so it is a tricky entrance to the World Cup 5 drop. Absolutely.
Yep.
And I was surprised to see that. I was expecting just a smooth launch pad.
Yeah, you're turning. It's rocky. It's dusty. The riders have been doing a bunch of laps on this course all week. So it's it's definitely a more technical entrance than you would have if it was nice and smooth and you were just rolling into it. But it's funny. You see these drops. We see them at the World Cup as well. And we watch the riders we're watching here. They're our best riders in the country. At the World Cup, they're the best riders in the world. So it looks pretty easy when you watch them do it. But these drops, they're at the top of climbs that your heart rate's pegged at 200 beats per minute, and then you got to do this crazy drop, or like here, like we were talking about, it's twisty, it's rocky, dusty, and it's just. Whenever it looks easy on TV, you know you're watching some people that are really good at what they're doing.
Yeah, not only that, when you have fresh legs and a fresh mind on lap number 1, it's not that bad. But yeah, when that fatigue starts to set in, you start to be able to make mistakes. And Riley Amos just out of the saddle, just pushing the pace. Definitely, I think he wants to do everything he can to try to get rid of Christopher Blevins. Blevins admits he's not on the top form. He's coming in a little bit under par. Going to be able to see what he can do. So Blevins said he wanted a test, and that's exactly what he's getting. Riley Amos is giving that to him. How long? You've been retired for a while, right? So let's just call it like that, a while. So obviously we got Specialized, we got Trek, we got Giant, we got Pivot. Technology is always changing. Is there anything that really stands out like the biggest difference between the bikes now compared to let's just go with 10 years ago?
Sure. The bikes are always evolving, obviously. When I started, we had 26-inch wheels, rim brakes.
Well, I'm not going back 30 years, Todd.
All right. One thing for the World Cup, they're riding bigger tires, heavier tires, because, for instance, here, these guys, a lot of them will be on a stronger casing tire than they might be at another track.
To prevent the slits and the sidewalls type thing?
Exactly, to prevent cuts and big compression. So the guys and girls are riding a bigger volume tire. When I raced, when I was finishing, we would probably ride 2.1s, maybe a 2.2. Most everyone will be on a 2.4 and a stronger casing tire. A lot of them will have inserts in, and the biggest thing would be the dropper post. They had them when I raced, but nobody used them.
It wasn't popular.
It wasn't popular, so because nobody did it, Nobody wanted to be the one to use a dropper post, and now it's hard to imagine, and I think that's why we see a lot of these jumps and drops and everything, because with that dropper post, you're able to get the seat out of the way, and you're able to ride a lot of this stuff now that you couldn't ride maybe when I was racing, or only a few people could probably do
Right,
it.
so a big advantage of having the dropper post. When you were racing 2x in the front?
I raced mostly 2x, but 1x towards the end.
And now everybody is 1x, so that's a big difference as well with the 1x and a giant cassette in the back, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's funny. You never had a bigger cog in the back than you did in the front when I was racing, and now most of these riders are probably on a 5210 in the back, or 5210 in the back, and they're probably running a 36 or 38 in the front. So, yeah, that is a big difference. These guys too, a lot of them will be running a bigger front rotor than a rear rotor. It just gives you more
for the braking?
For the braking. So it'll give them more stopping power. Again, the tracks are so steep, and the World Cup courses get ridden. The laps are short. There's so many riders. The World Cup cross-country tracks today are blown out the way the downhill tracks were when I raced, just because there's the tires, they're going through there so much, and they're just digging it up. And so having more braking power, bigger suspension, bigger tires is a big difference now for the World Cup and for modern cross-country racing.
So as things keep evolving as well, obviously we talked about it being 80 degrees out here. Nutrition, hydration, that's all changed a lot, and that's running, road racing, whatever kind of endurance sport, that has all changed around a lot with a lot of new information coming out that you don't need to starve yourself. You actually want to almost overindulge in the amount of carbs that you are taking in every hour to be able to make sure that you stay fueled and on top of your game.
Definitely, yeah. The consuming more food on the bike in the race is across the board right now for mountain bike, road race, even cyclocross. Almost everybody's eating a gel in the middle of a cyclocross race now. Whereas 5-10 years ago, no one was taking a gel in the middle of a race, maybe one or two riders. But the fueling has come a long way. Yeah, we get a little different view of the drop there, those guys coming off of that. There's also, it's funny, when you go up there, you kind of take off on the top rock. There's a rock that's slightly lower. It's almost like a step down after your takeoff area that you jump out over as you're coming to that landing. So your takeoff is on top, and then there's, like I said, almost like a step down that you have to clear. It's not really in the way, but when you stand there and look at it before riding it, it's definitely something that you notice.
A few of the spectators there at World Cup 5 watching that 6-foot drop. Two are leaders with Blevins and Riley Amos continue to be able to push the pace. Remember last time it was a 40-second lead on the chasers. I think Carter Woods in that blue jersey. Now what I couldn't tell is if he was off the front of the chase group or off the back of the chase group, because I didn't see the other ones, but they just showed Carter Woods going off that 6-foot drop just a little bit ago as we're waiting for our leaders to be able to make their way in. Coming into Stonehenge, getting able to whip around. Remember, Blevins undefeated in our cross country going over the last 5 years. Christopher Blevins has won this final day every single time he comes here. So he's got a little bit of a challenge on him as he's going to be seeing 3 laps to go. Riley Amos, current cross country national champion in that Stars and Stripes jersey. Previous under 23 world champion as well. Finding himself on the front. Now, for some reason, Riley likes attacking, coming through the start-finish line. He's looking over his shoulder a lot right now. This is the cat and mouse game. This could play into the hands right now of Gunnar, but Gunnar, he redlined himself for so long in trying to keep that gap at like 5 seconds. He's a little bit further back, but these two now starting to play a little bit of games right now. Hey, put your hands together. Guess what? It's our leaders making their way down the hill, getting ready to be able to come through, swinging from right to left. Trying to get somebody to come to the front. It's 3 to go, riders. 3 laps to go, 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go.
Yeah, looks like here Riley goes again. Oh, Chris is ready for him this time. Riley must want to lead into this downhill section. We've seen him do this. This is his third lap in a row now. He's tried to get in there first, so it looks like they're sitting up a little bit.
15 seconds slower than their lap before. So the first time Riley Amos attacked, they did a 10:14. This time, a little bit of gamemanship happening as they did a 10:31. And for Gunner, 9 seconds back. So he went from 3 seconds back to 9 seconds back. Again, the legs have got to start hurting, especially when you're out there by yourself. You don't have the motivation of riding with somebody else to be able to keep pushing that pace. But Riley Amos definitely on the attack right now. He wants maximum points. 25 places deep for the HC points. We're watching 1, 2, and 3, and we're watching the other guys that are going for 4, 5, 6, and 7. But you go back to 20th position. These riders in their head, they know there's these UCI points that they're trying to get.
Definitely. It looks like this chase group is broken up now. We got Austin, Jack, and Carter Woods, I think. So they've whittled down to 3, I believe.
Yeah, Owen Clark, I think, was still in there as well, as maybe just a teeny bit off the back right. Owen Clark you're right. He's coming off the back, only 4 seconds off the back now from that chase group. Owen Clark had a fantastic ride, finishing up in 4th place in that first cross-country day that we had on Wednesday. Right now, still, obviously, he's still in a good position. He's sitting there in about 7th place. But again, you go back to 20th, as all of these riders are coming by, seeing 3 laps to go, they know these points go 25 deep. They're going to be battling it out for that 20 to 25th to make sure they get something out of this bike race, and they're not out here suffering for nothing.
Exactly. For these races as well, the start position is so critical. So the points they're gaining here, these HC points, they're the highest category UCI point below like a championship level event, so below a national or
like a
continental World Cup. And so it is really hard to get points at the World Cup, but you can score a lot of points at your national level events. And when you have HC points available, it's critical because a lot of these riders will be trying to race the World Cup. And if you have minimal points, you're going to start further back, and the riders, obviously each level you go up, the competition gets more intense. So having a better start position at a World Cup, it makes it a lot easier. Instead of having to try to pass 20, 30, 40 riders, if you start that much further up the grid, it's less work you have to do, and it makes it much easier for them. So yes, these HC points are highly sought after. Yeah, it looks like Dane and Robbie Day just rolled through there. Both guys that have been supported by the national team at some of the World Cups we would go to when they were U23s over the past couple of years. So good to see those guys having a pretty good ride today. Dan English with Trinity Racing just coming through. He also is part of our U23 national squad at a lot of the World Championships and World Cups.
Robbie Day, this is race number 1 of the U.S. Cross Country Open Series presented by Violic Farms. And Robbie Day was the overall winner in 2025, picking up that. So that was a huge result for him. Mentioning race number 1 because we're here in Fayetteville. After this, for U.S. Cross Country Open Series presented by Violic Farms, we're going to California. Then we're going to be in Danville, Virginia, then Washington, and the final will be in Midway, Utah. So they got 5 rounds in 4 different regions with 10 different categories, all part of our U.S. Cross Country Open Series. Today, the HC, the big day for our mountain bikers in the cross country, Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger as we're celebrating our 6th year here at Centennial Park. Purpose-built course specifically for mountain biking, threw in some cyclocross as well. As Oz Trails in Centennial Park, built from the ground up with a cross-country Olympic format in mind. And there's like 5 different regions that they can mix and match. And so since 2021, World Cup 5 has not been a part of any of the racing courses that are here. And so this year, they decided to be able to change it, make it a little bit more technical. The riders actually asked for it to be a little bit more technical. They wanted it to be more similar to what they're experiencing in Europe. And so they brought in another region to be able to put that 6-foot drop in there and include some of the rocky uphills and the downhills, making this a little bit more technical course.
Yep. And these riders, they've been coming here for years. So it's nice for the riders not only to have these more technical features like the drop, like those rough rock climbs, but just to switch it up a little. This is the 2nd cross-country race they will have done here this weekend. And so just adding new features, keeping it fresh for everybody. It's great the riders ask for it and they listen, which is, as a rider, is really nice. You feel like you're being heard, and it helps prepare them more for the races that will come later in the season. And, we were talking earlier about how you were saying how Blevins, he was coming in a little undercooked maybe to this race, goals later on in the year. And this year, the World Cup starts a little bit later than it has in the past. So, we've had Brazil for the past few years. That's been early. This year, the first race will be in
Korea,
South Korea. And that's also coming later in the season. So, yeah, when you have the same races at the same times year after year, you kind of develop a plan on how to get yourself ready for those. But with the World Cup starting a little bit later this year, going to a new venue, it's making these riders kind of rethink how they're coming into these earlier season races.
They got to change that preparation to be able to figure out how they're going to be on the top of the game. But it's everything you just said is exactly what Blevins said when we interviewed him here about changing his preparation and format to get ready for the pushback on everything that's a little bit later on.
Yeah, exactly. And, earlier in the week, I think it was 30 degrees here early in the week, maybe
on
Monday. And so...
Oh, that was Cole Patton right there from Giant. Sorry to interrupt you there, Todd, but just looking there, Cole Patton, former very good mountain biker, spent a ton of time mountain biking, then switched over to gravel and was kind of been a privateer in that gravel sector, and then coming back to mountain biking. And Cole Patton in that short track got up there in that top 10, and he's had a pretty good transition trying to be able to make his way back into this.
Yeah, it's great to see Cole back out here. His girlfriend, Sevilla Blanc, they've spent a lot of time apart because she is obviously a World Cup racer, mountain bike, and he has been gravel. So even though they're both bike racers, as you know, when you're a bike racer, you're constantly traveling and gone. So they, having different schedules, they don't get to spend as much time together as maybe they would like. So hopefully with Cole transitioning, or I don't know if he's planning to do more World Cup or more.
Or if this is like a one-off, something to go on. Like there's no other races going on, so maybe he decided to be able to come out here. Not sure.
I think his heart lies with the mountain bike, so hopefully we'll see him at more mountain bike races this year.
Sevilla Blanc winning here in 2023, so very familiar with this race course as well.
Yeah, we got Dan English coming up to climb here. Dan, I think he just got his Irish passport as well. A lot of these riders, they have trouble keeping their number of days abroad in Europe below a certain number because they go over there for these World Cups. Instead of going back and forth constantly, a lot of them like to stay. Some of them have good training bases, friend groups that they can stay with, and it just makes it easier than going back and forth. But now with the limited amount of time you're able to stay in Europe, a lot of these riders, Vida Lopez, she has a Spanish passport as well. So having multiple passports is a big deal for these riders.
I believe our rider leaders are going to be seeing 2 laps to go, waiting for them to come around. Last lap again, 10:31. It was a little bit slower as these two are kind of sussing each other out. Gunnar just he's there, but he's not there. It's like the entire race he has been just sitting about like 20 seconds back. He's just waiting for Riley Amos and Christopher Blevins to play a little bit more cat and mouse games, and then Gunnar Holmgren can get up there. Remember, Gunnar pulled for the entire first 2 laps, and then Riley Amos was the one that attacked here through our start-finish line, and every single time Amos has attacked on the smooth part of the pavement here, as our leaders, when they come around, are going to be seeing 2 laps to go.
Yeah, poor Gunnar. He's probably only been on the wheel for 5 minutes in this whole race. You're right. He was pulling the whole time they were together. Riley attacked. He got gapped a little bit. And
2 to go, riders. 2 to go. 2 to go. Sorry, 10 minutes. Let me see what that time was. 10:43. So that's about 15 seconds slower again. That's Gunnar coming through right there. So that's holding steady right at about 7 seconds for Gunnar now. He gained 2 seconds, but just not enough to latch onto the back of these guys. But, yeah, Gunnar's been hitting the wind the entire time, either because he's been sitting in third or riding on the front. And Riley Amos, again, pushing the pace right now as they get ready to tackle into it. At the start of these races, you can see it's like really important it seems like it's really important for many of these riders to be able to get that hole shot there before this big descent. Being able to pick your own line. If you're first, obviously you can pick your own line. What if you're like third or fifth? You still in a good position, or is there a big difference between being fifth and being first?
Well, obviously, if you're first, you have a clean line. You get to go where you want to. It's getting dusty out there as well, so the further back in the group you are, the harder it is to see. Looks like we got some guys.
Yeah, this is going to be our next group coming in, as that's going to be, again, Austin Beard, Jack Springer, Carter Woods, and Owen Clark. Looking for that time as they're going to be a minute back now. So, again, they're not worried about what's in front of them. They are worried about each other and being able to get themselves on the podium, and it just depends on which place in the podium. That blue jersey is Carter Woods. You got Tyler Orschel with that light green just coming up to the front of the group right there. And then you have Austin Beard and Jack Springer.
Yeah, Jack, he's been sitting second wheel for most of his time in this group, the last lap or two. Austin dropping back. He's been on the front the whole time. So, the race, it starts hard. Maximum effort, red lined. You kind of settle in the middle laps. And now these last 2 laps or so, right now they're saving it. They're getting ready for that final lap. You've been battling with these riders for the last 45, 50 minutes. You have an idea who's stronger, who isn't, but if you've put in some digs and you haven't been able to drop your competitors, then you start thinking about, okay, how am I going to get these guys at the end? So you
mentioned red line at the beginning, obviously, because you got to be able to make sure you have a good position. Then you're going to back it off right in about 80%, which is what these 4 guys are doing right now. And then on this type of course, 2.9 miles around, in some of our other races, we've seen people going a lap and a half out. Do you go a lap and a half out if you're in that group of 4, or do you wait for the last lap? And I know a little bit depends on how you feel, but let's say they're all even. How do you gamble? How do you figure that out? Last lap or a lap and a half out?
Well, I think it depends on what your attributes are. If you're a fast finisher, then maybe you just wait and follow the other guys. And if
you're a good climber, you go a lap and a half out because then you have that big climb to try to be able to get away, and then you're going to have another lap of the big climb. So I see what you're saying. Depending on what your strengths and your weaknesses are, that would depend on when you might be able to attack. And the other part that these guys are all out here racing. How familiar are they with each other? We talk about strengths and weaknesses. Are they aware of who's for example, Tyler Orschel, Carter Woods, Austin Beard, and Jack Springer? Do they all know each other? Do they know who can do what?
Yeah, they definitely know each other. They race together, maybe not all year long, but for multiple years they've raced together. So they can, they have an idea of what the other ones are good at, and then they've spent all day together right now, so they know if somebody's, a little bit faster on this descent, or maybe it seems like they're easier on the flats, or someone's a better climber. So they all have a pretty good idea of where the other ones are fast.
That's a great point. You learn about the other riders as you're going through the race. So do you think that's the same with Riley and Blevins? Are they learning about each other depending on, I guess, because every course is different depending on what turn somebody might take faster or not. So I'm sure Blevins and Amos are sussing each other out as Amos finally has a little bit of a gap that he's been looking for. He's only had to attack and try about 10 different times to be able to get rid of Christopher Blevins, but it looks like it might have worked, and that's my answer, attacking on about a lap and a half out right now on one of the more difficult sections of this race course, as he knows he has a gap. So instead of cruising at 80%, and again, those lap times getting a little bit slower each time, I got a feeling this is going to be a little bit quicker lap, as he knows once he has a gap, he has to make sure it sticks, because you do not want to let the sprinting legs of Blevins latch onto the back of you.
No, and that's a big gap. I wonder if Blevins had a problem. Yep.
Blevins is gone.
Gunner coming through. Blevins.
So Blevins is missing, perhaps with the mechanical, not able to be able to look for. And the thing is, when you get deep in the woods and you have a mechanical, like, how do you? It's not like you just have a spare tire on you. You got to like run it out to be able to get like a fix.
This is a long way to the tech zone right here. If he likely had his issue before the previous tech zone, I would imagine. I'm not positive, but from here to the next tech zone is a long ways.
Looking for a red jersey, the mystery of Blevins, and we're not sure what happened or where. Now, so Riley Amos finds himself by himself as Gunnar Holmgren, and that's the danger of having a very technical and harder race circuit, is that you can get these surprise mechanicals that are going to sneak up on you. Look at these four, though. They're battling it out. They're going to be surprised that they're actually fighting for the podium now, a top three, as they thought all three riders were up the road. So a nice job waiting for our leaders. Once our leaders come around, they are going to be seeing Bell Lap with 1 to go.
Yeah, and so now Riley's by himself. Him and Gunnar were teammates for a number of years, so they'll know each other well as well. And, Riley's had...
And Gunnar just leaving this year to the new team. He was on Trek for many years, and that's a great point that they do know each other. And Gunnar now moving on to Pivot. And so Gunnar is going to be very familiar with the strengths and weaknesses of Riley Amos.
Definitely, yeah. We still haven't seen Chris come through.
For Chris Blevins, how devastating is it? Like, if he
here we go.
How devastating is it if you came out with no points for this HC? I mean, is that like devastating for him? Like for Tyler Orschel, it would not be good. Like, right? He wants these points. It's so important for him to move up. But for Blevins,
it doesn't matter.
Obviously he would love to be able to win here, but it's not like the end all. Where some of these other guys, this is their UCI race, because there's not that many in the United States, so they got to take advantage of that. But look at that shot of Blevins, and again, it looks like a rear wheel just completely ripped apart as, again, long walk trying to be able to get to the neutral section. But right now, he's just trying to be able to get to some ice cream and some cold drinks as he's going to retire for the day.
Yeah, definitely. For Chris, these points, they're great, but winning the World Cup for the cross country and short track, he's got plenty of points.
He doesn't have to worry about
He doesn't need points.
He's getting a front row call up no matter what happens today.
That's right. He's going to need a new wheel, though, for sure.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, so now Riley, he's in a great position. He's off by himself, got the gap. He's just got to meter his effort, right? Like,
if Gunnar couldn't close it before, I doubt he's going to be able to close it now, because Riley now doesn't have to save anything. Before, you had to be at 80%, because you got to save something. If Blevins attacks you, you got to be able to keep something in the tank. He doesn't really have to worry about that right now, so he can just keep it at about 85%, 90% effort, and actually dig deep and even suffer a little bit more redlining himself on some of those climbs, because the only person he has to worry about is himself and blowing up, because Gunnar Holmgren had a difficulty closing that gap. So Riley Amos in a very good position right now. Talked about him second in the cross country, second in the short track, now finding himself in first to be able to pick up this HC win.
Yeah, exactly. Now he can take it easier, too, on some of those rougher sections we were talking about. Not push it, try to preserve his equipment.
Would that make him nervous seeing what happened to Blevins? I mean, he's going to know that Blevins blew out his tire and is not there. So will that be in the back of his mind? Like, hey, all right, I got to take it easy through this section.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it will. So he, backs it off just in those sections. We're talking about maybe 10 seconds of the course, take it easy, and he can go all in on the rest of the course. But with this size gap he has, for him, he can he's starting to overheat, starting to feel it, he can back it off a little bit. When it's hot like this too, it's easy to cramp. These climbs, they're short, some of them, but they're sharp. Those rock climbs require a huge amount of power, and so when you're spinning around like we see here, just kind of 90 RPM cadence, and then all of a sudden you hit a steep rock climb where you're down to 50 or 60, that could be easy for the cramps to hit you in those sections. So for him, he can just, back it off and just take those potential issues out of the equation, more or less.
Last lap was a 10-minute and 43-second. When he was together with Christopher Blevins, they did a 10:31, fastest lap so far of the day, 10 minutes and 14 seconds. What is Riley Amos going to put in right now as he's getting ready to see one lap to go? Coming up the Talladega turn, if you're over by the start-finish line, you know his name. His name is Riley. Cheer him on as he's going to be seeing one lap to go. Riley Amos coming through now all by himself. The Stars and Stripes jersey. One to go, one to go. So 10:21, that's going to be 20 seconds faster than what he did previous lap. So Riley Amos now on a mission, trying to be able to make it through 2.9 miles left, 350 feet of climbing to be able to win here in Fayetteville.
Yeah, he just came by where we're sitting. His face, he looked focused out there. He didn't look like he was suffering. He looked like he was fully engaged, and Gunnar just came by as well. Still solid. Gunnar, he hasn't looked much different throughout this race. He's just been, almost there, but not quite. So great ride for him.
And yeah, it's a great point. Like his lap times are like the same. He's got his pace, and so when Riley and Blevins were able to go like 10 seconds faster, he couldn't really go 10 seconds faster. So he's not losing time, he's not gaining time. He's just doing a 10:43 like all the way through. So he's looking very consistent right there. Right now, currently, he's 29 seconds down on Riley Amos. Now, the race we want to be able to watch, obviously, with the first, but man, I'm looking forward to see what happens with this next group of riders coming in, because they got three of them together, so we have lost one. We got Springer, Clark, and Woods that are in there, so we are missing Orschel, Austin Beard also, and so Orschel and Austin Beard just a little bit off the back. There's your three. Springer in that black jersey sitting on the back. Riders one to go. All riders one lap to go.
Yeah, it looks like Austin's about 11 seconds off of that group. These guys, I would imagine they'll try to test each other on the climbs a little bit.
Tyler Orschel, though, he was there, and he's not now. So I wonder if he had a mechanical as well. Maybe we're going to see him coming through in just a little bit, but it just becomes strange when all of a sudden somebody is not there, because Tyler Orschel was top 5 on day number 1, and here he comes right now. So Orschel struggling a little bit right there as he's getting ready to be able to make his way through. Carson Beard, and that's going to be Logan Sadesky and Tyler Orschel with one lap to go. One to go, riders, one to go.
Yeah, that chase group, the race for third, that's going to be a good race. We'll see. I would imagine.
Do you think they know they're going for third? Do they have team members out there saying, hey, Blevins is not up there. There's only 2. You guys are going for third. Is that like communicated to them somehow?
It would be, but they will have also seen Blevins walking with his bike.
They would have been laughing when they were passing him.
That's right. So I would imagine they know they're going for third.
That's a great point, though, because they were behind, and Blevins there's only one way out. You got to take the course to be able to get out. So you're right. They would have passed them with Blevins walking down the middle of the road with the bike on his shoulder. So, yeah, they should be well aware that they're going for third, because when you're in that situation, before that, you knew there were 3 guys in front. I mean, it's not like all of a sudden there was a surprise rider that popped up in there. So that should be a good sprint scene to be able to get that top 3. Remember, we have top 5 on the podium. Once again, for the elite men, any of our partners are out there, soigneurs, we're going to try to do your podium about 10 minutes after the finish of the race. Again, we're going to do top 5 for elite men podium about 10 minutes after the finish of the race. Coming up next, our U23. That's going to be at 4 p.m. U23 races. We got a great race coming up as for our U23, going to have about 80 riders on the start line.
Yeah, it's great to see the field sizes here for these junior
The
races.
juniors are massive.
I mean, we had a qualifier race yesterday for 15-16 short track and 17-18, I believe. I think it was the biggest. Was it the biggest 17-18 field we've had at one of these U.S. Cups? I think.
All I know, it was big.
Yeah.
Yep, a ton of juniors coming out. So it's great to see all these kids coming out. And I say it a million times, a big thank you. Like you're the parent being able to bring out your son, and a big thank you to all the parents that take the time and the resources to be able to bring the kids out here, allow them to be able to mountain bike, be able to race, healthy and active lifestyle. It's all part of it. Like these kids can't do that without the support of their parents. And so that is a big part of it. And so great to be able to see so many kids coming out here and trying to be able to participate in the UCI event here. Some having good luck, some having bad luck. And Riley Amos right now having a little bit better luck as he's on the front by himself.
Yep, Riley's looking strong out here. For the kids, too, it's great. They get to race. They had a race yesterday, and they have one tomorrow. So today is an off day for them. So a lot of these kids will be out here watching these guys and girls race. The pros, getting to see Haley Batten earlier, silver medalist. Riley, 7th place at the last Olympics. It's awesome. These riders are so approachable as well. They sit there, they talk to every kid, they sign whatever they have. It's just we have a very unique sport.
It's a great point. And we talk about Blevins, we talk about Riley Amos. They came up through that, right? 15, 16, and 17, 18. They've gone through all of that. So they should be able to relate to these young kids, admiring and watching them to be able to race. But Riley Amos right now representing that Stars and Stripes jersey incredibly well as a cross-country national champion, leading here in Fayetteville. Only got about a half a lap left as Gunnar Holmgren trying to be able to get himself up there as well. Gunnar riding for that brand new team Pivot in that light blue jersey, only 26 years old. He was 19th and 14th last year here at these races and now sitting in 2nd place if he can hold on to be able to get to the finish. That group of 4 starting to attack each other right now on that long uphill, starting to be able to split themselves up. A lot of racing going on.
Yeah, that uphill, if you're strong, that uphill is where you want to make your move. If you're hurting in the group, you're hoping to make it over that climb. It looks like that's Jack there, maybe sitting in 5th now, slightly off the back of those 2 riders. But
that's where you can get your biggest gap, is on that uphill with those rocks. Like if you have good power and you're feeling good, that's where you're going to make your biggest difference on this race course, is on that long uphill. Because it's so technical and it just takes so much power to be able to get over those rocks. Because every time you hit a rock, it's trying to slow you down about 5 miles an hour.
Yep. The first lap, those rocks seem a lot smaller than they do on the last lap. By the last lap, you feel every edge of those rocks. So great place to make a difference at the end of the race.
Riders coming up Arvest Mountain, half a lap to go for, again, battling it out. 3rd, 4th, and 5th up for grabs, along with the rest of the places. Points going 25 deeps here in this HC race.
Yeah, Owen Clark and Carter Woods, it looks like right now they're sitting 3-4. It'll be interesting to see, if they come to the line together or they can get rid of one another before the finish line. But they basically, they've hit those jumps. They go through what I consider the roughest rock garden of the course, turn around, come back up the climb. They'll come back through the 2nd tech zone over the new World Cup 5 drop, and then they'll be into the start-finish area. So here, this looks like Riley coming through. He has that drop left, yep. He's got to make it through that drop, and then it's pretty smooth sailing, relatively flat from that drop to the finish line.
Yeah, looking to take a feed, just dumping water over the back of his neck, spraying a little bit on his face. Just enough to get a little bit of a cool off to make yourself feel a little bit better after a hard effort out there. As Riley Amos heading towards that jump to be able to do it for the very last time. World Cup 5, obviously that new element in our cross-country race.
Yep, this will be a nice win for Riley. He had a good start to the season, Puerto Rico, he had some good races down there. He actually started in Europe.
I was going to say, he did the opposite of Blevins. Blevins pushing everything back later. Riley actually started everything earlier, going to a ton of different races early on to be able to, for whatever reason, to be able to get his fitness going. But he's already got a ton of races under his legs.
He does. They had their team camp in Europe. Trek did this year. Specialized had their camp in Northern California. So Riley already been over across the pond once this year. Chris being able to stay home. And then Riley starting his season in Europe after that training camp at some European races, and then rolling it into Puerto Rico, and then here to the U.S. Cup. So he's definitely been doing some racing this year. But it's working for him. He's having a great start to the season.
Yeah, finding some good form, pushing a little bit bigger gear, coming into some of those final turns as well. Wearing that Stars and Stripes jersey as your national champion.
Yeah, this one's going to feel good. Especially it's such a bummer for Chris having that mechanical issue, but to be racing against last year's World Cup overall winner in the short track and cross country, and to come out with a win, he's going to be happy.
Moments away right now, coming up on hour and 15 minutes of racing, and finishing up in style, picking up an HC win. The rider coming out of Durango, Colorado, flying the colors, Riley Amos with Trek Unbroken, your winner at the HC in Fayetteville. Ooh, look at the emotion right there. But he wanted that, and you could see it every single time attacking on the smooth pavement, right? He definitely was trying to be able to go for that victory. So congratulations to Riley Amos, a fantastic win. Waiting right now for Gunnar to be able to make his way around. Look for that light blue jersey as Gunnar Holmgren from Pivot Cycles, the Canadian rider, be the next one to be able to make his way in. And that's going to put him on the podium as well. A second place up for grabs.
Yep, Riley getting a big hug from his soigneur, Wendy, there. Here comes Gunnar. Canada, second place. Like I said, these guys teammates last year. Gunnar, rough year last year, so this is going to feel good too. Both of these guys probably had a 2025 they would like to forget or do over, so to start off the season this way, just awesome.
Gunnar riding on the front for those first two laps and just dangling off the back of the other riders. Now we got that battle for third getting ready to be able to come in. Looks like it's Carter Woods coming in by himself. So congratulations, five-time national champion putting himself in a third place. Welcome, Carter Woods with an HC podium. And after coming off a horrible injury in November and recovering, this is going to put Owen Clark welcome in as fourth place.
Yeah, Canada, they always show up strong. So we got 3 Canadians in the top 4. We'll see who comes in here. Is this Jack Springer coming in for 5th? So Jack, this U23 racing up in the elite race today. Jack is going to be happy with this. He was good on Wednesday, had a couple of flat tires or mechanical issues, so confirmation of his form. He won a race in Canada last weekend. So, just awesome ride. Tough out there. You can see the salt on Jack's jersey there.
Hey, for my elite men, if you can hear me, which I know you can, we're going to do your podium in 10 minutes. Again, it is right now the current time, 3:20. We will do your podium at 3:30. Again, elite men, top 5 for your podium at 3:30. More riders making their way around and coming in. That was just Austin Beard. And then Carson Beard's going to be making his way in as well.
Yep, the brothers.
Nice ride by them. That's going to finish up in 6th and 7th. And then Tyler Orschel now making his way in. Ton of riders still out on course as they continue to be able to make their way around. And once again, we'll have our podium coming up in 10 minutes. Again, top 5 elite men podium in 10 minutes at 3:30.
I'm Riley Amos, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
Podiums here, Brian at
Hey, gentlemen, top 5 riders. Hey, Elite 5, my men elite. Could you guys head over to the podium? We'll get you guys done. You'll be able to get yourself something to eat and drink and recover. Go do whatever you need to do. Again, top 5. I know you guys just had a very hard and hot ride, but if you could head over to the podium, we'll get that done for you. And then you guys can move on for the rest of the day. So again, looking for elite men as we're 2 minutes out to our podium. 2 minutes. Once again, looking for my top 5. Head over to the podium, please. Owen Clark, come on back to the podium. Two minutes for our podium. 2 minutes.
One more.
My elite men, 30 seconds out to our podium. Elite men, 30 seconds out to our podium. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our podium for the HC Cross Country Men's Elite. Our Walmart Pro Cup fueled by Honey Stinger top 5. They just raced for an hour and 15 minutes in 90-degree heat, finishing up in 5th place. Looking for Jack Springer. Jack Springer with a great ride for a 5th place. What about the 4th place rider? He races for Pivot Cycles. This is Owen Clark. Breaking away from his chase group. He's going to finish up in 3rd, so that means it's a bronze medal ride. Giant Factory Off-Road, Carter Woods. Finishing up in 2nd with the light blue jerseys of Pivot Cycles. An incredible ride for Gunnar Holmgren in 2nd. And number one on the day, he's your HC champion, wearing the Stars and Stripes jersey as your cross-country national champion. Please welcome, from Track Unbroken, Riley Amos. Arms up in the air, that's our champions. It's 1 through 5. Amos, Holmgren, Woods, Clark, and Springer. Congratulations to our Pro U.S. Cup winners.
I'm Riley Amos, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
Podium here, Friday,
I'm Riley Amos, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Riley Amos, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Riley Amos, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
All right, welcome back to the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. About 5 minutes away from doing our call to staging for our final race of the day. Going to be our UCI U23 Men's HC competition here at the venue. Race scheduled for 4 p.m. Looking at current temperatures out here, just beautiful day in Fayetteville. Currently 90 degrees. Slight breeze here out of the west, 7 miles per hour. Pretty low humidity. UV index picked up a bit, so if you're hanging out, not fighting in the shade, consider some sunscreen this afternoon. Is not a cloud in the sky here in Fayetteville. Once again, one more race to go for our HC competition. Round 1 of the USXC Open Series, presented by our friends at Violet Farms. All right, at this time, we're going to do our first call to staging for our UCI U23 Men's XCO HC competition. First call to staging for our UCI U23 Men. Start making your way to that staging area. We're going to get call-up started about 3:54, so about 6 minutes before the race. Got a big field of athletes, 80. Going to be towing the start line here for the final race of the day. Race day 3 of 4. For the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. Back to racing tomorrow for the 4th and final day. 8:15. Going to start out with our junior boys and girls 12 and under and 10 and under races. 9:15. Going to see our junior women 13, 14, 15, 16, as well as 10:25. Going to see our junior men 15, 16 rejoin us here at the venue. 11:45 going to be that junior boys 13 to 14 competition. Saw these athletes in competition yesterday afternoon during the short track. Excited to welcome them back to their venue for their second day of racing on the 2026 calendar here, or the 2026 schedule here at the Walmart Pro Cup. Once again, call to staging for our UCI XCO men. Time to start making your way to that staging area. Still plenty of time to grab a snack. Thanks to our food vendors here in the Event Expo. Fayetteville Beer Works out there serving up cold beer if you're old enough. We can get settled in for one more race on the day. Going to be 6+1. Our U23 athletes doing 6 full laps plus that start loop. 6+1 format mimics the race we saw on Wednesday during that UCI C1 competition, where Ian Ackert with Pivot taking the win, followed by Maxime Saint-Onge, Nicholas Konecki, Felix Leclerc, and Colin O'Neill rounding out the top 5 in Wednesday's U23 competition.
I'm Riley Amos, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Riley Amos, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
Oh yeah, I'm here, Brian and
I'm Riley Amos, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this time we're going to get our call-ups underway for our UCI XCO U23 Men's competition here today at the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. Starting us off, racing for Pivot Cycles, Ian Ackert. Racing for Pivot Cycles, Maxime Saint-Onge. For Pivot Cycles, Zoric Pale. Also racing for Pivot, Felix Anton Leclerc. For Charge Racing, Cam McCallan. Bear National Team rider Landon Dindy. Let's see, Omar Wilson. For Bear National, Landon Stovall. Ride with Rendell, Alexander Woodford. For Equip Day Quebec, it's Raphael Piche. Racing for Privet, Tristan Talifer. For Joy Med Performance Division, it's Esma Raul Rodriguez Agado. For the Bear National Team, Colin O'Neill. For Bonchop BMC, it's Gabriel Sanz Villagran. For Lexware Mountain Bike Team, Nicholas Konecki. For Donovan Racing, Adam Moat. Relito Gutierrez. Owen Deal. Brady White. Preston Johnson. Mason Salazar. Ned Brosma. Rhett Bates. Teague Jackson. Maddox Johnson. Logan Broadhead. Odin Road. Hayden Bakert. Oliver Weckler. Matthew Halmas. Jacob Allen. Kevin Vreck. Benjamin Brovman. Douglas Gambarata. Aiden Brown. Shannon Hempstead. Leo Chichone. Eric Asseline. Pearson Bruns. Luke Osment. Johan Paradine. Tyler Lambert. Rylan Osh. Chad Brown. Eric Harrington. Caden Krotinger. Owen Wynn. Ethan Twisselman. Anthony Griffinier. Tyler Edmond. Corbin Carlson. Zachary Morrison. Cedar Bremner. Ryder Schallhalls. Marshall Schallhalls. Marshall Davis. Canyon Miner. John Mazzoni. Jackson Carlson. Samuel Marsteller. Corbin Gugel, Foster Yates, Jack Keller, Andrew Brinkman, Ryder Williams, Peter Del Pino, Reiner Schmidt, Brody Melton, Charles Bowman, Michael Delgadillo II, Rio Hawkins, Troy Fort, Isaac Anzalone, Calvin Conaway, Owen Cho, Jack Heeland, Cameron Kowalski, Will Froeliger, Jonty Stridham, and Patrick Urich rounds out a round of 80 U23 men athletes. Gentlemen, you've got about 2 minutes, 45 seconds till the start of the race.
To start. Seconds.
All right, back to racing here at the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. If you're just tuning in on InsiderMTB.com, catching the start of our UCI HC U23 men's competition. 80 athletes towing the line. My name's Brendan Pack. With me in the booth, Mr. Todd Wells. Todd, welcome back.
Thanks. We got a hot one out here today. Start. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, heater of a race out here is race temps have pushed 90 degrees plus. We're at about 91 degrees now. It's getting hot outside, and like you said, it's a heater of a race. Hot start here for our U23 men athletes.
Yeah, you know, Canada has been riding really well here this weekend, and we see it again, Canada all over the start of this U23 men's race. We had a few of the U23s opt to race with the elites in the previous race, but the majority of our U23s are racing here today. I don't know, how many riders do we have in this field? It is a huge field.
80.
80 riders.
80 riders. Big field in our U23 HC competition here today. Again, lots of early season points on the line. And as you mentioned, all those light blue jerseys of the Pivot Factory team up there in the front, as well as our current Canadian U23 national champion, easy to pick out, is that maple leaf jersey.
Yep, looked like Landon Stovall's the first U.S. rider there, 4th place right now with the Bear national team. So, but I'll tell you this start, they're doing the start loop, right? It's
a 6+1 format,
yep,
correct?
6-1. This start loop is similar to the same as the short track lap was yesterday, this first start loop, and we saw it separate quite a bit in the elite race with the men earlier on, but 80 riders on this course, getting a good, you don't have to get a great start, but getting a good start, really critical, because there's room to pass, but you get stuck in a group here and you kind of start to ride to the pace of the group you're in. So, having a clean start, looks like we didn't have any crashes in this one and everybody's off, but yep, heater of a day. I think it's probably as hot as it's been all day right now, and we're sitting here, there's minimal wind as well. So
yeah, wind died down. We did have a nice little gust, about 16 miles per hour earlier in the day, moving across the venue, but it is warmed up as it's the second day of spring, but feels like summer out here, Todd. As you're right, it's over 90 degrees. Really the first hot race of the year. This is the first temperatures we've seen this year in Northwest Arkansas of this temperature. And coming from your background, what is that like? Talk us a little bit through that first kind of hot race of the year, especially if you're not prepared.
Oh yeah, the heat will zap you. The cold, you can deal with the cold. Once you get cold, you can warm up a little bit. But I'll tell you, when the hammer from the heat hits you, there's no coming back. So these riders, this course is relatively fast. It has some steep, short, punchy climbs. Overall, it's a fairly high-speed track, which is nice. But yeah, going to be hot out there, and the sun directly overhead. It's tough for these riders.
Yeah, as we see the lead group come through, right, we're starting to see a little separation, like you mentioned, in that start loop as they're going out for 6 proper laps now, 6 full laps of racing. Here's the Bear national team now. Looks like one of the riders moving to the front. Going to set the pace now.
Yep, that's Landon Stovall. I'm from Durango. He's from Durango. He's training there. Seen him out on the group rides the past week or two. He raced down in Puerto Rico. He's having a great start to the season. So good to see him up there. I think I see Nico Konecki in there as well for Lexware, linking up with those guys. First year U23. So great to see Nico having a good start.
Yeah, Konecki having a strong ride on Wednesday for the C1 competition, finishing 3rd in our U23 competition. And you're right, a big field here. It did look like they were able to separate out. That whole shot, like you mentioned, so critical. In our junior men's competition, we got through that start loop, and you saw there was a lot of congestion still as we had about 120 athletes. Even after that 1.2-mile start loop, the course didn't breathe at all, and it really got backed up as they dove into single track for the first time. Not the case here today for our U20, or this afternoon for our U23 competition. A little bit there, though. That's what I'm talking about right there. Almost single file, Todd, now as they're trying to make their way into the single track. Again, that whole shot so critical when the field is this size.
Yeah, you look back, and they're just queued up coming in there into the single track. And the start loop is probably 3 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes, fairly open, so you can pass on that, but everybody can go fast for a few minutes. So to move up, you have to be so strong. And then you hit this single track section probably, I'd say, less than 3 minutes into the race, and it's like 120 riders trying to fit into one single track. So critical to move up as much as you can there. But again, we got a 6-lap race out here, so it's hot, and you're going to have time to move up. If you're strong, you'll have time to move.
Yeah, we're looking at some of the movers and shakers there early on as the field's already come through after that start lap. But I'm just looking at some of the positions gained or lost. Lost 21, lost 16, gained 15, lost 38, gained 16, gained 18. And so, yeah, really an opportunity to move up or down in that initial lap. Plenty of opportunity to pass. Again, that start loop the same. That was our short track yesterday that was featured. Now it looks like we do have one rider now, maybe off the front. I do think that is Ian Ackert, Canadian national champion, maybe the first into that feed. Again, going through feed zone number 1 there. 2 on course.
Yeah, that is a big gap for first lap of the race. He's nailed that climb. So, actually, no, he's sitting third wheel.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Camera's catching up. We're keeping up with the action, but...
So, yeah, it looks like the top 3 are starting to separate off the front a little bit.
So Ian may be playing a little chase now, trying to get back on terms with that lead group. As we go down this descent, though, and we see this really race course favors a couple different styles. We'll see athletes that are pretty good on the descents and they're comfortable with technical descents. There's really 3 off the north side of the mountain, and you mentioned it, there's these 3 punchy climbs as well. And so, I've seen athletes make up ground on the descents, the race come back together, then you go to that climbing, and then it starts to break apart once again. So really kind of favoring kind of maybe an all-around athlete out here this week.
Yeah, definitely. There's something for everybody. The climbs aren't super long, so someone that's just a pure climber might suffer a little bit on this course, but it's kind of a good all-arounder. It's got climbs, they're steep, there's some technical climbing and rough with these different rock garden climbs. There's some flatter sections where it's faster, good for drafting, and then we have some technical descending, and not only technical but really rough. We've seen some flat tires. We saw Chris Blevins in the lead group. He flatted out of there on the last lap, and we've seen just wheel changes all day long. So it's one of these things, it's high speed and fast, so you can't not hit these rocks fast, and you just have to try to unweight the bike as much as possible and
let it move underneath you a little bit and let the bike do the work. Yep.
Yeah, float through them as much as possible, but again, you also go from this bright sunshine to a little bit of shade, and so you can't see so well as you're hitting these rocks when you're going from sunshine to shade. And a lot of times there's nothing you can do, and it's just kind of a luck of the draw thing. But these guys will be running stiffer casing tires, more puncture-resistant trail casing, a lot of the riders, and most of them will have inserts in their tires as well. So if they do get a flat, they're able to ride it to the tech zone.
We saw that with Haley Batten earlier. She flatted out, but you really couldn't tell. I think she might have been losing pressure over time, and then when she got to that tech zone, able to do a wheel swap right there. She did lose a significant amount of time behind Gwendolyn Gibson, but like you said, probably some inserts allowed her to stay in that race even though she was losing pressure. And no one, coming from here in the Ozarks, they just hit different. The rocks out here, a lot of this purpose-built with intentionality, and definitely some technical rock gardens. The trail builders out here, when they were designing this course, again, purpose-built for UCI XCO competition, well, they definitely took no liberty in the technicality.
That's for sure. This is one of the this section. They come off of this drop. They hit 2 jumps here, go around a couple of berms, and drop into one of the chunkiest rock gardens that I think on this course.
What we're calling the wine barrel is what, and Ty's mentioned that. It's kind of, similar to, that Stellenbosch in South Africa. Very technical descent. You're carrying speed, probably too much at times. And there's some toe rocks in there. There's some sharp edges, and that's where we've seen a lot of those mechanicals happen. And from there, you've still got a good probably at least a quarter mile to that tech zone.
Yep, that's true. And I'll tell you, it feels like Stellenbosch out here today. It's always, their summer is our winter. So whenever I was down there training, it would always be in the winter, and it was hot. I feel like I'm there right now. But, you're also at the bottom of the course when you get through that wine barrel section, and you got to climb back up to the tech zone. So if you do have a problem, the tech zone isn't too far away distance-wise, but it is all uphill. And so, that's where those inserts really come in. And these guys and girls are also running sealant in their tires. So a lot of times the sealant won't seal at the pressure you start with, but you find it eventually seals at like 4 or 5 psi. So a lot of times it's enough that you can limp it to the tech zone.
Yeah, definitely strong casings for sure. I've seen a lot of races over the years here in Northwest Arkansas, and tire selection always critical in these big races, as you're almost willing to forego a few ounces of weight by running a stronger casing versus your traditional really lightweight race tire, which just would not hold up under these conditions today.
Yep, that's for sure. Here, you need to have air in your tires to make it to the finish line, and having that stronger casing is definitely worth whatever grams it is that you're spending extra.
Got a couple leaders now off the front here. We'll be able to tell you who's who and who's doing what as they make their way through. Again, they're out on the proper course now. We know in that red and white, that is Ian Ackert. And I think that Zurich Pale there may be setting the pace from the front. I did pick out that 155 bib earlier on that climb. Now 3 riders That last rider able to bridge back up, and they enter that tech zone number 2. Imagine each and every time, Todd, they're going to be taking some water. I see they're already splashing it on the back. You're about half a lap into this proper race, and they're already just trying to stay cool out there as they approach that World Cup number 5.
Yep, they're gonna decide before the race. They'll take their drink bottle in one of the tech zones, and they're gonna take a dump bottle in the other tech zone. And so every time they'll be either grabbing a drink or dumping some water on themselves. They're getting ready to hit the World Cup 5 drop there. But this is like a team pivot training camp ride right now. We got 1, 2, 3. Off the front, the Canadians came out. They always. When I raced, the Canadians were always great in the early season races as well.
And they travel well, too. They're no stranger to Fayetteville, coming down now for 6 years in a row to the Walmart Pro Cup. So great to see them back. And I really think this is one of the largest contingents we've actually seen in a few years. Great to see that they, too, find value in heading down here. Look, just like North America, anywhere in North America at this point, Todd, you're really looking for early season quality competition. And these early season races like this March here in Fayetteville, in April we'll be out at Vail Lake in California, all before a lot of these athletes we're seeing at the front of this race, I imagine at least have aspirations, if not already heading over to Europe for the World Cup calendar.
Definitely. Yeah. All these riders you're seeing now, they'll be racing the World Cup. And these races, again, it's a HC race, so huge points on the line. And, 10, 20, 30 points can be a whole grid row at a World Cup. And so just because you have a good start position doesn't mean you're going to have a great race, but it just makes it that much easier, one less thing to deal with if you're starting a few rows up from where you would normally be starting. So these points and these early season races really critical for these riders.
Yeah, when we got together with race director Ty Cady back in 2020 during the pandemic and talked about the possibility for this event, it was exactly that. It was giving North American-based athletes the opportunity for high-quality early season competition, let them gather up some points. You're familiar with the Swiss Cup. The Swiss are real good about this. They have a lot of UCI events happening in Europe ahead of the World Cup, and we said we can do that too, and we've done that. So shout out to Ty and the crew and the US XC Open now doing exactly that for these North American-based athletes, opportunity to come and gather up some early season points. And to your point, this event awarding points 15 deep in this U23 UCI competition as our leaders come through. It is Ian Acker, Zort Pale, and Maxime St. Onge, third rider there. That is a pivot 1, 2, 3 right now. Seeing if we get some separation here. It does look like fourth place with Nicholas Konecki now, 7 seconds off the mark, setting in fourth. Kind of in no man's land.
Yeah, Nico, him and his brother Lasse have been racing for a long time. Nico, I thought had originally said first year U23. He's actually second year U23. He had some great races as a junior. Really good junior world champs, really good at the junior world series races. And last year had a little bit of a rougher year introduction into the U23 field. So it's good to see him coming out strong.
Yeah, at this point, maybe some team tactics as you consider pivot now with a really commanding position for a race like this. They're seeing 5 laps to go on the lap card as they come through. But at this point, I mean, it's their race to control at this point, right, Todd?
Definitely. I mean, again, it's like they're on a team training camp ride right now. 3 of them out there. And Pivot they've started the season so well this weekend. I mean, momentum is really big in cross-country racing in all team sports, team sports, individual sports. It's one of those things, you have a good start, it's almost like it just snowballs.
We feed off that, right? As teammates and the energy around that, and as you get things moving, it just kind of like starts to build and, like you said, snowballs. And now it's like kind of once that train starts moving, it's hard to stop it.
Exactly. And
right. Sorry about that lost audio, but we are back. So as we were talking about, talking about Team Pivot here off the front, and that snowball effect is, like you mentioned, early season. They definitely have the momentum pointed in the right direction. About to go back downhill, speaking of direction, as they go up and over this flyover on your screen here. Thanks for tuning in. Those on InsiderMTB.com. Live coverage this today being brought to you by our friends at Arkansas Tourism. Arkansas is one of the fastest growing mountain biking destinations in the country. The host city of Fayetteville sits in the Ozarks, where hundreds of miles of purpose-built trails, what we call the collection of Oz Trails, gives riders incredible terrain to train and ride throughout the year. More at Arkansas.com. Look here at some of the race action out there. Yeah, and you talked about just the climbs, and, I know it's, we're not out in British Columbia. They're not big climbs here in the Ozark, but they are short, but they're punchy. You talked about them being steep, and that's just very characteristic of the Ozark. Short, steep. Those of us that ride around here, and we ride around here a lot, our community is a, community of cyclists, and, we get used to it. But really, it's almost, when you think about training for a race like this, I feel like it's almost intervals would come in handy.
Definitely. They're high tension, low cadence efforts you're doing over these rocky, steep sections. And, you'll go from a smooth, high cadence pedaling section. You're out on the grass. It's almost like you're light on the pedals. Even some of the climb we saw in the start loop that they did in the short track yesterday as well. Smooth grass. You kind of get your cadence and you ride, your cadence up that. Whereas these rocky climbs, Frankie was talking about it earlier, you hit those edges, and in the beginning of the race, when, like this climb for instance, beginning of the race when you have plenty of power, you can push over them, you don't notice it as much. But when you're tired, it's not just your legs, you're using your arms, and again, it looks flat on TV, but these climbs are not flat. They're steep, they're hard, and they're exactly that. That's a 45-second low cadence, high tension interval that they're doing to get up this thing. So repeating that over and over again, it's the repeatability is what we'll see. These guys can do it all together this lap. They can do it fast. Can they do it next lap, the next lap, the next lap? And eventually that's where we see a lot of that separation.
Yeah, it's just trying to hold on throughout 6 laps of racing out here. Again, 2.9 miles each and every time around. Right at about 300 feet of elevation gain. So there is definitely some vert out there to be found, and it does come at 3 different times. All on the north side of the mountain, they really come back up to the top and drop back off 3 different times each and every lap. And then once they come across the top through that plateau here, they head over to that World Cup 5. At that point, it's already pretty much flat. They stay pretty much on top. When they do dip off the south side, it's really just a quick little ridge line, no real elevation gained on that side. So it kind of comes early each and every lap as they make their way up and over Arvest Mountain here.
Yeah, and we see the Pivot riders, I'm sure they watched the race earlier with Gunner out there, and it's funny, Nico and Gunner have swapped places. Gunner spent the majority of the day just off the lead group of Chris and Riley, and now we're seeing Nico just off of the Pivot riders. It'll be interesting to see if he can bridge across to them. Drafting plays a little role out here. Start finish straight, you can get some drafting. Some of the smoother, flatter grass sections, you can get some drafting. But really, it's mentally. You want to get to that group in front of you, and just being in that group, it's almost like you share the energy when you're in the group. And so those 3 riders, especially their teammates, they're working together. They're definitely sharing that energy. But Nico, if he could get there, it would almost give him a little boost, I think.
Yeah, like I said, if he can bridge up to that and just feel like he can then settle into their pace, puts him in pretty good position. Next time through, race car is going to say 4 to go for our leaders, as they're about halfway through lap number 2. A shot at some more of our riders there. That's Shannon Hempstead with Dirt Camp Racing. Dirt Camp Racing's had some good races out here this week so far as well.
Yeah, great U23 program that they put together, support a lot of riders. It's awesome to have them.
And you're in that development space now. Didn't mean to interrupt, right? You're doing some coaching yourself or working with your own kids out here doing some racing, right?
Yep. I'm the USAC national team coach, so we actually have a camp we'll be doing in Bentonville. It starts tomorrow, and it'll run through the week. And we have about 10 U23 riders and almost 30 junior riders that we'll have throughout the week. And
that's fascinating. A lot of these riders bridging this competition with that training camp while they're here. It's spring break. A lot of these athletes are going to be on spring break next week. Seems to be like a perfect marriage there for the opportunity for them to come in and get some racing and then roll that right into a training camp with USAC.
Exactly. Yep. It works out. It's really nice. And, a lot of these riders that we've been watching this weekend will be at these camps that we'll have over this next week and a half. And we do all sorts of stuff at those camps, skills training, nutrition training, tactics. It's a really immersive camp, and it's great. It gets everybody together because with USA Cycling, we support the junior and U23 riders at World Championships, and we support some riders at U23 World Cups as well. But it's nice for the staff and the riders to get to meet each other, spend some time together outside of such a stressful, important World Championship event. It's tough when you come together for this huge event. You're just kind of thrown in, don't really know people. So it's also a nice way for everybody to get to know each other.
As they make their way over that World Cup 5 drop, looking at our leaders there, it's 1, 2, 3 pivot, team pivot, just really setting the pace, and that is Konecki trying to get back on terms here. He's still trying to bridge up. He's not giving up. He can see him right in front of him and just not able to close that gap. Well, that's incredible. I think that just speaks to the testament to the investment that's been made in the region, not only with the purpose-built infrastructure that we're leveraging at this park for both world-class, mountain bike as well as cyclocross. USAC's national championship for cyclocross will be at this same venue this December, but also the region and the investment in trail infrastructure has been made in the region that I'm guessing creates, really a playground for camps.
Definitely, and the state of Arkansas as well as Bentonville are big supporters of our U.S. mountain bike national team. So we have a lot of training camps here in this area, and great training, plenty of skill-specific areas, easy to go work on a specific skill in one of the parks, and just great riding. Spring break, it's busy here in northwest Arkansas.
Yeah, the trails will be absolutely packed next week.
They're busy.
It is a playground for mountain biking here in the region. Fayetteville, we've got about 50 miles, 60 miles of mountain bike trails right here. You can go farther north, like you said. About 500 miles collectively now in the region. That is wild. Growing up here, having access to trails, but nothing of this caliber, and just really impressive and thankful for the investment that's being made in the region that allows events like the U.S. Pro Cup to happen year over year, but also for these junior athletes and just, really development in sport to find a home here in the region.
Yeah, no, it's great to see the support, and looks like Nico is going to make contact here. We're going to have 4 riders coming down the start-finish straight.
Yep. Lap car going to show 4 to go for our leaders now. Konecki able to get back on here. 4 to go, gentlemen. 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go.
You can see any chance they get, they're taking a drink. It is hot out here.
This start-finish this does set up like kind of a bonus little feed area, because you said there's just a few places on course. Strategically, we've dropped those team tech and those feed zones in areas where you can actually sit up and take a drink or take a feed. And one of the few other places on course to actually do that is the start-finish stretch here.
Yep, that's right. And a lot of times we see either a big crosswind or sometimes headwind down this start-finish straight as well. But today, not much wind out here right now.
We'd be a little appreciative of a little wind right now. I will tell you, as the temperatures have increased to 91 degrees and the wind has died down a little bit. There's been years out here, we call this place Windtennial, just because of the amount of wind you get at Centennial Park different times of the year. But been blessed with just, at the end of the day, though, just blessed with what a beautiful day for a bike race.
Definitely. This is some of the calmest weather I think I've ever seen up here. I've been here for cyclocross. I've been here for mountain bike races. These past few days have been very calm.
Were you here with us in December for Cyclocross Nationals? That might have been one of the coldest times I've spent up on this mountain.
Yes, when we went from maybe 60 degrees, 60, maybe even warmer in the early part of the week to, I think it was 20 on Sunday.
Wind chill in the single digits. It was definitely some cold racing up here on the mountaintop as more of our athletes make their way through the start-finish. That was Owen Deal, Benjamin Brovman, Johan Paradine, Landon Dindy,
Landon Stovall over Omar Wilson now rolling through as well. You got 4 to go, gentlemen. 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. Look back here at our race leaders. Again, it's been 1, 2, 3 pivot up there with Konecki, with Lexware mountain bike team also in the mix.
Yeah, and the gaps, they're not too big right now. You know, if someone had a bad start, got stuck back there, wasn't feeling so great in the beginning, it's still close enough that you could jump a group or two throughout this race. I think with these hotter temperatures, I think that the race is going to slow down. We saw it in the elite men's race. All the races, it's hard at the start always, and then it settles in a little bit. And then usually there's a slight lull before that last lap for the groups that are together.
But still some fast time, sub 11-minute laps for our leaders. And so we'll keep an eye on that. About 10:45 last time through for the leaders. And so it'll be interesting to see what kind of lap times we're seeing from some of these other athletes as well as our lead group. And they all look in a shot there now of our leaders. They make their way through that tech area. Once again, taking advantage, like you said, dump bottles and exchanging bottles as they go, just trying to keep cool with what are some warmer conditions, the warmest conditions we've seen all week for the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup.
Yeah, these guys, they have a, the top 4 has separated quite a bit, but then the rest of the field, there's groups, the 2s, the 4s, the 6s, the gaps are pretty close. Here we see a big group coming across the line, maybe 8 riders. So, at this point in the race, people are starting to settle in a little bit. And then, like I said, if someone is feeling really good, they might be able to jump group to group.
Yeah, here's another example of a group working together here. Another group of 4 making their way through.
Yeah, you see taking gels. This start-finish straight is a good place to take on some gels as well because you hit a downhill from here. So, you don't want to eat right before a climb if you don't have to. So this is good. You get some
nutrition in and just let it kind of see if you can't get it down before you have to start that climb the next time up. Yeah, totally know what that feels like. More riders coming together here, and yeah, you're right. It's just you got a bunch of smaller, again, a big field, a field of 80 in this UCI HC XCO under 23 men's competition, but they have broken up into smaller groups. Points going to be awarded 15 deep. Podium's going to go 5 deep. So a lot up for grabs. Even if you don't find yourself in that lead breakaway of 4, still a lot to race for out here today.
Yeah, the guys racing for that 15th place, that last UCI point available, they're going to be going just as hard as these guys racing for the win. Those points are so valuable. And whenever they, if you have a chance to get some of those points, you're going to take it. Here we are, again, starting the main climb. And like I said, these rocks, it feels like they get bigger as the race goes on. The first lap, you kind of roll over them.
Just kind of float up the first time around, but then after that, they just, like you said, about 6 times. They're going to make this climb 6 times during this competition. And, you can already see it seems to be a different cadence now as they just kind of start to settle in on those climbs. They've created the separation. I imagine that they know, they have awareness. They know, they're far enough ahead at this point that, they've looked over their shoulder. There's no real threat immediately for anyone bridging up. And so that does, I guess, mentally that allows you to just settle in a little bit. There's likely some team communication going on out there as well. Are these pivot riders talking to one another? Are they is there any communication happening on the bike, or is it more just feel at this point as they've ridden with each other so much?
Yeah, it's more feel there. If it were a crucial part, or they might, as we get closer to the finish, if they're all still together, they might, talk about kind of what they're hoping to happen at the end, maybe, but it's minimal. You're pretty locked in when you're out there. There's not a lot of times where you can really sit up and, it's not a road race, so you can't just say, hey, you want to do this or that. But they're subtle things. They'll be aware. They know how each other are feeling. Again, these guys ride together all the time. So they'll have an idea that the number 1 goal is for Pivot to win for these guys, right?
Right.
There's 3 of them, and it's a 4-person group. They want to make sure one of their guys comes across the finish line first. Although mountain biking is a very individual sport, so everybody wants to win. Especially, you don't get those opportunities that often, so when they're there, you want to take advantage. But again, we still have quite a bit of racing to go, and I would imagine this group will see it. You know, it'll stay together until we get closer to the end, and then I think we'll see them come apart.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, someone's going to throw a dart. Someone's going to feel like they've got the legs. They're feeling a little better. You know, you don't really see this group of four testing each other yet either. So, like I said, within maybe the last couple laps, we see some of those kind of, some people try to start testing the legs of their competitors out there on course to see if anyone's able to go with them. And at some point, if they feel like they've got it, they might just throw one down and see if it sticks.
Yep, exactly. We might see them, you know, up the pressure a little bit on the climb, just see if they're starting to get a gap, or maybe push it a little bit on a descent. The descents, it's tough to get too much of a gap on because they're not that long. I mean, it's just a rolling type of terrain, and so it's not like they're doing a 5-minute descent. They're doing a 40-second descent. And so they can tell they can get a little separation, but for this, if you can make the separation on the climb, it's where you can have a bigger impact.
Makes sense. We get a great shot there of our lead group making across that ridge line. Speaking of climb, they got another one coming up here shortly. Again, 2.9 miles around each and every time. 3 short climbs, part of the course.
Yeah, and we're there's, like you said, there's 80 riders in today's field. We're focusing on the top 4, so there'll already be riders getting pulled right now. 80% rule. So these guys are flying out here.
Yeah, side by side as they make their way over that flyover and enter that Team Tech area number 2 out on course. Again, all these riders looking at that, grabbing a bottle either to dump or to drink. Got a chance to talk with Gwendolyn Gibson after our elite women's race, and she's like, I just want to go change my shoes because they were full of water from all the dump bottles out there during our race.
That's it. Your chamois too, everything. You get soaked, but you're so hot. You'll deal with it. And in the race, you're so focused, you don't realize it. As soon as you stop, then you feel your
just
your
how uncomfortable you're
squishing
around. Yeah, you got those little bubbles coming out of your shoes. We were seeing some of that earlier as our leaders making their way over World Cup 5 now. And just dry and dusty conditions. Going to be some loose condition. You know, that just dust gets thrown around, gets thrown up on those rocks. And I know they're not, wet, but pretty slick conditions at the same time. Tire pressure is going to be critical. You want to make sure you keep maximum traction throughout the course. But yeah, we've seen, not so much today. We obviously seen plenty of mechanicals, but yesterday's short track, there was some carnage there as it got real loose out there as the day wore on, and just that short track got chewed up, and really nothing, just kept getting drier and dustier.
Yeah, and right now when, we're facing that direction in the commentary booth, the sun it's not setting by any means, but it's getting a little lower, so it's in the rider's eyes when they're coming up these hills. It's kind of at their back on the downhills mostly, and then it's in their eyes. Going off the drop, it's in their eyes right now.
Well, and you can see how long those shadows are. To your point, we've got, it's not setting by any means, but it's still kind of low on the horizon, making for it's definitely not high in the sky. And so it's we're definitely feeling it here in the announcer booth.
That's for sure.
Just sweating it out with these athletes, Todd.
Saunas are in right now. So
that's the thing I hear.
This
is just heat acclimation for me before I get back to riding for sure. I'm just going to count this as training then. So we get our leaders heading into Stonehenge here. And again, this really is we haven't seen temps like this year. So the first day of the year that we've seen 90 degrees. Haven't seen these temps since last fall. And so, yeah, I imagine a lot of these athletes coming from farther up north, Canadians specifically, they've seen nothing like this year. And so other than whatever kind of fabrication they were to do with saunas and stuff, they really haven't had a lot of opportunity to acclimate to the heat.
Yeah, and I don't know these guys that well, but I would imagine they may have gone somewhere to train for the winter. Or, gone to Puerto Rico a little bit, spent some time there, maybe done a camp either before it or after it. And so, yeah, because to come from a Canadian winter straight into this, that would be very hard.
Well, 3 to go, and here we go. Looks like the pace picking up a little bit maybe as they came through and saw the race card, said 3 to go. 3 more laps for the leaders of our UCI U23 men's competition here at day 3 of 4 at the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. Speaking of fuel, these athletes definitely staying fueled out there, trying to at least, is a little bit of a war of attrition going on out here. Nobody really making a move. You talked about it. Konecki able to bridge back up. He was able to latch back on, and it kind of seems like it's exactly kind of gave him a little, probably a good place now for him to be setting fourth wheel and happy to be there, and just seems to be able to just stick with this pivot team.
I think so. And when you're following, you have someone else out there, it gives you something else to think about other than how much
you're suffering.
Yeah. You also see different lines. You follow some guys, they might take a line that's different than you take, and maybe it's although Nico does look like he's starting to fall off the pace a little bit here. But yeah, being in the group, it's always nicer to be in the group than be on your own, unless you're off the front by yourself.
Any strategy with the lap count? I mean, as you're going by and you're seeing these laps tick down, I mean, is there, as a racer and you're coming across the line and, you're now halfway through the race at 3 to go, in your mind, have you set, a tone for yourself that at the halfway point you're going to push? Is there some strategy there, like just pre-race strategy for some of these athletes as it pertains to lap count and when they think they're going to try to push?
I think so, and especially since they've been racing here. They raced here Wednesday. They did the short track yesterday, and they're racing again today. So they know how their competitors are doing. They see what kind of fitness they have, how they're riding right now. They know how the course is riding. So they'll definitely have a plan what they want to do.
And that chase group of 6 just coming through the start line, being led by, who's leading that here? Looks like Tristan Talifer, Ben Brobman's in there, Felix Leclerc, Relito Gutierrez. That group of 6, chase group, a minute 41 back, Todd. So that's a lot of time to make up on, like you said, this kind of short, action-packed course as more riders make their way through. 3 to go, gentlemen. 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go.
Yep, that is tough. Ben Brobman's in that chase group there. He's the first-year U23. He'll be at our camp this weekend. He's been in some other camps before. Had a great ride last year at the Continental Championships down in Costa Rica. So, again, these fields, the riders we're watching on our screen all have some really strong international results, great riders. And we watch them out there. That we're looking at the lap times. The lap times are staying, right under that 11-minute mark. These guys are great. When you watch someone that's good at something do it, it makes it look easy.
Easy, right? Yeah, they are definitely making it look easy. This pivot team is. There's young Konecki, though, still hanging strong in there.
Yeah, I would imagine the pace on this lap comes, the speed is up, and I bet the lap time is going to come down a little bit. We're seeing it starting to string out here. So
yeah, it looks like Ian Ackert now leading the group there, your current Canadian national champion for U23, winner on Wednesday for that UCI C1 U23 men's competition. Knows how to get it done here.
Yeah, Ian's riding strong start to the season, and you can see they're going right now.
It seemed to talking to a lot of athletes this week, kind of 50-50. Some of them coming off a pretty strong cyclocross season, right, that just wrapped up 6 weeks ago, something like that, maybe 8 weeks ago at best. And, a lot of that fitness carrying into where others, like you talked about, they didn't race cyclocross, but instead they've been traveling around doing a lot of races early in the season just to find that early season fitness ahead of a competition like this weekend.
Yeah, it's so hard to merge those two seasons. Cyclocross, if you race world championships, it finished at the end of January. If you're likely trying to have your peak form for that world championship event. And then mountain bike season, we're here, mid-March.
6 weeks later.
6 weeks later, the World Cup starts, and it doesn't start for another month and a half. Then world championships aren't until late August, early September. So these riders have they need a plan for the season.
Is it a series of peaks that you're kind of looking for throughout the year? I mean, that's kind of the idea, is you want to peak at different times, but depending on your goals, right?
Exactly, depending on your goals. But again, just the level that these guys have to be at, most of them are probably not peaking right now, but you still have to be at such a high level. So these peaks, the level is so tight that you can't be just off the couch, come out here and ride into 5th place. You got to be doing some work. Maybe you're not doing everything to have peak form, but they're always fast.
Right. And one for our riders, we talked about this, a lot of them you're seeing on your screen here, aspirations for the World Cup calendar, and they're going to be going overseas. This race right here, part of that fitness plan, right? I mean, they're going to start to find their fitness with these early season races.
Definitely. Not only will they, kind of round out that fitness, they'll use these to build, but these will also be, it'll be a test. They want to see, they've worked hard this winter. They want to see, where am I at? Am I at where I think I am? Do I need to do more work? Am I a little ahead of schedule? So anytime you're racing, it's a good check as to where you are with your form.
Well, speaking of working hard, currently working hard off the front, Ian Ackert, your current Canadian national champion, looks to be setting the pace now. And finally, Todd, we are starting to see that separation you talked about. They came through with 3 laps to go, and looks like they wanted to pick up the pace here halfway through the race. And again, Ian getting it done, taking the win on Wednesday, now setting the pace with past the halfway point in this race. Get a look at another one of our athletes on that climb. Felix Antoine Leclerc, he too found a top 5 finish on Wednesday. Doesn't he powering up this climb?
Another pivot rider.
The rest of the field. Again, lots of races, kind of races within the race happening all over the place at this point. Again, points awarded 15 deep. You talked about it. Just even one UCI point, just how the difference that makes in your early season. Just a chance to get any kind of points out of a competition like this.
For sure. You see with 80 riders, only 15 of these riders get points. So again, we're watching the fastest riders in this field right now. For every rider 16 to 80, they're scrapping. They would love to get that one last UCI point available. And that could make a big difference, because 80 riders, if you have no UCI points versus one UCI point, that could be multiple rows in an 80 rider field. If 25 riders don't have any UCI points, well, that can move you up 3 rows.
Yeah, and as we saw with the whole shot in this race, where you start in this race, so critical is your ability to push up early and get into position if you want to have any chance of potentially winning this race. Good look there overhead from our current race leader, Ian Ackert.
Yeah, when these guys funnel into the single track at the start, 80 riders, I would imagine it's probably over a minute from when the first rider hits that single track to the last rider. And that's 3 minutes into the race. So to give a minute
that away, early on,
that, and probably if you are starting towards the back, then you haven't been up in the front as much. So it's going to be even harder for you to make up that time than someone who maybe, Ian Ackert, he goes in last place to the single track. Well, we see he's got the motor. He's going to move up. But if you're kind of on that bubble where, you can gain a few places one way or the other, that start position can make a big difference.
Good look there of that World Cup 5 drop. Again, first time we've seen this part of the course since 2021. This speaks to the diversity of the course development out here and the flexibility that race directors like Ty Katie has of the Walmart Pro Cup to switch things up year over year. You don't want these race courses to get, I'd say stale, right? You want to be able to keep switching them up, and this kind of intentional development here at this park allows Ty to do just that. And so during the offseason, he heard from a lot of athletes that said, hey, let's make it harder. And so, one of the big, climbs that we're talking about, that real technical climb in that power line, we actually raced down it last year. And so he added that back in, switched things up. And like we said, we've kind of activated what we call the fifth kind of bubble of that World Cup course, World Cup 5, which has that 6-foot drop off of it. And you talked about it. I mean, we've looked at it and we've all, stood up on top of it. And the drop itself, not that hard, but there is it's not a step down. You've almost just got to, you really have to gap this little rock edge that sticks out from it, right?
Yep, you got to gap the little rock edge. It's rocky leading into it. There's a lot of dust. The stones here, they're not polished, but they're not really rough. So you get some dust on top of them. You hit it at the right angle. They're slippery. It's easy to lose the front wheel, wash out a little bit. And leading into that big drop, the last thing you want to do is, wash out a wheel heading into it. So
yeah, the line, there's definitely a single line there as you approach it. Leader going to see 2 to go this time through. So this is Ian Ackert. Going to see 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go.
Yeah, Ian's looking so strong right now, taking a drink of water, getting ready to start this next downhill.
We'll get an idea. Here comes some of the chase. We'll get an idea of some splits here. think he made his way through some lap traffic a minute ago, but we'll see who was able to go with him. And I do think that is, it's Maxime St-Onge who is going second. He's about 18 seconds back. And Zork Paul right there as well. 3 is sitting in third. And then there is Nico 5 seconds back off of third, but sitting about 30 seconds back from first place now. So the gap to first to fourth now opened up to 30 seconds on that lap. Last time they came through here, they were all together. And now we see Ian Ackert able to open up a 30-second gap first to fourth, but then almost a 20-second gap back to second place. And look at the times. Look, he just threw down a 10-12. That's one of the fastest laps we've seen out there. So he turned on the burners and picked it up. Ian Ackert creating some separation with 3 laps to go.
Yep, that was the fastest lap right there I think we've seen for this group so far. Really putting the pressure on.
Yeah, and we're well past the halfway again. The riders coming through now. Going to see 2 to go on the lap card. So we are pretty close. I'm going to say what? We got about, 22, 21 minutes left of racing here. Day 3 of 4 at the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. My name is Brandon Pack. Emmy with the booth. Todd Wells hanging out, having some great conversations with us this afternoon. It's fantastic to take a little deeper dive as far as some of the mentality of these racers. And Todd heading up some of the youth development for USA Cycling here in the States. They got a training camp coming right up, bridging with this competition this weekend. Talk a little bit about the Olympics. We've seen this event over the last several years since we started. There was that pause to the pandemic, and then ahead of what would have been Tokyo, this race really did have implications towards some of these teams coming and collecting up some last-minute points to qualify for the Olympics. Then we saw ahead of Paris, this race right here really carved a pathway for Riley Amos to get a bid and for us to, to qualify a maximum of 2 elite men athletes in that Paris Olympics. As we look towards 2028, I know we're not within that Olympic qualification window yet, but it's coming. I think like this May that opens up. So we're getting real close. And with LA in 2028, when we think about like Team USA and some of the development that we're doing, what do we think we're looking at in 2028? What would, what's success look like for Team USA in mountain biking in 2028?
Yeah, I think Team USA would love to get some medals in 2028. And you're right, the points gathering window, the 2 years out from the Olympic Games, it becomes a big deal. And if our riders have seasons like they had this last year, like for instance, Chris winning the World Cup short track and cross country overall.
The year before, Riley winning like 5 U23 World Cups.
Those points you get for winning those World Cups are huge. So then it becomes less critical, these other UCI races, because you just pile up so many points.
Yeah, outside of a world championship, I think World Cups are like the most points you can gather up, right?
Exactly. World Cups, then continental championships, national championships, then we get to these HC, C1, C2 events. And so a lot depends on how the riders are going in those 2 years, because the country ranking goes off your top 3 riders for your men and women. So if you have 3 guys or girls that all do pretty well, that's really going to, it's better almost to have one rider that does amazing and the other riders are so-so than to have 6 riders that are kind
just
of
doing
mediocre.
Okay. Got it.
Because it takes your top 3. But yeah, Team USA with the rides and the riders we have right now, it's an amazing time for U.S. mountain biking right now.
I would agree. We saw, even in Paris, great success. Haley Batten taking silver just 2 years ago. Christopher Blevins having a strong show. Riley Amos finishing top 10, 7th. I think that was the highest finish ever for a U.S. men's athlete in the mountain bike competition in the Olympics. Is that right?
That's correct. That was his first elite race as well. So he
coming right from 23, his first elite race is the Olympics. Yep. That's impressive.
And, he hole shotted that Olympics as well. So he got the hole shot at that Olympics. First elite race, first Olympics. It was a good year to be Riley Amos.
I'd say so. Coming off all those wins in the U23 and the World Cup, then bridging that with the whole shot in the Olympics. That's what all these athletes are dreaming of. As we see our race leader dreaming for a win here, Ian Ackert, current Canadian national champion, still looks to be setting the pace on the front. Had a decent gap, about 40 seconds from first to second last time through. Take that back. 18 seconds. And then the gap grew to about 30 seconds to fourth. So there was about 18 seconds separating Ian Ackert from Maxime St. Onge.
Yeah, here's Maxime. He's starting that rocky climb towards the bottom. I'll tell you, they're a little further up now, but when you initially start this rocky climb, you're on the same, you're right next to the short track or the start loop climb.
Yep.
And that climb is so smooth and nice. As you're riding up those rocks and you're looking about a foot over to that smooth climb.
You're just thinking about that the whole time?
I mean, you're looking there and you're thinking, why can't we be riding up that? But
again, this is, again, the technicality, what we're preparing these athletes, these U23 athletes, getting them ready for a full season of competition, and definitely giving them some technicality here in Fayetteville. But, you know, you could kind of see, you're right, like everything gets flattened out on your screen at home, those tuning in live at InsiderMTB.com. You know, the reality is these are some steep pitches, and you can see it in the short track. When you see that shot where they're shooting bottom to top, you can kind of see the steepness of that power line climb on the grass. That technical climb next to it that they're on, that's the same grade. I mean, they're going up the same thing, but you're right. It just does kind of flatten out with the shadows and doesn't really, you know, doesn't tell the true story when you're looking at it on your screen than being here and trying to ride that 6 times in about an hour's time.
And I'll tell you, that rocky climb, it's even steeper in some sections because they have some piles you kind of got to, you know, force your way up. And so, yeah, it is much harder than it looks on TV.
2 to go, gentlemen. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Riders coming through the start finish here, seeing 2 to go. Next time through for our race leader going to be 1 to go, Todd. So about a lap and a half going to get this one done. Might as well just hang out with us at this point. Let's just see how this one. Let's see how this one goes.
You know, Ian and the 4 leaders there, they just they will have climbed to the top of the Avest Mount.
Arvest.
Yep. And then there's 2 gap jumps on the way down from that. And
what we call the speed and style section, but you can carry speed through those, and
you can. Those are some big gaps though, and when you're fresh and you sit up at the top of that hill and you're chatting with your buddies, you drop down, you sprint at the climb or at the jumps, hit them. They're so much fun.
Yeah.
When you're racing and you get to that top of that climb and it's 90-something degrees,
you're
you've been
gassed
out there for 45 minutes, and it's like everything you got just to clear the jump.
Yeah, we've seen as the race goes on, and that's, you know, as we watch the footage here, I imagine you're going to see a few riders case that. And actually, once we built those back in, you know, this park developed in 2019 as we prepped for that 2022 UCI Cyclocross World Championship that was here, and we were building this mountain bike infrastructure as well. Initially, those aprons weren't there. But we knew as competition was going to go on, it's exactly what you're talking about. Like time after time after time during a race pace, at some point, you know, we don't. Last thing we want is these riders wadding them up on a gap jump in an XC race, and so we actually put those aprons in. And now it's just pretty easy to case that and just pedal away, and you'll actually see a lot of these athletes do exactly that.
Yep, I remember when there were gaps there, and those aprons, so you can case it, it's fine. But
it does slow your momentum, though, if you do, right? That's the penalty. You get to keep pedaling. You're likely fine and just going to pedal away from it, but you definitely do lose some momentum as our race leader makes his way over that drop there on World Cup 5. Again, when we see him come through this time, it's going to be 1 to go, 1 to be bell lap for our current Canadian national champion, Ian Ackert, setting the pace here. About 18-second gap last time through over his teammate, Maxime St. Onge, and Zorek Pale, I believe, was sitting in 3rd last time through, and then Nicholas Konecki was on the outside looking in, but did a good job early in the race, about halfway through, to bridge back up. We saw that, which was great to see, Todd, and you know this, you know Konecki, you're familiar with him, and so good effort by him. I imagine he's going to be, you know, he finished 3rd in Wednesday's U23, so he's got to be happy with another top 5 finish this week.
Definitely. You know, Nico, like I said, last year was his first year U23. He had a little bit of a rougher year. He also had a big crash in Europe where he knocked out a bunch of his teeth, broke his jaw, had to come home. This winter, his first year racing cyclocross. So he switched it up a little bit. He felt like his training, where he was getting in that first year U23, he needed something different, something else. So race some cyclocross this winter, and we can see this year, again, it's hard to say. Everybody develops, adapts at different rates, but whatever Nico did this winter is definitely working for him this spring.
Yeah, no, again, and we talked about it. When do you peak? And maybe he wasn't looking to peak in the off-season as he's doing some cyclocross, but definitely helping him with this early season fitness that he's finding here in Fayetteville.
Yep, and Nico, he's got an older brother, Lasse Konecki. They've both raced. They've grown up racing. They're from Breckenridge, Colorado. Amazing skiers. If you ever see the stuff they do on their Instagram
Gotcha.
pages,
I'll have to check it out.
yeah, it's like watching the X Games or something. So not just great cyclists, but skiers as well.
Well, one to go is your race leader. Ian Acker makes his way through, representing Pivot Cycles OTE, comes through with 1 to go. The last time there, about 10:25, still a fast lap. So Ian definitely riding away from the rest of the competition. We'll get a split back to second place when we see him. But he really opened up another big dig. Looks like he continues to create some damage out there for the rest of his competitors, Todd.
And I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Ian spent some time this winter training in Europe. I think maybe typically he hasn't gone over there. Again, I could be wrong, but I can remember some of his competitors telling me that he also maybe switched up his training a little bit this off season and paying dividends.
1 to go. There is second and third riding together. Maxime St. Onge and Zorik Pale working it together. They're 45 seconds back, gentlemen. 45 seconds is the gap from second to first.
Yeah, these guys are going to have a good battle for second and third. Again, they're teammates, but they both want to beat each other, I'm sure.
1 to go as Konecki comes through now, setting 18 seconds back from third place. So I wonder, does he have a little lift left in the tank? We saw him bridge back up early in the race around this lap number 2. Here we are with 1 lap to go. I mean, Todd, do you have anything left, or are you just trying to hold on at this point?
Usually you wouldn't let those guys go if you had anything in the tank, or if you did, you'd keep them a little bit closer.
Got it.
So I would imagine Nico is at his limit, but who knows? With this, again, with the heat, it's like you're feeling good 1 minute, all of a sudden you get that where you almost feel like your head is beating like your heart rate.
I mean, you get to this last climb out here and you could just blow up, right? I mean, it happens. We know there's times in a race where your just body gives up for a moment. Maybe you didn't take that feed when you wanted to, and it catches up with you, and it can catch up with you quick.
Definitely, and the heat, it just like amplifies everything. You know, we've seen these races blow apart, and I feel like the heat amplifies that. If it were a little bit cooler, we might see guys being able to go over their limit, come back. Here you go over your limit, like it's almost like altitude. You don't see a lot of people go over their limit too much at altitude because it forces you to ride almost within yourself, and the heat is similar to altitude in that, where you got to respect it.
Is there any recovery on the bike? Is that even in a race like this? You're not, in some of the bigger races, the endurance races, I don't know if you've probably dabbled in some gravel and stuff and found yourselves in some holes at times, and you kind of eat your way out of some of that. You're really not enough time in these shorter, like XCO Olympic-style mountain bike races. If you put yourself into that hole, you're pretty much going to stay there until you cross the finish line, right?
It is. There's not a lot of sections to recover. Of course, they're short. These guys on the downhill, we see Ian here cruising through, making it look easy. No.
Yeah, one of our DCR riders having to, unfortunately, look like he's going to run his race there. Didn't get his race number, but might have been
flat tire.
One of our dirt camp racing athletes there pushing his way through. Well, you're happy to be here, but that is definitely a rough way to finish your race week after 3 days of racing. Not if, but when out here. 1 to go as more riders make their way through the start-finish. But, you speak to with the technicality of the course. I mean, even with picking clean lines, I mean, at some point in a race like this, I mean, sometimes it really is just luck, right?
It's luck. Definitely it's luck. It's also, though, you get tired and you get a little sloppy. When you're
not
racing,
holding that line
you
anymore.
might not even notice it, right? But it's just like instead of making the effort to nudge one way or the other, you're so cooked. You just you don't focus on it as much, and these guys have been racing for an hour already, and so they're at their limit.
Yeah, that is Zachary Morrison with Dirt Camp Racing there, walking his bike out of the woods, and again, just an unfortunate circumstance there, but not the first time we've seen it. It happens to the best of them. We saw it happen to Christopher Blevins earlier today in the men's elite race. Not much left of that rear wheel on his bike, and he had to DNF that race, and so Riley Amos was already in the front when that happened. Riley definitely was on top form for that elite men's competition earlier today.
That's for sure. It's good to see Riley. It seems like throughout the weekend he got stronger and stronger. So,
I would agree.
great to see both of our U.S. Olympians take a win here in
Strong
Fayetteville.
showing, for sure. Yeah, Haley Batten also found a win
Yeah.
earlier this week. And then, of course, I was excited to see Gwendolyn Gibson find that podium today. She's been here for several years in a row. Big fan of what she's doing for that Trek team. And, yeah, just to see her finally take that HC win, pretty exciting here today. And so Trek's got to be happy with the results, putting Riley and Gwen on the top step for this HC competition. They found what they were looking for, definitely, in Fayetteville. It looks like Team Pivot's about to find what they were looking for, Todd, as we got about a half lap of racing left to go. And right now, as it sets, it is 1, 2, 3, all pivot cycles OTE off the front. They've been this way since about, well, I'm guessing right from the start. They kind of got the whole shot. They were up there on the front and now able to just maintain that. The only one that looked like they had any chance to do any damage to that squad was Nicholas Konecki with Lexware Mountain Bike Team. So still a strong effort by him. Looks like he's likely to find himself in the top 5. Again, points awarded 15 deep in this competition. So all these gentlemen are going to be happy to go home with a pocket full of points.
That's for sure. The Pivot crew is putting on a clinic today. And awesome to see Haley and Gwendolyn both come away with a win. Both of them had rough seasons last year. Haley had a bunch of family stuff. So awesome to see her come back. Gwendolyn, too, had a little bit of a rougher year, not the results she had hoped for. So sport is a funny thing. A rider's on top of the world one year, and the next year they can't figure it out. They do the same thing, same training, and
it doesn't matter the sport. You see it in baseball, you see it in all sports. I mean, you can just be hot one minute and then go cold, and you're right. And then you spend a whole season trying to figure it out.
You do. So it's great to see both of them have so much success.
Last few miles of the race here. 1 to go, gentlemen, is our lead. Those on the lead lap making their way through, still getting that 1 to go bell. That tells you kind of the separation of the last time.
Looked like we had a rider down out there on course.
Yeah,
didn't see who that was.
Looks like we had some able to get attended to immediately. Always good to see as we move back into the race action here. More riders making their way through here. And back to look at our leader there. Pretty easy to pick out in that Canadian National Championship kit. I've seen a lot of those Maple Leaf kits down here. I feel like from 15, 16, 17, 18, U23, all the Canadian National Champions are with us this weekend. I was talking to some of our athletes earlier on, some of our U.S.-based athletes. They were just excited at the level of competition, and that the Canadians are down here with such a strong showing, because it's what they're looking for too. They want that quality competition early on.
Yeah, they need each other. They're going to race each other all year at the World Cup. Canada they've always had really strong development. The Canadian national team is here as well this weekend supporting their athletes, and they have the Canada Cup Series similar to our U.S. Cup Series. Canada it's great. They have a very strong development program. Even some of the provinces, like Quebec province, has a specific development program as well for that area.
Yeah, I've been spent some time out there. Mount St. Anne is up there. Just some incredible mountain biking to be found up there. And yeah, definitely, we talk about here in Northwest Arkansas, we developed this culture around mountain biking. And, really very authentically over the last 30 years, we've built this culture. But Canada at the same time, obviously hosting the first downhill, world championship, no stranger to mountain biking. And so definitely strong in mountain bike culture.
That's for sure. Canada has always had really strong riders. When I was racing, it was Jeff Kabush for the guys. Catherine Pendrell is the national team coach. She's here now helping the Canadian team. Olympic medalist, world champion. I mean, they have a really strong pedigree of riders. So great athletes and coaches for these riders to look up to.
Yeah, let's get another young athlete finishing their race on foot. Always hate to see that, but definitely appreciate the effort. That's just good coaching right there. You're just going to run it out and you're going to finish your race. And so that's part of racing sometimes. Hate to see that, but strong effort, sir. Look back here at our leader.
That's for sure, too. You see these guys running their equipment. That's how when you have to buy your equipment, you take care of it.
Yeah.
You'll see at the World Cup, the top level, the wheels are blowing up. They're riding the stuff to the finish line. But if you got to take care of your own stuff, you got to make sure it's going to work next weekend.
Well, taking care of his own stuff, Ian Acker been taking care of business all day long as he is now on approach for a final time, getting a good look of our race leader in our UCI HC U23 Olympic style mountain bike competition here, day 3 of 4 at the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. Now on approach here for the final time, makes his way into Fayetteville's own Stonehenge.
Yeah, I could see him hopping around, jibbing off some stuff. He looks fresh as a daisy to me coming in here after, 6 laps of this course.
Yeah, over an hour, 5 minutes of race time right now, like 90 degrees. I mean, pretty brutal conditions. As we sat here and cooked in the booth as we started our heat acclimation this season as well, and we were just sitting here, Todd. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're at the finish line, help us welcome in going to be your winner for our U23 HC competition, champion for the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, racing for Pivot Cycles OTE, current Canadian national champion, Ian Acker. Fun little way to finish a bike race there.
Yep, you won't see the back half of the field coming in looking like that, I don't think.
I bet you won't either. Just hopping around, ready to, he's like, is it over? So, yeah, you can tell he's definitely on top form here, at least finding his form and where he wants to be early season. Once again, congratulations to Team Pivot Cycles OTE and Ian Acker taking the win. Reminder, we'll have podiums coming up at 5:30, so, well, as soon as we get this competition done, but we'll have one more podium award. But we're going to welcome all these other athletes in, at least count out our top 15 and see who collects some points here. And Zorak Pale now on approach. Looks like he's going to come across the line in second. Maxime St. Onge is going to be third. Again, it's 1, 2, 3 for Pivot. I think that'd be Nicholas Konecki would be the next. Nicky would be the next to come across the line if he was able to keep it together out there. As Maxime comes in there. Well, Todd, this has been a pleasure. I really appreciate you joining us this afternoon. Great to see you jump in on the Elite Men's competition. And this has just been fascinating, kind of really behind-the-scenes conversation as these races unfold. Really appreciate you stepping in here and just giving us a little bit of insight. Some Team USA stuff coming up. Best of luck with that team training camp next week. That's going to be exciting. Best of luck with the season. I guess you guys, like you said, you guys are going to support our junior and our U23 athletes with their season-long goals, correct? You do some of that?
Yep, we'll support the U23s at the World Cups and the juniors at the World Champs.
Fantastic. Well, appreciate the work you're doing and the team is doing for the sport of mountain biking. It truly shows. I think we've had a lot of U.S.-based athletes have a really strong showing this weekend. Right now it's all Team Canada, but at the same time we know U.S.-based athletes have also had a great showing here at the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup as we're waiting for our 5th rider now to make their way in and round out our top 5. Todd, any parting words for the fans at home?
I wasn't prepared for any parting words, but this has been a lot of fun. Great to watch the race, and we've had some awesome racing out here today.
Any athletes to look out for tomorrow in that 15, 16-year-old competition? Who are we looking out for tomorrow?
At that age, there's such a discrepancy. One kid's good one day, and then someone who was horrible the previous day is great.
You're just like, where'd that come from? Yeah, I got you.
Exactly, but I'll tell you, those fields are going to be big.
Yeah, they are. Those are big fields, and we've seen it. I mean, we saw that in the short track. We had to split them up and do heat, wave racing or heat waves just to go to that main final in the short track competition, just because of the size of our 15, 16-year-old category for our men. And not to mention, I mean, we've seen the 15, 16-year-old women, those girls divisions also growing as well. And so I just think that speaks highly to, I think it speaks to where the sport of mountain biking is here in the States. I think NICA is doing a great job. We know they're doing a great job in Arkansas to really introduce mountain biking to these kids scholastically as early as 5th grade now. And so what a feeder. And so I'm glad that USAC's there to answer the call for these kids that are ready to take it up to the next level. So thanks for the work you're doing. Thanks for those that tuned in. A reminder, we'll have podiums coming up here shortly for top 5 for our men's U23 competition this afternoon. Thanks for tuning in live on InsiderMTB.com. We'll call a few more as they come in and let you know how it goes, give you a recap of who finished top 15, but we'll be back at 5:30.
All right, as racers looking to finish up racing for these top 15. So critical here as they race for these UCI points on the line. It's a 2-up sprint as Alexander Woodford and Aiden Brown bring it to the line there. Luke Osment and Colin O'Neill coming across the line, going to find themselves top 14. And I think it's like Colin O'Neill might round out our top 15. Again, points awarded 15 deep. Unofficially, Ian Ackert, Zorik Pale, Maxime St. Onge, Nicholas Konecki, Felix Anton Leclerc coming in 5th. Rounding out your top 5. Owen Deal, Benjamin Brovman, Tristan Talifer, Preston Johnson, Ned Borsman, Johan Paradine, Aiden Brown, Alexander Woodford, Luke Osment, and Colin O'Neill can be your top 15. Unofficially, all going to roll home with some UCI points in their pocket. We're going to let this race wrap up. Reminder, stick around. We're going to come back live on the live stream here in about 15 minutes. Top 5 at U23 Men. We're going to do our podiums at 5:30. So you got 15 minutes. Podium's going to be at 5:30. Once again, podiums, final podium of the day. 15 minutes from now, we'll let this race wrap up, and we'll roll right into podiums. Top 5 coming up in 15 minutes. That was Maddox Johnson coming across the line there, and Jacob Allen just moments before him. A reminder, we're going to do podiums here in about 12 minutes. So top 5, if you finish top 5 in this afternoon's UCI XCO U23 competition here, round 1 of the US XC Open. We're going to be doing podiums here in about 12 minutes. As Anthony Griffinier and Logan Broadhead come across the line, wrapping up their race. Caden Grotinger and Gabriel Sanz Villagran now on approach, as is Leo Chisoni. Sun is shining and wind has gone away as for the first time of the day. You can see those flags barely moving. Definitely feels like 90 degrees out here at the venue late in the afternoon. I want to thank everybody for tuning in for today's 2026 Walmart Pro Cup fueled by Honey Stinger, day 3 of 4. Reminder, we'll be back with race action tomorrow starting at 8:15 with our junior boys and girls 12 and under and 10 and under competitions. 9:15, that's going to be when we're going to be able to see our 15, 16-year-olds back out on course for our junior women. 10:25, going to be those 15, 16-year-olds back out there. We saw them in competition yesterday during short track. I think one of the most exciting races we've seen all week was the 15, 16-year-old short track main on Friday afternoon. Excited to see that competition unfold. That race at 10:25. Then 11:45, going to be the final race of the weekend. As we're going to have our junior boys 13, 14 back in action here at Centennial Park. Once again, stick around. We're about 10 minutes away. 10 minutes to podiums for our final podium of the day. Our XCO U23 top 5.
I'm Scout Wellmeyer, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family-owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family-owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Scout Wellmeyer, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family-owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family-owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
I'm Scout Wellmeyer, and you're watching me live on InsiderMTB at the U.S. Pro Cup.
At Lewis Automotive Group, we've proudly served Northwest Arkansas since 1946. Family-owned, locally trusted, and dedicated to giving you the experience you deserve. Everything you need. No pressure, no gimmicks, just people who truly care. Lewis Automotive Group, family owned and operated since 1946, and home of the Lewis Guarantee.
Yeah, for those looking to pre-ride, please post up for a minute. We are dealing with an extraction down here and going to get that rider up and out of the woods and on their way to recovery. Let's hold off before getting out on course until we get the all clear on the course, that the course is clear. Once again, course not scheduled to open until 5:45 for pre-ride, so we're a little early on that, so give us about 15 minutes. We'll let you know when that course is open. Once I have all 5 of our U23 athletes, happy to start this thing rolling, so I'm going to say about 5 minutes from now, but if you finish top 5, make your way over there now. All right, we're going to do podiums here in about 4 minutes. We're going to do it right on time at 5:30, so maybe about 3.5 minutes. I need to see Felix Anton Leclerc, Nikki Kanecki, Maxine St. Onge, Zoric Pale, and Ian Ackert start making your way to the podium area, please.
Check one. There we go. All right, here we go. Do our final podiums of the day. This is going to be for our UCI U23 HC competition that just unfolded here at the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. In 5th place. Y'all ready over there? If you're sitting on the podium, there you go, my dude. In 5th place, racing for Pivot OTE Continental, Felix Anton Leclerc. In 4th place, for Lexware Mountain Bike Team, Nikki Konecki. In 3rd place, for Pivot Cycles OTE, Maxime Saint-Onge. In 2nd place, racing for Pivot Cycles OTE, Zora Pale. And taking the top step for our UCI U23 men's competition here, HC Day at the venue with a clean sweep going 1, 2, 3, racing for Pivot Cycles OTE. Put your hands together, Ian Ackert. Strong showing by Pivot there, taking 4 out of 5 of our podiums in our HC UCI XCO men's under 23 competition here today at Centennial Park. Day 3 of 4 for the 2026 Walmart Pro Cup, fueled by Honey Stinger. Something tells me that picture is going to make Pivot's Instagram. Great job, gentlemen. Great week of racing. Way to represent Canadians off to a hot start in 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for today. We're going to tie a bow. At this point, we'll open up the course to pre-ride. Those looking here to pre-ride, you're welcome to hop out on course. Reminder to ride at your own risk. And keep it maybe about 65-70% of that effort. Make sure to ride within your abilities this afternoon. Course is going to be open from now till dusk. Welcome to get a few laps in before we go back to racing here tomorrow. Thanks, everybody, for joining us here in beautiful Fayetteville, Arkansas. We got another great day of racing on the schedule tomorrow. Enjoy your evening. We'll see you in the morning.